Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The young man is holding his head, and someone began to say that he is well acquainted with this name, because he is uncontrollable. The guy swings his sword, and the unknown person adds that this is a sword master locked in 4 walls. The young man laughs madly, and the narrator explained that he is going crazy there. The aristocrat sat in a chair, and the voice summed up that it was about the useless eldest son of the Earl of Birdham, namely Ghislaine. The man raised his head and couldn't believe that he was the strongest warrior of the server slain by this knot. The unknown man took a step forward and asked if his opponent was warm and comfortable, because he had spent a lot of money to make this trap. The knight stands with a huge axe against a background of fire. The warrior lowered his head and asked if the man liked it. The bearded man looked up and guessed that Ghislaine was in front of him, and he could not believe that the hero knew about his plans in advance. The mercenary took a step forward and replied that he knew more than that. The warriors are standing. An unknown man in a cloak pointed down. Matryoshka is on the table, and Ghislaine said that he also knew how many there were, as well as who was spying and where, and who sent him help. The eyes look at the person in his hand and say that he knew everything from the beginning. The man exhaled heavily and said that this could not be, because he always had an ace up his sleeve. The warrior raised his head and tried to understand how such a talentless person could do such a thing. The leg hit the man in the face. The protagonist stands over his opponents and tells him to close his mouth. The helmet fell to the ground, and the hero said that the man could try to raid as much as he wanted, because he would win the war anyway, and then the next, and then again and again, because he would always win. The guy smiled and said that he knew all their plans in advance. People walk around the camp. A year ago, the kingdom of Ladania, near the Berdyawi mansion. The hero looks at the body and tries to understand what happened. The young man clutched his throat and realized that he was alive. The guy opened his eyes wide and said that this could not be. The protagonist's sword stuck in the ground after the blow. Ghislaine lowered his head. Blood gushed from the hero's wounds. The man took a step forward and said that this was the end of Ghislaine, the king of mercenaries and one of the 7 strongest swordsmen of the continent. The redhead smiled and said that the war was over. One of the 7 strongest swordsmen of the continent, the noble swordsman Idong. The knight stretched out his hand with a sword and asked what the last words the young man would have, to which the hero replied that there were none, but only regrets that he had not taken revenge. The protagonist raised his head and wished Idong dead, one of the 7 strongest swordsmen of the continent, the king of mercenaries Ghislaine. The man scratched his face and said that the guy was very arrogant. The redhead stands and says that the protagonist is the eldest son of the fallen Berdyawi family, who left the family after the death of his sister. The mercenary turned and tried to understand how an alien from another kingdom knew this. The knight stretched out his hand and replied that he had lost his feet while tracing the hero's past. The redhead smiled madly and said that they had worked with the Delphine family to overthrow his family. The young man opened his eyes when he heard that there were several of them. The silhouettes look at Ghislaine, who realizes that there are other people behind the incident besides Duke Delphin. The knight touched the hero's neck with his sword and tried to understand why he was crucified in front of a man who would soon die, and added that the young man should simply accept his fate. Ghislaine turned and shouted that he would never forgive a man for this. The redhead smiled mischievously. The mercenary's head flew off his shoulders. The guy looks into the water and remembers that after that he was beheaded, but he is still alive, and his head is in place. The hero holds onto his face and thinks that these are glitches, because he has even become younger. Ghislaine looks around and assumes that this was tested by the mages and is part of the experiment, and then begins to threaten the air and says that they will cry because they left him alive. The protagonist looked back when someone said his name. Knight Bertium Ricardo went into the tent and told the hero to come out, because he knew that the air had woken up. Someone put a blade to the man's neck. The hero stands behind the knight and says that he will let him live if he obediently answers questions. The guy looked to the side and added that he might not let him live. Ricardo looked aside and turned to his master. The man exhaled and said that it had already gone too far. The hero looked away and tried to understand what was wrong with him, because he was threatening him, and asked what the knight was talking about. The man broke free from the grip and said that the young man exhausted everyone's nerves with his hysteria and fell asleep. The knight touched his neck and realized that the protagonist had managed to forget everything after sleeping, and reminded him that he threw a tantrum because the latter wanted to lead a squad to clean up the orcs. Ghislaine made a surprised face when you heard about the orcs. The young man bent down and said that he could not throw a tantrum and it was all nonsense, to which the knight asked the hero to come to his senses, because people were waiting for them. The young man raised his head and asked where they were going. The man walked past and replied that they were going to the Berdyawi mansion. The guy looked sharply to the side. The heir grabbed the warrior by the shoulder and asked him to repeat it. Ghislaine's eyes widened and assumed that he was talking about the ruined Berdyawi mansion. The hero looks at the whole mansion. The protagonist tilted his head and realized that this was indeed the ancestral mansion of Berdyawi. But why was it safe and sound? After all, he was a personal witness to the devastation reigning there. The man approached the hero and whispered that the heir would be in trouble if the count found out that his son called his own house destroyed. The guy tugged at his cheek and assumed that he was still asleep. The man looks at the strange actions of Ghislaine, who has realized that he is awake. The heir looks into the water and notices that the Neo has a rejuvenated face. The whole mansion stands, and the young man realized that it was not destroyed. The protagonist stands in front of a large clock and assumed that he had gone back in time. The child twisted his face, and the hero remembered that the young man was by everything there. The heir is swaying on the floor, and the protagonist added that due to the feeling of inferiority caused by his own immaturity, he created problems, and over time, more and more residents of the mansion began to turn away from him. The young man runs, and the hero summed up that then he could not stand the criticism and ran away from home. The knight stands with a sword, and the protagonist said that after a few years he became a mercenary and survived many battles, built up strength and made a name for himself. The guy sits in front of the ruined manor, and the hero said that he then returned to the lands of Birdium to atone for the mistakes of the past, but found only the wreckage of the mansion, which was razed to the ground. A battered flag flutters in the wind, and Ghislain said he lost everything then. The young man looks at the whole flag and realizes that he is still here now. The hero raised his head and realized that the people he cherished were also here. The protagonist smiled and whispered that he could not believe it, and would now start dancing with joy. The guy looked ahead seriously and realized that it was too early to rejoice. The young man looked at the knight and remembered that he had told him that today was the cleansing of the orcs, and the hero would never forget this day. The dead squad lies on the ground, and the hero explained that on this day most of the participants in the hike died. The ogres are standing, and the heir began the story by saying that in his past life he had followed a cleanup squad to become famous, because intelligence had reported that there were only 3 orcs, and he decided that even for someone like him, who had no experience in command, it would be easy. A crowd of monsters was standing, and Ghislain remembered that on the spot it turned out that there were at least 20 orcs there, and people died because he stubbornly wanted to command. The heir tightens his belt and thinks that it is impossible to download, that they have an impossible task in front of them, because the orcs know little about tactics, and the problem is whether these guys will be able to trust him, because they think he is an insufferable blockhead. The tower flies past a person. The building landed in front of the hero. The soldiers turned and shouted that they were orcs. Monsters run at people who have realized that the creatures are already here. The young man turned around and said that they hadn't attacked so suddenly last time. Orcs kill people. The man raised his head and shouted for the soldiers to take up positions. The commander of the cleanup operation, Scoven, runs forward and says that we need to go on the defensive. The monster brandishes a weapon. The commander took a step back and thought that they had lost their vigilance, and the surprise attack had unsettled them, as well as many more of them than they had been reported. The man turned when he was addressed. The orc behind the man swung for an attack. Someone made a dash towards the commander and the orc. The young man's hand touched the man's armor. The protagonist pushed Scoven away. The man looks away. The hero swings to retaliate against the ogre, and the man understands that this is a young master. The blade touched the ogre's fingers. Ghislain cut off the monster's arm. The man looks at this scene in shock. The soldiers stand in shock. The protagonist cut the monster in 2. The huge carcass collapsed to the ground. The guy twisted his sword and noticed that mana was not yet available to him, and said dreamily that it would be better to return a little earlier. The young man goes to the lying commander and asks if he is the commander. The protagonist stretched out his hand and asked for it. The man raised his head and asked what he was asking of him. Ghislain stands in front of the knight and replies that he asks for the right of command. The commander leaned over and thought that he had always known that the hero was a fool, but to demand command when the lives of soldiers were at stake. The knight stood up and replied that he could not. Scoven took a step forward and said that the young man thought they were playing a toy here, but even though he was the son of a master, he couldn't just give up the power that his lord had given him. The protagonist gritted his teeth in anger and thought that this was starting to annoy, but if he were in his place, he would do the same. The monster runs at people. The man took his hand aside and told the heir to retreat to cover, because he would take care of everything, because the guy would not have enough experience to lead the knights anyway. Ghislain swung his sword and realized that there was no choice. The young man knocked the sword out of the commander's hand. The man grabbed the hero by the collar and tried to understand what he was doing. Sweat runs down a person's face. The commander looked away. The sword sticks out of the monster's head. Blood runs down the ogre's face. The monster's body collapsed to the ground. Chain looks ahead and tries to understand how the young man hit a right weak spot. The hero looked at the commander and asked if he knew what was most important in battle. People look forward with fear. Orcs make terrible sounds. The knights are trembling with fear, and the protagonist has noticed that there is no way they can win if the troops are shaking with fear. The young man turned around and added that they needed an incentive. The guy made a dash forward. The heir flies to the ogres. The soldiers look at what is happening in shock. Ghislain thrust his sword into the monster's head. Knights hold shields. The commander's face twisted in shock. The young man draws his sword. The heir raised his weapon and shouted that he would cut them all down. Monsters run at the guy. A young man fights monsters. The man stands and thinks that he is asleep. The protagonist decapitated the orc, and the commander noticed that even he, who had mana, had a hard time doing anything, and this skinny kid was doing this. The hero is breathing heavily, and the man understands that the hero is exhausted. The heir dodged the blow, and the mustachioed man notices that he uses a minimal amount of movement to dodge attacks. The guy cut off the monster's head, and the man added that he only hits weak points. An invisible aura enveloped Ghislaine, and the commander said that he was like a sword master unable to use mana. The mustachioed man opened his eyes wide in surprise and suggested that he could be a real genius. The young man deflects the blows and shouts that he did not even warm up. The guy runs from a crowd of orcs and shouts that they don't live up to their reputation as a warlike species. The soldier raised his head and noticed that they were pursuing the master. The soldiers look at the commander. The old man raised his head and tried to understand what the hero was thinking. An image of the heir appeared, and the commander remembered that his battle skills were not bad, but he ran away. The mansion was standing, and the commander realized that there was a cliff in that direction. The man lowered his head and realized that there was a cliff. The knight opened his mouth in shock. The commander turned and ordered the soldiers to raise their shields and form a wall. Mustachioed bowed his head and said that they were following the commander. The orcs run after the guy. The hero swung for a blow and hoped that Scoven understood his plan, since he was such an experienced commander. The protagonist deflects attacks on the edge of the cliff and realizes that he himself would like to cut them into ribbons, but he does not have enough stamina. The heir looks ahead and thinks that this should help deal with them. The orcs are fleeing. A couple of monsters looked back. The soldiers are marching in a tight formation. The hero smiled and said that it was perfect. Ghislaine jumped off the cliff. The hero flies down. The commander bent down and ordered to go forward. The orcs stand on the edge of the cliff, and the man shouts that they need to be pushed. People push monsters. The warriors look furiously ahead. The orcs fall down. Orcs fly off the cliff. The monsters crash to the ground. The soldiers are breathing heavily and realize that they have succeeded, and they have got rid of the orcs. The commander looked down and called to the hero. The young man is holding on to his sword. The guy smiled. The man looks down in surprise. The old man smiled back. The commander stretched out his hand and shouted for the heir to grab it. The hand stops holding the sword. Ghislaine falls down and says that he can't take it anymore. The old man looks down in horror. Clouds float through the air. The girl stands and addresses her brother Ghislaine. The young man looks ahead and realizes that Elena is in front of him. The child hugs the toy and says that his mother is no more. The girl turned around and thanked her brother. Elena dropped her hands and asked what had happened to him lately. The girl turned around and said that he was the worst. Ghislaine silently looks ahead. The protagonist holds the shard and realizes that these are his memories of Elena. A small hand touched the guy's shoulder. The sister holds her brother's hand and tells them to walk together. Ghislaine opened his eyes. The young man is lying in bed. The protagonist looked at his hand and realized that he was alive, which meant that he had been pulled out. The hero clutched his head and thought that it was a dream. The guy scratched his face in pain. The heir bent down and realized that his whole body hurt terribly, because there must be consequences from his fast races, and added that he was alive, and thanks for that. Someone came into the room and called the hero. The maid runs to the hero and shouts that he has woken up. The young man raises his head and realizes that it is Valinda. The maid turned and said that Ghislaine had no idea how worried she was, and had she not told him to leave the massacre to the soldiers. The guy hugged the girl. Valinda took a step back and assumed that she had done something wrong, to which the heir replied that he was just glad to see her. Zanishna is sitting in front of the child, and the hero remembered that this is his personal mentor, Valinda, only she remained by his side until the very end, enduring his idiotic antics. The shoe is lying on the ground, and the protagonist said that after the fall of the bloodline, it was never found, so he has not seen it since. Zanishka smiles and tries to rot. Why is there so much joy? Because they see each other every day. The guy made a serious face and decided that he had to tell her the truth. The young man grabbed the woman and told her to listen carefully, because soon disaster would befall the mansion, and Belinda tried to understand what he was saying. The guy tilted his head. Ghislaine looked up and said that he had come back to life after death, and the woman assumed that the orcs had beaten him badly. The protagonist stands in the center of the room and tries to understand what this has to do with it, to which the wife replied that misfortune will soon fall on the heir, and not on the mansion. The maid gives a lecture to the hero, who realized that she did not believe him, and he knew that it would not work right away. The maid crossed her arms and tried to understand what he would do if he was so hurt that he couldn't even go to the festival. The young man looked at the festival and remembered the festival. Valinda smiled and assumed that the protagonist had forgotten about him, and Lady Elena was impatiently waiting for him to take her to him. The photo is on the chest of drawers, and the woman added that this is a good chance to get closer again. The young man looked to the side and remembered that there was one festival that was being celebrated at this time of the day. The heir is sitting in the midst of devastation, and Ghislaine explained that in a past life, due to the negative experience he had experienced, he could not enjoy the festival with her. The hero took a step forward and asked how much time was left until the festival, to which the maid replied that it would be next week. The guy looks ahead. The sister walked into the room, and the protagonist realized that next week would be the day that changed his life. The young man turned around and thought that these were memories that still did not let him go. His sister held his brother's hand and asked him to come with her. The girl is standing in the aisle, and the hero realized that she would die in a week. The young man hugged his sister. Valinda looks on in shock. The girl raised her head and assumed that he was playing a trick on her. The sister lowered her head, and the hero said that he missed her. The child pushed the young man and shouted that Ghislaine was frightening her. The heir bent down in pain and tried to understand if it had always been so strong. The girl straightened her hand and said that Belinda had asked her to come in, and he had made some kind of joke and added that what had happened did not change anything between them, and the young man tried to understand what was between them. An image of a cursing hero appeared. Elena looks at her brother, who can't believe that he told her this. The protagonist touched her neck and realized that he had not been too close to her in a past life, and then asked his sister for forgiveness. The girls look at the hero with horror and realize that he apologized first and assumed that the orc attack affected him. The young man struck his chest and shouted that it was he who was snitching and tried to understand why everything was being presented to him for his head. The hero's face twisted in pain. The hero is lying on the floor, and Elena said that this is why he was dragged unconscious. The girls are smiling. The hero looks silently. The young man tilted his head and realized that they were still the same as he remembered them and tried to understand why he had been so worried about nonsense in the past. The guy leaves his sister and remembers that the festival, which will take place in a week, he refused Elena's request to go to it, justifying himself with the disappointing results of the hike. The sister holds her brother's hand, and the hero realized that this was the last time he saw her. The hand lies on the ground in blood, and the young man explained that it was found piece by piece, along with the bodies of her bodyguards. The protagonist tilted his head and realized that he had to be with her. Someone knocked on the door and asked permission to enter. Elena's bodyguards Jamal and Philip entered the room. The girl approached the knights and said that she had asked them to wait outside, to which the man apologized and replied that the servants were asking her to assess the preparations for the festival. Ghislaine turned and asked why they were asking Elena to do this. The woman closed her eyes and said that the lord was doing too much loafing, so she didn't know, because there was a shortage of workers in the Birdium mansion, so even a lady sometimes had to work. The sister is standing next to the guards, and the protagonist was shocked that they did not have enough manpower, because then he did not care, so it is obvious that he does not know anything. The guy turned around and offered his help. The sister looked at her brother. The girls took a step back and noticed that Ghislaine himself had volunteered to help. Tents stand on the square. People squint strangely to the side, and the hero says that he wants to help, and Elena explained that no one wants to work in his presence. The girl pushes the hero, who said that this is how they treat those who sincerely want to help, to which the sister replied that she would help more if she just did nothing and let him just sit quietly. The guy looks ahead and remembers that Elena's body will be found near the slums, which is far from the festival venue, and assumed that someone forcibly dragged her there. The castle is standing, and the hero understands that in order to prevent this, he needs to find all the entrances and exits from the castle. Someone runs and shouts the guy's name. The young man turned and recognized the face. The old man breathes heavily and says that the heir is alive. The servant grabbed the hero by the shoulders and said that he immediately ran to him as soon as he heard from the squad conducting the cleansing of the orcs. But the protagonist interrupted and asked to postpone this conversation. The girl approached the knight and said that the heir had recently woken up and was behaving very strangely and it was better to take him to bed, and Ghislaine realized that his image of an idiot again put spokes in his wheels. The young man covered his face with his hand and realized that for the rest of the week he would slowly collect information about the castle. The hero turned and asked the old man if there was a training ground here, to which the servant tried to understand why it was needed. The guy raised his head and replied to train. The knight looks ahead in shock. The building is standing. The heir looks forward in surprise. People are standing in the middle of the training ground, and the hero said that it is better than he imagined. Ghislaine walks past the weapons and realizes that this is exactly what he needs for his training and has never seen anything like this in his years as a mercenary. The weapons are on the shelves, and the old man explained that they carefully monitor the equipment if the hero expressed a desire to use it. The old man looked down and said that he was sure that the guy's difficulties would be resolved sooner or later. Ghislaine looked up and realized that the servant had been watching over the equipment in his previous life. The protagonist looked down and thought with sadness that everything was so. The young man patted the servant's armor and said that he wanted to live a long life, and death was really not for him, to which the latter replied that the glory of the heir made him think that he had survived death. The protagonist smiled and said that the old man was looking at the root, because he really died, and then reborn. The heir turned around and said that the old man could go because he was going to train, and the servant replied that he would wait outside. The hero looks at the servant and remembers that he has always been hostile to Orcists. An image of dear people appeared for Ghislaine, who realized that he was just blind. The protagonist looks ahead and realizes that there is a week left. The man was standing, and the young man remembered that he had managed to find out that one of the neighboring lords was behind Helena's death. The flag flies in the wind, and the protagonist adds that thanks to this, the Birdiums got involved in the war and lost it. The heir closed his eyes and realized that Helena's death was the starting point of the fall of their lineage. The young man looked forward and realized that he had to start from here. The hero sits on the ground and understands that he needs to take care of his body first, and it's a shame that there is not much time. The young man inhales the air and thinks that he should at least open the paths of mana. The heir sits and tells that mana is a supernatural force that allows people to exceed the limits. The mercenary leader is sitting on the battlefield, and the hero added that many people believe that uncovering and accumulating it in themselves is a difficult task, but he was able to do it even in the midst of the chaos of battle. The energy accumulates in the hands of the hero, who remembers that he must feel the mana particles floating in the air and concentrate them as if winding threads on a spool. An aura envelopes the hero's body, who explains that for someone who has gone through tens of thousands of battles, creating a mana core is not a big deal. The young man took a breath and thought that this was not the only thing that had allowed him to become one of the 7 strongest swordsmen of the continent. The hand is holding a book, and the protagonist revealed that the method he read in the found half-burnt book. The nuclei appear in the body of the young man, who explained that the only mana is the human core. An image of a line that connects the cores appeared, and the hero realized that he could create 3 at once. The energy permeated the body of the heir, who said that he would create a network of interconnected cores to recreate the destructive force. Blood gushed out of the guy's nose. The heir bent down and noticed that 3 was still his limit, although in his previous life he could have created all 5. Blood drips onto the floor, and Ghislaine explained that this method allows you to create destructive power in a short time, but in return it requires a large amount of mana. The leader of the mercenaries stands in front of the Swordmaster, and the young man realized that this was the main reason for his defeat to Aiden in his previous life, because he attacked him with his order at the very moment when his mana ran out, but if it had been a fair fight, he would not have lost. The young man wiped away the blood and thought that this technique was not particularly reliable, but it would be enough for now, and for now, he had a young body and a lot of time. The hero got up from the ground and mentally said that this time he would blow off Aiden's head. The man is sitting on the throne, and the hero thought that he would deal with the people of the dolphin family, as well as with their henchmen. Ghislaine raised his head and said that he would destroy them all. Light illuminates the walls of the estate. A week later, on the day of the festival, the protagonist slipped through the strap of the belt. The young man closed the bag. The protagonist walks down the street. Elena looks ahead with surprise. The sister crossed her arms and said that her brother had indeed come and tried to understand what was happening to him, since he had never gone to events before, to which Ghislaine replied that he was sometimes obliged to attend holidays as a member of the Birdium family. The girl turned around and said that he had been progressing lately, and also added that he hadn't left the gym all last week. The young man scratched his neck and asked what was unusual about the heir to the family training hard, to which his sister remarked that he was saying the opposite. The hero opened his mouth in surprise when his sister said that his brother was annoyed by his father and would like to become a lord without ceremony. Elena turned around and said that his changes made her happy. The girl raised her head and said that it was as if her old brother had returned. Ghislaine looked away. The protagonist turned around and realized that he had realized something over the past week. Belinda stands in front of the guards and asks them to keep an eye on the heir so that he does not do nonsense, and the hero notices that due to changes in his behavior, his present and future are also changing. A picture of chess appeared, and Ghislaine assumed that major events would not change, but he could not predict how his actions would affect smaller events, because he had to use his knowledge of the future to his advantage. The protagonist moved the figure and summed up that he must think over the most effective actions in each possible situation. The guy touched the bag and thought that he had prepared. My sister buys bread. The girl pulls her brother with her. The sky became darker, and Elena said that it was fun. My sister sits on the steps and says that she is already bored with the same thing every year and assumed that this year there will be nothing new either. Ghislaine looked to the side and noticed that the festival had come to an end, but nothing had happened, most likely because he was next to Elena. The young man turned to the side when someone asked if they had seen all the places. The knight raised his hand and said that a friend of his had said that a new amusement had appeared not far from here, and offered to take the children there. Elena grabbed the guard by the hand and hoped that it would be fun there. The protagonist looked ahead and realized that it was the 2 of them. An evil aura envelopes the knight's bodies, and the young man realized that they had sheltered the snakes. The men hold the hero's sister. The young man explained that these are the knights of Elena's escort, Jamal and Philip. They were unconditionally believed, because they protected her from birth, and in his past life they were informed that they died protecting her. The guy looks ahead and realizes that it's them. An aura of evil envelopes the knights, and the protagonist realizes that they have sheltered the snakes. The man stretched out his hand and said that they were there. People are standing on an empty street. The girl shook her head and noticed that there was nothing here and tried to understand how it was possible to have fun in such a miserable place, to which the man replied that it seemed to him that it was not ready yet. The guard leaned over and said that he was sure they would come soon, to which Elena replied that he should not make her laugh, because no one would put on a show in such a place. The heir looked away. Smoke spreads over the nook, and the young man thought that at first glance it was an ordinary nook. Boxes blocked the passage, and the young man realized that these blockades cut off the escape routes. The girl grabbed her brother. The knight spread his hands and asked Elena to wait for the show, to which Milady replied that she would not wait for anything in such a place. The heir grabbed his hand and assumed that his sister was doing something. The row was so strong. The girl crashed into the knight. Philip bent down and threateningly told them to wait. His sister raised her head in surprise. Elena grabbed her brother's hand and noticed that they were somehow strange and tried to understand what was wrong with them. Jamal scratched his head and said that they didn't want to scare her. After that, he smiled devilishly and explained that they just had an order. The girl looked up in horror and tried to understand what kind of order it was. The unknown man took a step forward. 3 silhouettes are standing. Frank looked up and said it was clean work, as expected. The traitor approached the unknown and said that they had brought the young mistress, so it was necessary to complete the deal, as agreed. The man looked ahead and assumed that it was the eldest son of the Birdium clan and added that he had not ordered it. The sister holds her brother's hand. The knight raised his hand and explained that the hero was a bonus, because he followed them on his head. The protagonist looked at the traitor and noticed that he was trading them, and tried to understand why he decided he could get away with it. The man turned around and told the young man to worry about himself, because they would easily run away. An image of the mansion appeared, and Jamal said that they were tired of these impoverished lands, and also the raids of barbarians did not bring joy. The traitor threw up his hands and said that everyone had been fleeing from the lands of Birdium for a long time. Ghislaine cut the knight. The man began to cough up blood. Elena and the guard look ahead in shock. The unknown man turned in surprise. The protagonist lowered his head and said that at least they did not trade other people's lives. Energy enveloped the hero's gaze. Philip grabbed the child and shouted that Jamal was a fool to let this weakling near him. The sword stuck in the traitor's head. The man rolled his eyes and said that it was unthinkable. Elena hugs her brother. 2 bandits raised their heads and said that they were not sure that this was the eldest son of the Birdiums, because he had never fought, and had never even touched training. The man tilted his head and replied that judging by his appearance, it was Ghislaine, and he realized that the traitors, of course, were distracted themselves, but killing 2 knights so quickly, and even more so in the attacks, clearly invested mana. The guy cut Jamal. The sword stuck in Philip's head. Elena hugs the young man and tries to understand what is happening. Ghislaine is silent. The protagonist knocked out his sister. The guy put the girl on the ground and told her to rest. The hero turned around, and Frank thanked the hero for doing their job. The killers began to go towards the air, and the man said that they themselves planned to get rid of these 2 and added that he was different from the rumors. The bespectacled man lit his pipe and assumed that the young man was hiding his skills. The protagonist raised his sword and asked how it was about the man. The hero turned around and realized that there were 3 of them. The energy surrounds Frank, and the guy realized that the 2 behind him are nothing, but the man is emitting an anomalous amount of mana. Strands of aura enveloped the hero's hand, who realized that it was better to deal with this quickly. Ghislaine took a step forward and asked who was the mastermind, to which Frank sarcastically replied that the dead man did not need information. The young man tilted his head and said that he understood that no one would say anything to him just like that. An aura enveloped the body of the guy, who said that he was about to tear the opponent apart. The subordinate reached for the sword and offered to screw off the heir's head, to which Frank ordered to take him alive and simply break his limbs so that he would be mad with powerlessness. The bespectacled man tilted his head and added that in order to make a masterpiece, you need to go through the lesson with pain. The thugs rushed to attack. Ghislaine bent down to attack. The object flew towards the killers. The man looked ahead and thought it was a joke. In the next moment, something flew into the man's face. The protagonist plunged his sword into the attacker's head. The bandit swung his sword and tried to figure out what these tricks were. Ghislaine parried the attack. The young man looked to the side. The protagonist grabbed his opponent's sword with his free hand. In the next instant, he raised his sword to attack. In one movement, the main character cut off the man's head. The young man looked up. The protagonist dodged Frank's attack at the last moment. The heir blocks Frank's sword with his own. The bespectacled man lowered his head and tried to understand how he blocked his attack from this position, because he came from the blind spot. The guy began to spin with 2 swords. The protagonist slashed with mana. The beam cut through the antagonist's tube. The object fell to the ground. The blade approaches Ghislaine's head. The young man repelled the opponent's attack. Energy envelopes the body of the assassin, who said that he was impressed, because if he did not have mana, he would be left without a head now. The guy blocked the attack and tried to understand how the opponent managed to survive a direct hit to the neck and assumed that he concentrated mana around to reduce the damage. The man grabbed the sword with both hands and said that he had no idea how he got such unusual skills at such a young age. The bespectacled man raised his head and said that the hero was here and would die. The man in the hat smiled confidently and said that he was impressed, and if he didn't have mana, he would be headless. Frank clutched the hilt of his sword in his hands and said that he had no idea how the protagonist had such unusual skills at such a young age. He lunges with his blade and shouts that he cannot be defeated with such a meager mana reserve. The mercenary, smiling broadly, said that the main character would die here. Ghislaine deflected the blow with his daggers. The man in glasses raised an eyebrow and was surprised by his opponent's smirk. The main character parried away the striker's shot. The blond man kicked Frank in the face. It flew back a few meters by inertia. The mustachioed man straightened his hat and said that with such a tiny amount of mana, he could not be defeated. The mercenary spurted blood from his mouth. Frank dropped to one knee. He looked at his shaking hand and realized that the hero hadn't hit that hard. Could it be that he could break through his enchantment with such a low level? Ghislaine approached the wounded mage and said that he did not know that there was a real conspiracy behind Elena's death. The main character took a fighting stance and angrily asked that it was Frank's doing. The protagonist bit his lip, the third nucleus unleashed. The man in glasses gritted his teeth and wondered how the hero got such an increase in mana. The protagonist rushed with blades at the enemy. Frank's eyes widened. The mercenary, parrying the hero's blows, stepped back. Ghislaine raises his daggers behind his head. The sorcerer blocks the blow. He clenched his sword and realized that such a thing was impossible, and only one block made his hands numb. The Frank's hand trembled. He said in his head that no matter how much mana a person has, its effect is always limited. The main character prepared the sword for a blow. The opponent thought that he had not yet seen a way that would release mana with such powerful gusts. The protagonist swung his sword. The mercenary noted in his mind that he was like another person. Ghislaine cut Frank's blade. The hero ran the blade over the enemy's body. Blood was pouring from the mercenary. The main character led the sword. He stabbed his rival. The enemy writhed in pain. The main character hit Frank hard in the chin. He leaned it against the wall and said, he wants to continue their conversation. A man in a light shirt stuck a sword into the magus's body and asked who ordered this. Frank let go of the knife from his sleeve and said in his mind that he would not give up just like that. Ghislaine's sister is lying on the floor. The man in glasses thinks that he should at least take the girl with him to the grave. He grabbed the dagger and thought that the girl on the floor must die. The threads wrapped around the murderer's arm. The main character immobilized Frank and asked him for a deal. Ghislaine looked up and told him not to do anything stupid and answer questions, then he would take out his sword. The mercenary grinned and mentally said that these threads were made of mana. The arm of the standing Ghislaine was wrapped in threads of mana. He holds the sword in his opponent's stomach and says that he is sure that such a seasoned warrior can cope with licking his wounds. The hero looked away. He said in his head that if he destroyed his mana core, then it would be over. Frank opened his mouth in surprise. The blond man gripped the hilt of his sword. The mercenary looked at the wound and thought that his mana was dissipating. The blue ball cracked. The wounded man opened his mouth and shouted that the hero was crazy, that one wrong move would cause the mana to blow everything to hell, and added that he must have decided to die. Ghislaine looked confidently ahead and said that only amateurs were waiting for this, and he could do it. The sorcerer made a face. He realized that the guy was not bluffing. The protagonist looked straight ahead. In his mind, Frank has concluded that he will die. Opening his mouth in pain, the man with glasses said that it was the Earl of Desmond. The mercenary stands with his back to the wall and says that it was the Count who ordered his sister. He needs to set a precedent to ignite a war between the Birdiums and the Degrads. Ghislaine looked away and realized that it was Desmond. Hooded men are standing in the forest. The main character says in his head that in his past life all the dirty work was dumped on the families allied with the Duke. How dare the Duke of Dolphin conduct this concert from behind the scenes? The protagonist pressed his opponent against the wall and said what Elena was for them. The bearded man confirmed. Ghislaine plunged his sword into Frank's body up to the hilt. The long-haired man grimaced and asked what he was doing. The hero smirked and replied that the sorcerer had killed so much, but when it was his turn, he was frightened. The hero narrowed his eyes. His opponent laughed. Frank hit the hero in the forehead and said that his death would not change anything. The issue with the Degrads was successfully resolved, or he hoped that people would believe the tales of such a worthless person. The protagonist hit the man in the face with glasses, who said that soon the Birdiums would be drawn into the war. The main character presses the mercenary's face against the wall and says that he will explain something to him. Ghislaine smirked and said that he had been reborn after death, and this time it would be different. He gripped the hilt of his sword with force, his opponent screaming in pain. Bright fireworks rushed into the sky. The protagonist stands and looks at the body of the murdered man. Bodies are lying in the square. A man in armor lies motionless on the ground. The guy in the shirt turned around. His sister is lying on the ground. The sword falls to the ground. The hero raised his head in relief. He twitched in pain. Ghislaine fell to his knees. The protagonist wiped his mouth of blood and said that wasting 3 cores wasn't a problem when he was the mercenary king and that he wouldn't give up. The house stands on the street. Ghislaine kicks down the door. He went inside and said that another body had been found there besides Helena. Judging by what that Frank had said, a man in medieval robes stands near a wall. A blonde guy is lying on the floor. The hero said that this is the son of a Degrad. The guy in the white shirt puts the bodies in a bag and says that it seems that he was killed along with all the knights of the escort. This is how they silenced them, by exposing Elena as murderers. The flag flutters in the wind. The protagonist says that as soon as this war is revealed. Ghislaine pulls a candle out of his pocket and thinks that he needs to get rid of the evidence. The swordsman carries Elena out and mentally says that he will not allow their plans to come true. A man in a raincoat is sitting on a tree. He jumped down from the branch. A group of people sit around Kane's servant. One of them said that it was a failure. The next man says that not only Frank was sent, but also the best knights they had, and added that he was not even able to take care of one girl, after which he asked about what they thought it would be a spitting job and therefore did not bother. The servant, kneeling, tries to say something. He, sweating profusely, claims that Ghislaine was there. A member of the group, crossing his arms, asks for the name. The person next to him clarifies that this is not the same useless. The green-robed man raises his hand and believes that everyone has long known that the heir of Bertium is worthless, and then asks if he is really perceived as an argument. The servant's face sweats. He says that the main character was absolutely not what the rumors describe him. The protagonist is holding a sword. He looked menacingly. Ghislaine pierces a man with a sword. The heir cuts off the man's head. The blonde dodges the sword attack. The skull is reflected in the pupils of a young guy. He performs a series of punches. The main character impales Frank's body. Long-haired screams in pain. The main character carries his sister on his back. The servant makes an assumption that there is a completely different person in the skin of the blonde. The hooded man raises his head and claims that they have completed the task regarding the degrades and that it will not be difficult to start a territorial war, after which he asks to give him only one chance. A round table is shown. A person from the group demands that he shut up, then that he is not able to get information even about one child. The next asks if he has any idea how much trouble this will entail in the future. Another says that he did not cope with even the simplest mission, but still demands a second chance. Two in rich clothes make furious faces. A couple of rich people, frowning heavily, shout to get rid of the servant. Kane's servant sits on one knee. A formidable man, towering on a high-backed chair, says that it is too noisy here. A shadow hides his face, and he asks about what specific chance is required. The servant, opening his mouth wide, declares that he will get rid of Ghislaine. The servant's face sweats profusely. The dark figure asks how he will do it, to which he replies that he will personally fight the heir of Bertium, and that he has one trump card. Two richly dressed people, making skeptical faces, want to know who they are. A muscular man holds a sword. The servant reveals that his name is Kane and he is famous for his power moves with a sword. A large number of broken swords are displayed. The servant says that this man is the embodiment of strength, despite his young age, and confidently declares that there is no equal to him in the entire north. He opens his mouth wide and adds that Kane is Ghislaine's cousin, so it won't be difficult to push them head-on. The three rich men look at the servant in silence. Darkness covers the man's face. His eyes shine yellow. A dark figure says that if the servant fails again, there will be no next chance. He replies that he will not let him down. Bertium Mansion, Training Hall. A stone building appears. Fergus, leaning against the opening, reminds the young master that it's time for lunch. The mana filament moves at a fast speed. She grabs a sword near the guard commander. The string attracts the blade. Ghislaine grabs the hilt. He, making a few strokes, says that he is fine. The blonde, looking at the old man, grunts in surprise. Fergus bows. The heir greets him, to which he apologizes and notes his passion for training. The commander of the guards, making a surprised look, asks how the hero did it. Ghislaine, holding the sword with a blue string, understands that it is about her. A blue strand wraps around the blonde's arm. He explains that it is a mana thread, and that it allows mana to be used as a pull. The guy closes his eyes and remembers that he used them a lot in his past life, but with his current skill level, he has to squeeze out mana cores to use it. Looking at his hand, he adds to himself that if he uses only one thread to save mana, he will pull back to the previous level. Fergus, watching the blonde's actions, says that he considered himself full of knowledge of mana training, but he had never seen anything like this. The light falls on the luxurious mustache of the old man. He remembers that the hero did not use mana at all until recently, and wonders to himself when he managed to come up with such incredible ways to use it for it. The interior of the room is visible. The protagonist asks what the old man wanted. He agrees. Ghislaine looks at the interlocutor. Fergus says that he stopped by to convey something. The guy asks what he is talking about. The commander of the guard, bowing, thanks for saving the young lady. The hero, watching the man, asks about gratitude, and then adds that he did what he had to do. The castle is shown. The blonde offers to eat. Stalls stand in rows on the square. A few days later the festival was suspended. This was necessary in order to ensure the safety of the young lady. Elena, propping her head with her hand, says that no one believes her when she tells that the hero saved her. She, sitting at the table opposite the protagonist, demands that he finally tell everyone about it, to which he replies that no one will believe him anyway. Valinda, clenching her fist, is indignant aloud that Jamal and Philip intended to kidnap the young mistress, after which she adds that she always knew that they were still perverts. The girl, with a sigh, calls the name of the maid. Ghislaine smiles and mentally says that Elena is silent about many things. Turning to the window, he notes to himself that he is satisfied that he has prevented war for a while and is sure that they will not give up so easily. The hero, looking out of the window, thinks that he himself will not be able to stop them, and for this he needs a whole army. A woman, entering the room with a cart, apologizes. She places the tray in front of Ghislaine, and he says to himself that he will need more power for the army. On a silver plate there is a piece of bread. The protagonist looks at him piercingly. He raises his hand and asks Valinda if it is dessert, to which Valinda replies that the hero is not aware of the current situation. The blonde ducks from the screaming from the window. Someone loudly demands compensation. A plump man, putting his hand to his mouth, says to compensate him for the cancellation of the festival. A crowd of people, raising their hands, shouted for compensation. A dark-haired guy, standing at the gate, calls on the guard on the other side to come out. He aloud assumes that they are swimming in money, to which he asks to calm down. The hero, looking out of the window, asks aloud what is happening. Valinda, raising her hand to her mouth, notes that she knew that this would happen. Her face sweats, after which the maid asks Ghislaine if he knows that their country is full of merchants who live on the proceeds of such festivals, after which she adds that they made a lot of money last year. The crowd raises their hands in displeasure. The girl notes that now the festival is closed in just one day and that is why they are outraged. The hero looks discouraged and asks if the situation is really so bad. Turning around from the window, he says to himself that this is not good and if nothing is done, the situation will only get worse. The protagonist, looking at Fergus, asks what the soldiers are doing and asks him to order them to pacify the crowd. The old man, smiling, replies that they are not there yet, to which the blonde asks again. The red brutes fight with humans. The commander of the soldiers explains that most of the troops have been sent to clear the forest of monsters due to the increasing raids of the orcs. Ghislaine asks himself if everyone has been sent. A map is shown. The hero remembers that the lands of Bertium were originally mired in wars due to barbarian raids from the north, and on the other side there is a forest teeming with monsters that can begin to cross at any minute. The guy, making a disgruntled face, notes to himself that there are no soldiers and no money, and also this is a complete mess. He takes Valinda with him, informing her that they need to talk. Ghislaine, bending down to her ear, asks if she is in charge of his money, and asks her to use it to calm down the merchants. The girl, smiling slightly, replies that there are none. The guy, looking at her, asks the reason for this, to which she reminds that the count ordered not to give him money, as he thoughtlessly spent it on all sorts of garbage. The blonde, continuing to look at the same point, realizes to himself that he has no money, and that he is a beggar. He, holding out his hand, asks to borrow them, to which the girl says that she does not have them either. The protagonist sits on the window and states aloud that he has neither soldiers nor money, after which he asks himself what they have left. Looking at the street, he thinks to himself that without a single penny in his pocket he will not do anything even with knowledge of the future, after which he adds that the fucker needs to somehow get hold of money. Someone is running down the corridor. The guy thinks about having a way to do it, and notes that there must be at least something in the estate. Ricardo, bursting into the room, loudly calls for his master. Ghislaine, climbing down from the window, asks what is the matter and why such a hurry. The servant opens his mouth wide and says that they have a problem and Kane wants to see the heir. The hero, making a surprised face, asks for the name again. Bruises cover Scoven's face. Someone hits him. A man's muscular arm is visible. The commander of the cleanup operation receives a blow. He coughs up blood. The blonde sees a soldier fall to the ground. Chained, lying on the ground, he is surprised aloud by the appearance of the guy. The protagonist's face contorted with anger. Ghislaine shifts her gaze, and Kane notes aloud that she sees an heir. The heir to the Lodge's family stands opposite the main character. Yellow-eyed, smiling broadly, greets the blonde. Ghislaine looked menacingly at his cousin, who said that he had finally appeared, the hero of all troubles. The guy was standing right in front of him. He looked at the protagonist and greeted him. Ghislaine looked up at him and said nothing. His servant was standing next to Kane. The guy remembered that he remembered that face. Kane held on to the plaque of the belt with his hand. The guy noted that he was the heir to the Lodge's family, with whom he had an alliance. At that time he was his only friend. Kane looked at the main character arrogantly. He stood right in front of him and added that in fact, he was an enemy. At his feet lay a man with a mustache and in uniform. Ghislaine's servant came up to him from behind him, and he asked what was going on. The guy lowered his head guiltily and said that they had been informed about the riots in the local tavern. Kane was sitting on a chair in the tavern in the company of his servant, and Ricardo added that Kane had been found on the spot in the company of escort knights, and he began to ask if the rumors about the young master were true. A patrol knight stood in front of the heir of Loges. The Ghislaine's servant said that then the commander began to tell all the details. The big man grabbed his face with his hand. He lifted him up and asked him how he dared to lie brazenly to the face of the heir of Loges. Ricardo continued to look at the floor and added that this was how everything led to what he sees now. A sword hung behind Kane's back. He said that if he began to report, then let him tell the truth, and that he assured that he, who did not even really train, managed to defeat the orcs with his bare hands, and then track down the traitors. The soldier was lying on the floor with a bloody and swollen face. The heir added that he had decided to apply at once to awaken the remnants of common sense. Ghislaine stood in front of Kane, who added that this would not have happened if he had not spread tall tales. The guy looked into his eyes contemptuously. Bangs hung in front of his eyes. He thought that yes, that's exactly what he was. He always communicated with him as with his six. The heir Selim Loges pulled Ghislaine's hair, who added that every time he made a riot when he visited the lands of Bertium, and even when he went too far, no one could say a word to him, because even he obeyed him. The main character closely watched his former comrade and noted that no one dared to look down on him, including his past, suffering from an inferiority complex. Kane held his hand on his trousers. Ghislaine thought that his confidence and arrogance were perceived as traits due to the heir. The guy closed his eyes and added, because of this, he was criticized even more. A bewildered Kane looked at Ghislaine. He raised his right eyebrow and thought that just look at this snot. He usually started screaming even from such a small provocation. At the lodge's manor, shortly before the current events, the rain pattered on the roof of the palace. Cain sat idly by and asked what to kill Ghislaine. His servant stood in front of him and said that if he could do it, one honorable person would give considerable support. The guy looked at him and said that it wasn't a difficult task, it was just that Ghislaine was also the heir to his lands, and asked how he could just get rid of him. The servant stretched out his hand and told him to provoke him into a duel, and then pretended that there had been an accident. From the outside, it would look like a typical quarrel between heirs. He would enter with him under the guise of an escort knight, and would regulate the situation, so there was no reason to worry. He stiffened his teeth and added that this was a good opportunity for him. Cain continued to sit on a chair by the fireplace, and said that who would have thought that he would be ordered to have his own cousin. He crossed his fingers and added that they could start right away. Herr Loges turned to his servant, and thought that they wanted to get rid of him because they had noticed some changes in him. Then, he smiled slyly. Ghislaine looked at him inquiringly, and he asked what he was doing. The boy was standing with his hands in his pockets in front of his cousin, who asked why he was standing still, and that since he was here, it was high time to bring him what was due to him. The boy asked him again. He put his hand on his knee and asked what he had heard, that they had interrupted the festival, and that they should spice things up and have a good time, and added that he always thought the same thing when it came to fun. Cain stared at Ghislaine and asked if he was wrong. The guy stood calmly with his hands in his pockets. He looked at his cousin and replied that he was talking about the same thing. A sword hung on the back of the heir of Loges. The guy thought that exactly. He always demanded women and booze when he came here. The protagonist looked away and added that he had danced to his tune then because he didn't want to be beaten up. But now it's different. He's not going to spend his hard-earned money on him. Valinda stood in front of the boy and argued that he had forgotten that the count had ordered not to give him money because he was mindlessly wasting it on who knows what. The guy abruptly opened his eyes from the epiphany. He looked at Cain and noted that he had been here all along. His eyes reflected the heir Loges himself. He added that the source of income. A white shirt hung on the guy's body. Someone called him. The big man was sitting on the steps by the bar and said that if he got it, then let him drag everything here, and that he did not see that he was waiting. He raised an eyebrow in incomprehension. Ghislaine replied that of course he would bring it now, but there was a nuance. The guy looked at him menacingly, and said that he should first pay off the bills. Cain's servant looked at his master in alarm. The latter knitted his brows with tension and asked what bills he was talking about. The protagonist calmly stretched out his hand in front of him and replied that he understood that all this time he had been luxuriating at his expense. It was time to pay, including interest. He owed him 1,000 gold. He replied that what 1,000, it did not cost him even 100 gold. Cain frowned at the boy and added that he had treated a friend, wasn't he, and that he should consider it a duty of friendship. Ghislaine stood imperturbably in front of him and replied that friendship, what kind of friendship? After all, he was just wiping his feet on him. The guy looked at his cousin arrogantly and added that he should pay until he knocked it out of him. He needed money right now. Cain lowered his head slowly. Ricardo looked at his master in shock and said that he was saying that. Cain abruptly stood up from the steps to the floor of the tavern. He looked at Ghislaine and asked him what he had decided, that since he had been kind to him, he could begin to be impertinent and nothing would happen to him. The big man bent down to the guy and added that either he really believed that he had become stronger because he had spread a couple of false rumors about his victories, and that it was nothing more than a plague that had plagued these lands. Cain clenched his fist in anger for an attack and said that that's why everyone in the north considers him a piece of shit, because everything he does as an heir is doing who knows what. He waved his hand at Ghislaine and told him to get punched in the face. The guy was calmly standing right in front of him. Leaning slightly to the right, he dodged Cain's devastating attack. Ricardo looked at him in shock. Cain's servant watched their fight dumbfounded. The guy managed to bend to the next blow from Cain, who said that he was a baby. The protagonist sharply counterattacked him with a blow to the chest. His eyes bulged out in pain. The guy immediately struck a second blow to the big man's face. He managed to catch it with his right hand. The guy looked at him uncomprehendingly. The heir Loges fell to his knees before Ghislaine. His servant ran up to him and asked what was wrong with him. The main character stood in front of him calmly and said that he had stopped whining. He saw that he had blocked the blow. The servant abruptly raised his head at the guy and told him to move away, and what he was doing in general. The tavern patrons looked at him and asked what was going on, and that Ghislaine had beaten Cain, and that anyone had seen how he did it. The guy turned back. He pulled on a sly smile and thought that this was what he was up to. Cain turned to his servant and whispered if he had played normally. He smiled and replied that excellent. He perfectly created the appearance that Ghislaine had started all this, and that was more than enough for a duel. Herr Loges pulled his jacket aside and thought that surely enlisting their support was a rare opportunity, and that he should impress. Cain sat in a chair in front of his servant, who said that if he could do it, one honorable person would give considerable support to the Loges. The big man took his blue glove from the inside pocket of his tunic, and noted that this was a good opportunity to get rid of the impoverished Bertiums as well. He waved his hand with the glove and said that how dare he, who discredited the dignity of the aristocrats with his tales, should fall upon him simply for trying to establish the truth, and that he was calling him. Before he can finish speaking, a brown glove from Ghislaine flies into his face. He stood with his arm outstretched and said that he was challenging him to a duel. Ghislaine's gauntlet fell from Kane's face. The guy looked at his opponent and added that he had unfairly insulted him, the heir of Bertium, right in front of his people, and was meanly attacking his people, which denigrated the dignity of an aristocrat. Ricardo knelt before his fallen comrade. The guy looked at Kane menacingly and asked that he wouldn't deny it. He lowered his head down. He rubbed his chin with his finger and replied that he had always known that he was stupid, but to dig his own grave. Ere Logius put his hand on the hilt of his sword and said that it was good, he accepted the challenge. He pointed them at his rival and told them not to regret it, even when he died. The guy with a sly smile on his face looked into his eyes. He looked at his servant out of the corner of his eye and called to him. He opened his eyes wide in shock. The guy ordered him to bring all the protesters at the gates of the merchant's castle here. Ghislaine rubbed his hand and added that he would soon be money for them. A disgruntled crowd stood on the main street of the city. The festival was celebrated too suddenly. The atmosphere of the holiday, tending to a peak, suddenly subsided, leaving behind the dissatisfied, who were not allowed to go without regret. Bags of gold hung on their belts. They remained in a state of intensity, because they could not idly spend time and spend money. The guy was looking somewhere in the distance. In such a situation, a good show would help them let off steam. He was standing on the battlefield. His opponent Kane stood in front of him. The referee announced that the duel between Mr. Kane and the Ghislaines was declared open. The crowd shouted that they were betting on Kane, and that it was high time to teach this idiot a lesson. Shop merchants stood in the middle of the street and invited customers. One said that it was cheap, buy one, get the second as a gift. The other held out his hand with splayed fingers and asked to look at his goods. A fat man was sitting at the table and told everyone to become quieter, and to put it here, not to be shy, and to stand in a row. Gold and silver coins rained down on the table. Some said they were betting on young Mr. Kane, another said they were betting on him as well, and a third added that the bet would win for sure, with no options. Kane thrust his sword into the ground. He leaned his hand on his hail and asked how he dared to turn a tide duel into a cheap show. Logius looked at his opponent menacingly, and added that he let him say that before they began, his sword would not stop even if he began to beg for mercy. The guy looked at him and said nothing, and thought that it was for sure, because this was his real goal. Kane and his servants smiled ominously. Ghislaine stood calmly in front of his rival and said that then, it was necessary to start, otherwise there were already a lot of people. The guy was holding on to his sword. Kane's servant shouted at them not to start. He put out his hands and added that he personally thought that the bet was not entirely fair. The bet-collecting guy looked at him dumbfounded. He poked his pencil at the paper and said yes, no one was betting on Mr. Ghislaine, so? The guy turned back. The crowd tightly surrounded their ring for a fight. Someone said that, to be honest, the result was too obvious. Another said that the boy had no chance against Mr. Kane. The bookmaker said that they needed at least one fool who would bet on the opposite side. Kane smiled and said that he was not even appreciated in the market. A knight beaten by a big man approached the counter. Someone from the crowd asked that maybe they would change the bet itself, and that he proposed to bet on how long he would hold out against Mr. Kane. He put the bag of gold on the table. He is supported by Ghislaine's Suga Ricardo, who said that he was betting on the heir of Ghislaine. The guy smiled slightly at the news. Another bigger one fell on that bag of coins. Ghislaine's sister and maid stood in front of the table, the former saying that she would also like to bet on her brother. Ricardo and the knight looked at her in shock. The protagonist also stared at his sister. The crowd looked at her and asked if it was Lady Helena. She stood with her arms crossed over her chest and asked that this would be enough. Valinda told her to remember what she dissuaded. The bookmaker replied that yes, it was enough. A servant walked past them. Kane turned his head on them and said that they were making him wait for no reason. Clouds were floating in the sky. The referee shouted that everyone was ready. The rivals were standing at a distance from each other. The guy said that he knew, after all, he was older than him, so it was a little wrong for him to perform first. The big man asked him about what. Ghislaine drew his sword from its scabbard. The guy waved it above him in the air. He lowered it in front of him. The heir looked at his opponent and told him to attack. The latter frowned at him. He sat down slightly and asked if he did not think that he was a little late with the behavior of the senior. The referee shouted to signal the start of the duel. Kane jumped up sharply. Ghislaine barely blocked a shot in flight from the big man. He watched the grinding of the steel of their swords. The guy's opponent looked into his eyes and said that he had already fallen too low to try to save face. The guy flew a few meters. He abruptly dodged Kane's sword flying at him. The latter looked at him with bewilderment on his face. He hit a stone with his foot. Ghislaine was standing not far from Kane. In the crowd someone said that as expected of young Mr. Kane, and that the dead man would not even withstand a blow. He smiled slightly. The guy looked at the heir of Logius uncomprehendingly, and thought that they were only looking at that muzzle. Valinda put her hands on Elena's shoulders and asked what the young lady was. What should they do? Shouldn't they stop them? The servant looked at them slyly and thought that it was too late. Anyone who decided to cross blades with Kane was doomed to perish. Ghislaine barely blocked a shot in flight from the big man. He abruptly dodged Kane's sword flying at him. He hit the rock with his foot. Such a huge advantage in strength makes a counterattack impossible, so all they have to do is dodge. Cain swung his sword from behind his back, and as soon as his opponent ran out of steam from the endless dodges and opened up, he would meet his end. The guy dodged every swing of Cain's sword. Cain always won according to this scenario. He looked at Ghislaine and said that he was as nimble as ever, but still a little more skillful. He threw down his sword like a boomerang and said that it was understandable. Ere Loges caught him by the blade. He struck another blow and said that he always escapes well. The big man swung for the next blow. He grabbed the guy with his guard. He soared sharply into the sky from Cain's throw. Ricardo held the knight. The crowd all raised their heads up. Cain's servant bared his teeth and thought that he was the end of Ghislaine, and let him die. The guy put his hands out in flight. He was rapidly falling on his opponent. He put his foot out and said that he had been lenient to him so far. He leaned his feet against the wall and told him to go to hell. The guy appeared in front of Cain's face. He only had time to look at him in bewilderment. Ghislaine struck and landed behind the big man. He turned his head on him. Cain's servant gritted his teeth in fear and thought that he had regained his balance, and concentrated the mana in his legs. The guy looked at the floor and was silent. He rose to his feet with the sword in his hand and said that he was somehow weak with the sword, and that he probably thought he was the strongest for himself only because he intimidated his opponents with his strength. He took a fighting stance with the sword and said that let him open his eyes. Cain twisted his face at Ghislaine. He swung his sword at him and asked what he was, and how it was. The guy sharply stuck out his leg. He struck her a blow on his hands. In a moment, he was in the air with his back in the air. The guy deftly jumped over the clumsy Cain. He swung his sword and yelled. Ghislaine jumped and put his foot on his sword. A moment later, Cain's sword was slammed into the ground. The guy swung his sword to attack. He hit them on the neck of the enemy. The guy looked at him calmly. Blood gushed from the neck of Ghislaine's opponent. The crowd watched in shock as events unfolded. They all opened their mouths in surprise. Cain fell into his arms in front of Ghislaine, the crowd shouting, well, what had just happened? The heir to the Bertium family had advanced so far, and what the hell, he had won, and what the hell, he had bet so much on Cain. The boy's sister closed her eyes and told Valinda what she had seen. The knight smiled happily at the boy's victory. Cain's servant watched the duel in shock. There were deep cuts on the torso of the heir of Loges. He said that the wounds were not serious, although he had the opportunity, and that he really did it on purpose. Cain looked at the guy and added that when did this idiot manage to master the sword so well? He was kneeling in front of the guy. The latter looked at him with the edge of his eyes. He threw his sword away. The sword was spinning on the floor. Ghislaine said that such a big difference in strength did not look particularly spectacular. The guy lowered his hands and said that now he would hit with his bare hands. Cain stared at him and asked him again. He was on his knees in front of him. The guy noted that he had to take this opportunity to teach him a lesson. He rolled up his sleeves and added that that would be enough. Cain looked up at him and asked what to teach a lesson. The guy rolled up his sleeves and said that yes, he was not his opponent in fencing, so he would give him a head start, so let them fight with their fists, because he had the advantage in them. He looked at his opponent and added that he was betting another 2,000 zlotys, twice the original bet that he would win. The crowd looked at each other and said that there were 2,000 gold pieces on their fists, but it was supposed to be a duel. Cain's servant looked at them in shock. He lowered his head and thought that he had dared to challenge Cain in a fist fight. He didn't think that the day would come when he would be grateful to him for his stupidity. Luck favored him. The bookmaker put his hand to his face and shouted that okay, side bets are accepted, fist fighting, the heir to the Bertium family against Mr. Cain. The crowd was standing around the fight ground. Someone said that he was talking about fist fighting, another said that he was betting on Cain, a third said that it was stupid to try to overcome him with sheer force. The guy said that this time he would like to bet on Mr. Cain. He got to his feet and asked what his bare hands meant. Well, he made him laugh. He raised his sword and said, okay, let them fight with their bare hands. Cain tossed his jacket. Erlodes raised his sword above him and said that only now he would remain with the sword. Valinda closed her eyes and shouted that it was so unfair, what a bastard, and that the master should quickly take up the sword. Stavoriak swung his sword and told him to die. The guy calmly stood in front of him and said that, as he thought, it was time to hammer common sense into his stupid head. He ducked under the sword flying at him. Cain jumped in front of Ghislaine. He jumped sharply in the other direction. The guy struck at Cain's body. He swung his hand for the next blow. Ghislaine's fist hit the big man's chin. Blood gushed out of his mouth. He knelt down. A guy with a hand in his pocket stood in front of him. He thought what it was, and where did this learn such information? Cain was on his knees in front of the protagonist. The referee said what a heat of passion, and that the young Mr. Ghislaine was capable of winning. He looked at him and told him to get up. He hadn't even warmed up yet. Cain gritted his teeth in anger. He jumped sharply to attack the guy. He deftly dodged his attack. Ghislaine counterattacked him in the face with his fist. Cain thought that he had not dared to raise a glance at him until now. He himself bowed his head in his presence. The guy twisted his opponent's arm. He struck him with his foot. The heir of Loges opened his mouth in pain and added that he must kill him for the sake of the future of the lodge's lineage. An image appeared with numerous of Cain's memories of being hit by Ghislaine. His eyes were very swollen from the blows to his face. He wondered why. The guy took him by the hair. He raised his head and said that he felt sorry for his father. He held him by the hair and added that the Earl of Loges had helped the Birdiums when they were on the brink only because he and his father were friends. The guy looked at him and said that it was a pity that his son was alien to his father's ideals. Cain could barely open his eyes. A few years ago. It was pouring rain. Someone asked that they would support the Birdiums again. A man in a long raincoat was walking forward. Behind him someone was saying that even if they were friends, they themselves had enough trouble now, and why would they invest in these fading lands? It was like trying to fill a colander with water. Behind him stood young Cain, who said that less than a week had passed since his return, and that he was already going to rush to the aid of the Birdiums. He furrowed his brows at his father. He stopped abruptly. The guy told him not to go. Cain looked at him and added that everyone was already stopping him. Why was he so eager to help them? Cain's father turned around and replied that it was because they were friends. Cain looked at Ghislaine with his eyes swollen from the blows. He remembered the words of his father, who said that there was no other reason. Ghislaine swung again for a blow. He cowered in fear. The big man opened his eyes in surprise. The guy said that he thought he had learned his lesson. Ghislaine held out his hand to him and told him to get up. Ere Loges looked into his eyes. He lowered his head down to the floor. He knelt in front of him and said that he would admit defeat. The crowd of people opened their eyes in surprise. Others also bulged their eyes at them. Cain Soga opened his mouth in shock. Crowds of people raised their hands in jubilation. The referee said that the young Mr. Ghislaine was winning. His sister Elena happily threw up her hands and said that his older brother had won. Cain's servant ran to him. He went up to him and asked him how he dared to give up so easily. And what would you think? They piled on a little, because he trusted him that he was doing such things. Cain turned away from him and told him to. He was leaving. The servant clutched his head and thought he was a damn weakling. Ghislaine stood behind him with his hands in his pockets and asked what was now. It would not be time for him to take his own. The guy smiled broadly. He turned to him and asked what he meant. Ghislaine stretched out his hand and shouted that attention people. This man volunteered to pay for meat and drink to everyone who came. He gritted his teeth in shock. The crowd stood around them and said that meat and booze, they hadn't feasted for a long time, and that the master was the best. He flew up to the guy and said that he did not give consent, so let him withdraw his words. Ghislaine grabbed him by the shoulder. He stood in front of him and said that this was the price of defeat. He should have at least executed it, right? And to be clear, it would not count towards the bet. The young man pressed his hand into his shoulder and added that he should not forget the 2,000 gold pieces on top of the wagered 1,000. The protagonist looked at him menacingly and said that if he decided to run away, he understood what would happen. Cain's servant looked at him. The guy walked away. He said he understood. In the middle of the city there was a huge castle. The next day in Ghislaine's room, a large chest collapsed on the floor. The guy opened it and said that it was okay. He picked up a handful of coins and said that with that amount of money, it was possible to hire a small group of mercenaries, and that it was a considerable amount. Ghislaine closed the chest and thought that they would work for a long time. This method was not suitable to implement his plan. He needed to finish the preparations quickly. A maid and his sister came up to him. He shifted his gaze to them and asked what it was. His sister looked at him and asked what he was going to spend the money on. The guy narrowed his eyes and replied that she needed something. She replied that she didn't, she just asked. Valinda stood by and said that it was obvious where he would spend them. She looked at him and said that it was Amelia's birthday coming soon, and asked him that he had put on such a show on purpose in order to buy a particularly expensive gift. The guy stood silently by the chest. The girl said that it was so predictable. The sister added that there was so much ostentation to please the bride. The guy looked at his sister in bewilderment and thought that he had a fiancée. He sat on a chair and asked that he had a fiancée. The girls looked at him. The maid replied that it was a shame, or that he pretended to have forgotten, and the sister replied that it was Amelia, the daughter of the Earl of Rayfold. The guy stared at them in shock. A huge spider with a mark on its back was sitting on a web. The guy thought it was the woman, Amelia Rayfold. The bitten apple was reflected in the mirror. The guy added that she was the noblest of aristocrats, who was loved by the people for her kind nature and actions that went beyond the ordinary for social classes. But in the future she led a rebellion and became famous as a witch of the north. And she also assisted Duke Delphin in his plan to overthrow the Birdham family, a traitor. The guy's eyes widened. He grinned slightly. Two girls were standing in front of the guy. He grew together that when her father returned there, she replied that she thought it would be in a week. He turned his head and thought that a week should be enough. He abruptly got up and walked away from his room and said that he had to go to the Rayfolds. The maid told him to wait, as her birthday had not yet arrived. The guy turned to Valinda and said that he wanted to collect debts. Amelia put her shoes on the ground in a crouch. A spider hung from her lips and she said she asked. The lady was standing in front of a little girl in a torn dress. She raised her hands and said that it was Lady Amelia. She stood up and said that if anyone should walk barefoot on his land, it was only her. She turned to her subjects and ordered them to provide shelter and food. The soldiers began to carry provisions to the houses of the poor. Amelia walked in front of her army, the crowd thanking her. In the garden of Amelia Rayfold, Rayfold County, the servant was washing his mistress's feet. He looked at her and said that she had done a great job. The girl stroked the cat lying on the slip and said that her father always demanded absolute obedience from people. The cat tilted his head. The girl added that the stupid gray mass was more willing to follow those who provided them with warmth and bread. Bernard washed her feet and said that she had won the hearts of many people back then. He would definitely be able to turn the inheritance race in her favor. The girl looked at him. Her leg flew into the servant's face. Amelia sat in a chair in front of him and asked what about his duel against the sword master from the north. The guy sat on his knee calmly and replied that he should ask for forgiveness. He tried to avoid unnecessary attention to him. If he won there, he would certainly attract him. He put his hand on her foot and added that this was not the time to bare her claws. The servant kissed her feet and said that his sword would always serve her. A spider was hanging from Amelia's lips, and she asked if she had brought him up that way. She lifted his head by the chin. The girl approached his face and said that he couldn't be so weak. In the middle of the city there was a huge palace. She asked what about the merchant guild. He replied that if we are talking about the Actium guild, then there was nothing to worry about. He looked at Amelia and said that they had successfully bought all the materials needed to build a roadblock in the wild forest near the Birdium lands, which had been half destroyed by the orcs, and that in this way they would regain all the funds that the Earl of Rayfold had sent to Birdium every year in support. A crowd of soldiers stood with spears in their hands. Bernard noted that they had also bought out all the soldiers and knights who had left the lands of Birdium, among them many trained fighters hardened in battles with barbarians, so it was a good investment. The girl sat the cat on her feet and said that it was fine. Let him continue to maintain the image of an ordinary guild until they met. Everything should be classified. The butler approached Amelia and said that he asked for forgiveness. He lowered his head. Bernard said that the lady deigned to rest. Why on earth should he disturb her peace? He replied that he had a message from the gatekeepers. Ghislaine Birdium had arrived for the purpose of a visit. The girl looked at him and asked what this walking problem had forgotten here. Sweat was dripping down the servant's face. Bernard and Amelia's eyes widened in surprise, and he said that he had something to discuss about the merchant guild. Living room. Lamps hung on the walls. Ghislaine was sitting on the sofa in front of Amelia. He put one foot on the other and greeted his bride. The cat hissed loudly at him. She held him in her lap and asked him what he knew, that it was bad form to show up unannounced, and that he had squandered what was left of his manners. The guy calmly looked at her and said that her birthday was coming soon. He decided to present the gift early. He threw a white flower on the table and said that he had found it at the front of the guild. They had a wonderful smell, and that he thought that from now on he would only buy flowers there, and asked what the name of that guild was. The guy took a mug of tea in his hand and answered his question. This is the Actium Guild. The girl looked at him contemptuously. She got up from the couch and said that she thought she didn't understand what he was trying to say. She turned away from him with a cat in her hands and added that his gift had been accepted, so he could clean up. He looked at her and told her to sit down. Amelia's eyes widened in shock. The guy put the cup on the table. The girl thought what kind of pressure it was. She looked at Ghislaine and thought that this was exactly the guy who could only bleat at the sight of her. The protagonist raised his cup and said that he would be brief. He needed money, only 10,000 gold. The girl turned to him and asked him again. She held the cat in her hands and said that he showed up to borrow money from the bride. She took it as the will of the entire county of Birdium. The guy replied that his father had nothing to do with it. Give him money. He looked at her slyly and added that besides, she would marry him anyway. The girl looked at him dumbfounded. The guy sat calmly on the couch and said that either for the knight who was standing behind that door, and that if she took the place of the head, it would become impossible, and that only if someone missed that she was secretly building up her strength to win the race of succession to the title. The cat hissed terribly at the guy. He jumped down to the floor. The girl said that such words should not be uttered even as a joke. She looked at Ghislaine arrogantly. He looked at her and said that she didn't have to worry. He would keep his secret only if she didn't put it out empty-handed, of course. The girl narrowed her eyes and replied that this would not happen. The doors were slightly opened. The girl called Bernard. Amelia's servant came into the room. He put his hand on his heart and said that he had not seen each other for a long time. The guy looked at him and thought that Bernard was Amelia's powerful support for all time. He took out his sword. The guy added that already at this stage, he had a strength comparable to the sword masters of the north. The guy continued to sit on the sofa. He asked that if he died here, then a land war would begin. Would they cope? Amelia replied that of course. The walking trouble was killed by a bodyguard for unexpectedly breaking into the ladies' chambers. She raised her hand up and said that with such headlines would be the newspaper. She put her fingers to her chin and told the servant to get rid of him. He raised his sword from its sheath and replied that it was as she commanded. The guy lowered his eyes and said that since she was going to go this far, then it was time for him to get more serious too. Ghislaine drew his sword. The rivals stood opposite each other. Bernard looked at the boy. The latter narrowed his eyes at him. The guy was holding on to the hilt of his sword. Unexpectedly for him, a guy with a sword in his hands was flying at him from behind. He stabbed him in the back of the sofa where Ghislaine was sitting. The guy did a somersault over the sofa. He kicked the attacker in the stomach. He flew out of the window from the force of the guy's blow. Bernard and Amelia looked at him in shock. He turned to them and asked that even an assassin, a surprise attack under the guise of politeness, The protagonist grabbed his sword and said what a terrible hospitality. The bodyguard blocked the sword strike from the guy. He looked at him and said that the Rayfold house clearly did not teach manners. Bernard looked at him and replied that he apologized to Lord Ghislaine, but he was the one who had been the first to show disrespect, to behave without warning, to upset the mistress, and that such a warm welcome was not due, was it? He grabbed the boy's sword with his elbow. He instantly dodged in a jump from a swing of the blade. The opponent was also able to dodge a kick. The guy tried a second kick while jumping. They both jumped away from each other. Bernard knitted his brows and thought that Ghislaine was known as a haughty idiot without any ability. The guy was standing at full height in another part of the room. He added that he was clearly not an amateur. Amelia crossed her arms over her chest and asked what he was doing, and that he should be more serious. A spider was hanging from her lips. She added that he should move and bring her the head of this bastard if his sword served her any longer. He turned to her. He smeared his sword and said that he would not let her down. He pointed to her opponent and said that perhaps they would begin. He smiled slightly and asked what an ordinary knight dared to order. He stood in front of him and replied that it was an invitation, but if he pleased, then be according to you. Ghislaine stood in a fighting stance with the sword. Bernard flew up to him abruptly. His eyes widened in shock. The main character instantly dodged the bodyguard's attack. He bared his teeth and thought he was fast, a bastard. The man furrowed his brows at him. Ghislaine blocked every shot from Bernard. The girl watched their fight in shock and thought that Ghislaine, how could this worthless degenerate fight on equal terms with someone like Bernard? She narrowed her eyes. The guy blocked another attack by Amelia's bodyguard. He intercepted the enemy's sword with the guard of his sword. He beat off his sword. Bernard held out his hand. He grabbed the blade of Ghislaine's sword with his elbow. The guy dodged his attack. He looked at him and said he was again. The guy jumped up again to attack the man with his legs. His eyes widened in surprise. The guy flew down to the floor. Bernard looked at him and said he wouldn't work twice. The guy collapsed on his back to the floor. He gritted his teeth in pain. Bernard flew at him with a sword attack. The guy intercepted his sword. He jumped away from him to the other side of the room. The guy wiped his chin and thought that he was using mana to counter his move. The bodyguard waved his sword and said, Lord Ghislaine, he really is very different from the rumors that are circulating about him, and that they are right. You will recognize a man in action. He threw away the boy's sword and added that his swordsmanship indicated that he was hardened in real fights rather than systematic training, and asked what it was because of the frequent skirmishes with the barbarians. He fell to his knees. Bernard said that in the chaos of the battlefield, such techniques worked well, but not against him. He looked at him and said that it was all over for him. The guy looked at him and thought that, as he thought, this was too much. The opponent's sword flew at him. The bodyguard threw the guy to the floor. These accurate punches, a minimum of gaps and deadly lunges aimed exactly at the head, coupled with perfect timing and a sense of distance. In close combat it is definitely difficult to overcome the difference in physics with technique alone. Bernard raised his hand with his sword. It seemed that this guy was not worth running into at all. The guy stretched out his hand and said that if he could see, he didn't have too much time either. He swung his hand for a magical blow. The man looked to the side and replied that it was mana. He stood in front of him and added that they were fetters. Ghislaine's sword flew right into the back of Bernard's head. The guy jumped sharply towards him to attack. Ghislaine's knee hit him in the face. He threw back his head and thought how he had done it. The girl looked at him and shouted his name. The guy raised his sword in mid-flight. At the last moment, Bernard stopped Ghislaine's sword from flying at him. He could hardly hold back his onslaught. The bodyguard threw the guy away. He landed a little farther away. The guy's opponent stood on his feet and said that it was better for her to leave. From now on he could not guarantee her safety. He raised his sword in front of him and added that he would have to lay out all his cards in this fight. The guy looked at him and said that yes, that's how he should fight him. He narrowed his eyes and added that it had been a long time since he had come across a worthy opponent. The girl desperately rushed forward. The lady, looking furiously ahead with wounded pride, angrily exclaimed that this Ghislaine had no right to humiliate her like that. Amelia ran forward and indignantly asked who it could be, and what kind of idiot would dare to pass on information about the merchant guild to this half-witted, and logically concluded that otherwise he would not have been able to find out so many details. The girl gritted her teeth angrily and mused that the rumors of him killing orcs, saving his sister from the assassins, and even defeating the heir of Loges in a fair fight seemed to her either luck or falsification, given how stupid he was. But could it all be true? The lady, frowning in irritation, swore sharply. Amelia, turning the corner in displeasure, angrily asked what the guards she had placed were doing. In the middle of the room stood a hooded girl. The heroine turned around sharply. A mysterious female figure, suddenly appearing in the shadows, calmly looked at the lady and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Amelia, dumbfounded at the intruder, asked in shock if this could be Bertium's maid and who she was. The maid, bowing her head sternly, sprayed the heroine. The girl put a knife to her neck and imperiously ordered her to speak more quietly. The blade gleamed in the darkness. The maid squeamishly took the spider in her hands and mockingly remarked that God, she still wore the creature on her lips. The maid, looking intently ahead, analytically explained that she thought it had to do with an engagement, and recalled an overheard conversation between the Earl of Rayfold, and their lord. An image of people fleeing in terror appeared, and the antagonist revealed that the lady's brothers constantly teased her for being dragged by creepy spiders, and so she personally raised a brood of tame spiders to take revenge. The maid, holding her weapon at the ready, added vaguely that she did not even know if it was due to an injury or for the sake of self-affirmation. The spider fell to the ground, and the heroine directly said that she would forgive her for her frankness, but this does not suit the lady at all. The antagonist crushed the spider with her boot. The smeared remains of the spider lay on the floor, and the heroine politely asked if she could ask Amelia for cooperation. The protagonist stood in front of his opponent named Bernard. Ghislaine, frowning, noted anxiously that even the air had become heavier. The antagonist stretched his sword forward, and the hero was amazed to see that there was an incredibly large amount of mana around. Bernard, turning his head to the main character, ironically clarified whether he really called himself a worthy opponent. The antagonist, narrowing his eyes contemptuously, haughtily cut off that such a phrase was worthy only of a pathetic mercenary, and asked how he dared to call himself an aristocrat and equal to Milady. The noble protagonist, arrogantly raising his head, declared that he was, of course, an aristocrat, and disdainfully added that he did not understand such claims at all, especially coming from the mouth of an ordinary bodyguard. The antagonist waved his battle sword and shouted the name of the protagonist. The opponents hit their weapons. The antagonist, looking at the main character, ardently exclaimed that the opponent should not defame the honor of the aristocracy. A multitude of swords flew forward. The main character opened his eyes dumbfounded. The protagonist deflected all the blows. The saber flashed in front of Ghislaine. The guy dodged another blow. Ghislaine, looking indignantly at his opponent, indignantly shouted that this guy was very furious. The main character deflected many blows. Ghislaine, clutching his sword sharply, categorically ordered that the fight should stop. The guy hit his opponent's sword. The hero raised his sword above his head. Bernard opened his eyes in a daze. His sword flashed brightly. The antagonist's hand twisted sharply. The protagonist abruptly raised his weapon up. The protagonist looked at his opponent angrily, and he officially said that he was talking to the young Mr. Ghislaine. The bodyguard, menacingly raising his sword, warned menacingly that the next attack would be his last. The hero threw his weapon forward. Blood splashed on the antagonist's face. Blood gushed from the protagonist's shoulder, and Bernard was surprised to think that he was ready to hurt himself and deliberately used his shoulder to deflect the blade. The protagonist struck the enemy with his sword. Bernard, looking cautiously at his opponent, warily remarked that it seemed that one could not relax one's vigilance with this opponent until the very end. The hero threw his opponent's sword aside. The guy raised his sword in the air. The bodyguard, looking at the hero in bewilderment, confidently proclaimed that this was the difference between him and the one who brandished the blade for show. The protagonist threw the enemy back. The main character gritted his teeth. Ghislaine, analyzing the enemy with his eyes, realized with alarm that, as he thought, the battle was dragging on. An image of the enemy's attack appeared, and the protagonist strategically reflected that the overwhelming speed, reach, and sequence of the enemy's attacks allowed him to control the course of the battle. The antagonist threw the protagonist away, and he thought that any attempt at rapprochement or close counterattack would be immediately neutralized. Ghislaine, looking thoughtfully ahead, shrewdly realized that in a direct confrontation he had created the appearance of interlocking blades, trying to make him believe that they could no longer be separated. The antagonist rushed at the hero with a sword, and the guy realistically admitted that with his current mana, he would not be able to overcome the opponent in strength. Ghislaine, slightly tilting his head down, slyly clarified that this only applies to the mana that he currently possesses. The protagonist, clutching the sword in his hand, sadly decided that this was a pity, but he would have to stop there. The protagonist brought his sword forward and said that Bernard was missing one thing. The young man furrowed his brows and shouted that this was his unique mana cultivation technique. The guy abruptly rushed forward and added that this was his third release core. The hero gripped the sword tightly in his hands. The hero struck his opponent with his sword. The opponent's weapons hit in battle. Bernard's sword flew aside. The man looked at the hero puzzled and pronounced his name. The protagonist was flying at his opponent, and he asked in bewilderment where such destructive mana came from right in battle. The sword plunged into the antagonist's forehead, and a voice imperiously ordered him to stop. The guy was standing in front of the enemy. Amelia, looking contemptuously ahead, haughtily commanded him to take the 10,000 gold pieces and disappear from her sight. Ghislaine, shaking his head in displeasure with disappointment, muttered irritably that Amelia had caused a lot of trouble, and it was impossible to give the money immediately when she was still politely asking. The boy raised his sword in the air from Bernard's face. Amelia, looking at the main character, politely replied that this could not even be called a quarrel between young lovers, and the guy replied that they simply disagreed. The protagonist, seriously throwing his sword over his shoulder, warned that he had not the most pleasant news for the girl. Ghislaine, greedily looking at the heroine, slyly declared that now he would be satisfied with only 20,000 gold pieces, no less. The corpses lay inside the premises. The hall was empty, the plate shattered. The heroes were standing in the middle of the room. Bernard tilted his head and asked for forgiveness, because Ghislaine was stronger, and at one point he released too much mana. The girl tilted her head and said that he had changed. The hero turned his gaze to the side and asked if he should report this to the Duke. Amelia hit the man in the face. The girl grabbed the guy by the clothes and ordered him to watch his tongue, because he was dangerous, and if everyone knew about today's fight, they would have a hard time. The heroine clenched her fist angrily and said that she had made an alliance with the Duke only to have him support her rebellion, and if her relatives found out about it, they would kill her. The girl clenched her teeth nervously and said that since he knew about it, he could know about that agreement, and Ghislaine should be killed. Bernard turned to his mistress and agreed. An image of the protagonist's wound appeared, and the man said that the guy had many cuts and a wound in his shoulder. The man frowned and said that the guy would be weakened for a while. The hero furrowed his brows. Amelia ran her hand over the map, and the man said that they were not allowed to use knights to leave no traces. She turned her head and said that they had special people for such cases. The hero opened his mouth and said if it was really true. The man frowned and said that it was the lynx. The girl put a mark on the map and said that they were orphans of war, born specialists. The antagonist looked at the map, and the girl ordered a gang of lynxes to be sent there. The guy looked ahead nervously and thought that this was it. An image of a forest appeared, and the hero said that that crevice was the only way to his domain, and this bottleneck was ideal for eliminating the enemy. Bernard looked ahead and promised to do it. The girl, glancing angrily to the side, vindicatively promised that he would pay dearly for such humiliation. The protagonist bandaged his wounds. The guy looked back and asked if it was Amelia. The mustachioed warrior looked at the hero and anxiously asked if he was okay, and he confidently replied that he should not worry, since nothing terrible had happened. The guy raised his hand and said that the wounds were shallow, and everything went well. The hero rode in a carriage and thought that 20,000 from Amelia was enough to start rebuilding the city. The heroes were lying in blood, and the guy thought that killing the girl would lead to a war between the families, and the guy said that he could not go for it because of the emotions. The hero threw on his clothes and thought that Bertium was already struggling to cope with the barbarians, and it was better to retreat now. The hero put on a sweater and thought that the mere fact of his knowledge of the guild would greatly complicate the heroine's life. The guy, slyly looking ahead, insidiously declared that this time he would take full advantage of it. The girl looked at the guy. The subordinate, looking inquiringly at her superior, asked in puzzlement whether everything had gone exactly according to his plan. The girl, looking ahead, methodically reported that they had carried out the order to disarm the guards when they heard the noise inside, and to take Amelia hostage when she got out. The main character, hesitantly looking away, agreed in confusion and added that he had indeed given such an order, but he had said it to old Fergus. The guy looked ahead suspiciously. The hero twisted it, and the man with the mustache called out to him in fright, calling him master. Ghislaine, looking painfully at the bloody hand, analytically mused that apparently the activation of the third core, although it gave milder symptoms than last time, was still dangerous if it happened after each use of force. The girl grabbed his hand, and the guy resolutely concluded that it was urgent to find a way to increase mana. The girl stretched out the hero's hand to her. The healer, carefully examining the injured hand of the patient, anxiously stated that the flow of mana was in complete disarray. The hand lit up brightly. The guy's eyes widened. The hero looked up dumbfounded. The guy leaned over and sneezed. The healer, widening her eyes in surprise at the unexpected discovery, exclaimed in amazement that this was the same thing she had suspected. The guy looked down and noted that the block channels had opened up a little, and added that such a treatment was impossible without a deep understanding of mana. Ghislaine, thoughtfully watching Valinda's masterful work, said to himself that he had always guessed that she was no ordinary servant, since her mother had brought her. The girl looked at the hero, and he thought puzzled that it was not clear who she really was, and why such a master vegetated in the wilderness in the role of a head maid. The hero tilted his head and thought that the more strong people next to them, the better, and gloomily stated that those they had encountered so far were only the beginning. As the carriage sped forward, Valinda said the protagonist's name. Valinda, looking respectfully at the young master, faithfully assured him that she trusted him and would support him in any matter, and curiously asked why he had swindled such a large sum from Lady Amelia. Ghislaine, shrugging his shoulders indifferently, pragmatically replied that she needed money, and she was the only one who had it nearby. Valinda, her mouth opened in surprise, and asked in confusion what he had said. Valinda, leaning over the hero in indignation, indignantly exclaimed that he had caused all this commotion and even broke off the engagement only for money, and frightened warned that if Count Rayfold found out, there would be trouble, and Ghislaine assured him that everything would be all right, since Amelia would never tell her father about it. Ghislaine, looking intently into Valinda's eyes, asked confidentially if she believed him. Valinda, smiling uncertainly, cautiously agreed that she did, and strongly demanded that he at least tell him what the money would be used for, since she too was taking a risk. The guy pursed his lips. The girl looked ahead, puzzled, and the guy mysteriously said that the money would go to the development of the Demon Beast Forest. Ghislaine, squeezing resolutely, leaned forward, and ambitiously announced that he was going to master the Demon Beast Forest. A mustachioed man named Fergus, waving his arms in fright, desperately exclaimed that this was not allowed, and reminded him that since the time of his great-grandfather, many had tried to develop this forest, but failed. Ghislaine, looking menacingly ahead, busily asked Fergus how things were going with the request he had voiced before entering the palace. The old man looked ahead, puzzled. The old man pursed his lips. Fergus, bowing his head respectfully, said cautiously that the man Ghislaine had asked to find was there, but his condition left much to be desired. Ghislaine, looking ahead with relief, remarked that the main thing was that he was alive, and suggested that he move on, and Belinda, anxiously, protested that he had to return to the estate, since he could not walk around in such a state. Ghislaine, turning gravely to the servant, gloomily warned that she probably didn't understand that Amelia would not just let them go after all that had happened, and added that, knowing her character, she would definitely try to silence them forever. Belinda, belligerently throwing her hand up, bravely declared that she was a good fighter, and that Mr. Fergus was a knight, and if anything, they would fight back, and the hero diplomatically replied that he appreciated her attitude, but this was not her role, since she had a different specialization. Ghislaine, looking resolutely ahead, firmly announced that he needed an assault squad commander, and gave a curt command that everyone should follow him. The heroes went to an abandoned hut. The guy knocked on the door. Belinda, looking around the ruined buildings in shock, exclaimed in shock that it was a complete devastation, and Fergus confirmed that the address was correct. The door opened. A bearded man went outside. The unknown hero, looking warily at the aliens, suspiciously asked who was here. The heroes froze. Belinda, putting her hand to the hero's ear, asked in bewilderment if this was the one they were looking for, and added that he was a bad commander, since he was barely alive, and the protagonist categorically confirmed that this was exactly the one he was talking about. The man looked menacingly at the heroes. The shabby man, closing the door in irritation, snapped rudely that the young nobleman must have become bored, and ordered him not to waste his time, but to leave, and the girl asked him to wait. The protagonist looked after the hero, and said that his name was Julian. The man turned. Ghislaine, looking ahead, sincerely admitted that he really wanted to meet him. The surprised warriors, looking ahead in shock, exclaimed in amazement that these could not be the legendary mercenaries of Ratatosk. An image of many swords appeared, and the hero informatively explained that Ratatosk was an elite mercenary squad that only accepted masters of arms, and added that although the squad had already been disbanded, its prowess was so legendary that any knight had heard of it at least once, and its commander was especially famous. The warrior turned his head, and the hero majestically said that he was talking about Gillian. Ghislaine, looking ahead, bluntly stated that he had come to meet him. The axe flew at the hero. The guy dodged. The old man looked ahead, dumbfounded. The warrior looked away in surprise. The girl froze, puzzled. The man put his hand down, and said that it turned out that the hero knew who he was. The warriors pointed their weapons at the man. Gillian tilted his head and asked why they had come. The girl pointed her blade at the man and ordered the main character to move away, because he was clearly not himself. The protagonist tilted his head and said that this was eternal punishment. Gillian's eyes opened in shock. The heroes turned to the guy, and he said that he knew how to save Gillian's daughter. The guy looked ahead and asked if he was ready to talk now. An image of the girl appeared, and the hero listed in detail that she had a fever, hemoptysis, and red spots that looked like flowers. The girl was lying on the bed, and Ghislaine said that it was an incurable disease called eternal punishment, since the suffering of the sick resembled the torment of those condemned to eternal punishment. The bloodied girl was lying on the bed. The man leaned over his daughter and said that her name was Rachel. Ghislaine, looking at the girl's critical condition, resolutely stated that it was not too late to save her. An image of a sad man appeared, and the guy gloomily reflected that in his past life he was also looking for Gillian, but he was no longer alive, since after the death of his daughter, he lost the meaning of life and committed suicide. Ghislaine, carefully examining the condition of the house, analytically noted that judging by the condition of the house, all the savings were spent on treatment, and only weapons remained. Little Rachel, writhing in pain, groaned desperately that she was in so much pain, and asked her father to let her die, while Gillian helplessly shouted his daughter's name. Ghislaine, taking off his outer clothes, hurriedly said that there was no time to waste and that he needed to start treatment. The girl grabbed the guy's hand. The heroine, defensively standing between the stranger and the guy, categorically demanded that Ghislaine return. The girl looked ahead and hopelessly explained that she did not know what he was up to, but that this disease could not be solved by force, and even the priests could not cure it, considering it God's punishment, and asked what Ghislaine could do. Ghislaine, confidently pulling his hand away, firmly promised that he could heal Rachel. Ghislaine, turning to the servant, said convincingly that Belinda had said she believed him. The girl looked ahead, puzzled. Ghislaine, holding out a ready-made list of medicines, imperatively ordered her to take it. Ghislaine, looking sternly at his assistant, categorically demanded that she take out all the specified ingredients, every single one. Belinda, looking at the provided recipe in shock, exclaimed in amazement what kind of list it was. Ghislaine, grinning, said enlighteningly that for wandering mercenaries, knowledge is a matter of survival. The guy began to untie the bag and seriously reported that at the moment the eternal punishment was incurable, but in the future there would be a way to overcome it. Ghislaine laid out the drugs on the table and frankly admitted that the recipe was so simple that he learned it by heart. Ghislaine, taking medicines out of the bag, realistically added that the only problem was that the ingredients were insanely expensive. Ghislaine, taking a flower from the bag, solemnly announced that the main ingredient was the blessing of the fairies. The hero, concentrating on grinding the medicinal ingredients with a sharp knife, methodically instructed that the blessing of the fairies and herbs should be finely chopped. Ghislaine, carefully cutting the ingredients, professionally explained that they needed to be cut, put in a vessel and poured with distillate. The guy, pouring the healing mixture into the flask, patiently added that it needed to be shaken well and infused a little. The guy began to shake the medicine. Ghislaine, carefully adding the last ingredients to the magic potion, delicately finished that it was necessary to add the remaining ingredients and mix. The hero handed the flask to the man. Ghislaine, handing the finished medicine to the desperate father, confidently ordered that he give his daughter a drink. The man put the cone to Rachel's lips. Jillian gave his daughter medicine. The girl was lying on the bed. The bloodstains began to disappear from her cheeks. The heroine's skin turned white. The heroes looked at the cured girl in amazement. The hero, watching the girl's body in amazement, exclaimed in shock that the spots on her skin began to disappear. The father, happily bending over his recovering daughter, happily said that he did not believe that Rachel was really beginning to recover. Ghislaine, nodding his head contentedly at the successful result, smugly confirmed that everything turned out as he thought. Father, shaking his head incredulously, asked dumbfounded how this was possible, if even holy magic could not do anything. Ghislaine, confidently looking ahead, wisely explained that the holy power of the priests is not omnipotent, it only enhances the vitality and regeneration of the body, and the real treatment requires a different approach. Jillian's hands were shaking. The father, tremblingly holding the hero's hands from overflowing emotions, asked hopefully if his daughter could really recover. Ghislaine, looking down confidently, promised hopefully that in a month or two she would definitely recover. The man looked ahead dumbfounded. Jillian fell to his knees. Jillian, bowing his head, shrewdly asked what he really wanted, since he had come for a reason. The man, humiliatingly putting his hand to his body from the realization of his own helplessness, bitterly admitted that he had only this worthless body left. Jillian, gritting his teeth desperately, obediently declared that he was ready to become his faithful dog or slave if he commanded. Ghislaine held out his hand and firmly objected that he did not need a slave, but Jillian, the great mercenary commander of Ratatosk. The man, looking up at the young savior in amazement, exhaled in shock that he saw something special in his eyes. Jillian, carefully peering into the resolute eyes of his interlocutor, noted with admiration that the fire of a dream burned in them. The man grabbed his hair. He chopped them off with an axe. The braid fell to the floor. The heroes looked ahead. The warriors, looking ahead at the unbelievability of what was happening, muttered dumbfounded that they could not believe in such a development of events. Jillian perked up in front of the warriors, and Belinda was amazed that a moment ago there was a completely different person standing in front of them. The man looked ahead. Jillian turned. Ghislaine, looking around warily, cautiously asked if there could be any other of Jillian's men outside the house. The protagonist, shaking his head in denial, replied curtly that no, everything was already inside. The man, grabbing his weapon, shrewdly asked if there was anyone who could hold a grudge against him. The guy looked to the side and gloomily confirmed that such people exist. The warrior raised his weapon and, resolutely clenching his fist at the decision, firmly concluded that in such a case, they must be ready to attack. The man launched his spear upwards. The weapon punched a hole in the wall. The man tightened the rope. The rope stretched far into the trees. The man caught a spy. He grabbed the spy by the neck. Jillian held the assassin in his hand and asked in shock who had sent them. The assassin, frightened, grabbed the warrior by the arm from mortal danger, exclaimed in horror that he did not understand how this was possible. Jillian, turning respectfully to the new master, asked what he would order, and Ghislaine confidently said that he guessed who could have sent the assassins. Ghislaine, grabbing his sword, regretfully admitted that he did not want to get his hands dirty on such an important day. Jillian left him with his hand. The warrior, resolutely frowning at his opponent, fearlessly announced that he would deal with the attackers himself. He squeezed the assassin's neck in his hand. The earth shook. Jillian bowed to the protagonist. Belinda, admiringly observing the master's masterful movements, noted in amazement that there was not a shadow of doubt in his movements, and asked why he had contacted such a dangerous man. Ghislaine, bowing solemnly in a deep bow, officially proclaimed that he was addressing the young master Ghislaine Bertium. Jillian, bowing his head obediently before the new suzerain, loyally swore that from now on his life belonged to him, and the protagonist stated that he now had an important trump card for the upcoming restoration of his possessions. Ghislaine, looking at his comrade-in-arms in a friendly way, concluded that he hoped for fruitful cooperation with Ghislaine. The house stood on a swamp, and the messenger excitedly reported that one of the scouts had been killed. The assassin, looking at his comrades in shock, exclaimed dumbfounded that this was impossible. The head of the assassins, gritting his teeth, carefully ordered everyone to be silent. The head of the smuggling gang, Lynx, imperiously examined the heroes and demanded that they speak more quietly. The subordinate, guiltily lowering his head in front of the commander, obediently apologized. The warrior bowed down and said that, according to Mr. Bernard, with his current forces, young Mr. Ghislaine would not be able to kill or even find the scouts, and the commander asked what was the matter and why they were so incompetent. The warrior bowed down and declared that Jillian had joined them. The commander grabbed his subordinate by the neck. He picked up the warrior and asked him if he was sure. The assassin was hanging in the air and claimed to have seen it with his own eyes. The commander looked ahead angrily and said that Jillian had finally shown himself and added that he was his former commander. The carriage flew forward. The girl sat displeased and said that she was cramped. Valinda, critically examining the huge number of weapons, displeased asked why Jillian needed so many weapons if he was not a gunsmith, and added that a pair of swords or axes would have been enough, but because of this, she had to buy another wagon. Ghislaine, smiling soothingly, explained that the wagon would still be needed to get Rachel comfortably. Fergus, Ricardo. The carriage drove out of the gate. Ghislaine, patiently looking at the servant, wisely assured that everything would come in handy, and asked her to be patient. The carriage was driving through the forest, and the hero said that the most important thing was to get out of the gorge. The girl looked anxiously at the hero and asked if Amelia had sent that peony, and the hero replied that it was likely. The girl frowned and said that this could create problems. An image of the mask of the murdered assassin appeared, and the protagonist analytically explained that the mask he was wearing was the symbol of the Lynx Smugglers Guild, an influential organization in Rayfold. The hero looked ahead and worriedly repeated that it was the Lynx Smugglers Guild. An image of assassins appeared, and the guy seriously stated that they were engaged in smuggling, murder, drug trafficking and slave trade. They took on any dirty work. Valinda, looking ahead anxiously, added in fright that there were many experienced mercenaries among them, and they were a dangerous shadow guild with serious fighting power. The carriage was speeding through the forest, and Ghislaine wondered how she knew so much if she had been in the castle all the time, to which Valinda replied embarrassedly that she knew little about them before getting there. Valinda, persistently averting her gaze, excitedly concluded that they were very persistent, and advised them to be careful. The protagonist grinned. The girl looked ahead, and the guy calmly assured that everything would be fine. Ghislaine, pointing his head at his formidable ally, optimistically added that Jillian was with them. The carriage swept into the thicket of the forest. Silhouettes appeared from the ground. Magic from the ground surrounded the wagon. Jillian shifted his gaze. An explosion occurred under the carriage. Jillian drew his sword and desperately warned that an attack was coming from underground. He repulsed the enemy attack. Their swords touched. The warriors hit the protagonist with an axe. Blood gushed out of the assassins' bodies. Jillian held a bloody axe in his hand. The warrior raised his hand with his weapon. The carriage jerked on. The assassins jumped down from the trees. Jillian held an axe in his hand. Valinda, looking up in panic, screamed in horror that this was a trap and they were about to be crushed. The horse stopped abruptly. The tree began to fall on the road. Ghislaine, coolly assessing the situation with his eyes, calmly stated that everything was going as expected, and this was an ambush. The opponents were approaching the carriage. The leader of the enemy faction, looking contemptuously at the legendary warrior, mockingly introduced him as the former commander of the Ratatosk mercenaries, Jillian. The warrior looked at his opponent. The leader, glancing angrily ahead, venomously accused Jillian of being a coward for running a mercenary squad over a girl. Jillian, standing on the ground, replied that he did not understand what he was talking about. The hostile mercenary, furiously raising his hand, angrily accused Jillian of not living the life he wanted because of him, and asked how he could not even remember his former subordinate. The man stared ahead silently. The hostile commander, smiling mockingly, declared that Jillian was pretending, and promised to make him remember everything. The leader of the gang, resolutely raising his hand to attack, mercilessly ordered the murder of Jillian. Ghislaine, looking anxiously at his ally, asked if he needed help, and he confidently replied that there was no need to worry, since the enemy seemed to have a personal score to settle with him, and advised the young gentleman to rest. The enemies rushed at the warrior. Jillian, resolutely gripping the hilt of his sword in a fighting stance, firmly assured that he could handle it on his own. The hostile mercenary, furiously brandishing his weapon in indignation, indignantly exclaimed, "How dare he behave like that, old man?" Jillian turned to the enemy. The warrior threw back his opponents. Jillian cut the enemies with an axe. The warriors struck with their swords. Jillian cut through the enemy. The enemy, carefully observing the veteran's masterful movements, noted with admiration that his mercenary-era skills had indeed not disappeared, but something was wrong. The leader of the gang, looking at his subordinates, tactfully ordered all the squads to disperse and drive the enemy from both sides. Jillian jumped on his horse. One of the hostile mercenaries, looking ahead in amazement, exclaimed in shock that a horse had appeared on the battlefield. Jillian galloped at his opponents. The warrior brandished an axe. The hero swung his axe. The opponents scattered to the sides. The leader, angrily waving his hand at the missed opportunity, angrily ordered the idiots to aim at the horse, as they could not get close to the enemy. Jillian threw away his axe. He sliced the assassins in a circle. The girl looked at the blood from the wagon. Jillian turned his gaze to the enemy. He held a shield in his hand. The enemy jumped on the shield. The hostile mercenary, looking at the former commander, reproachfully stated that he, having ruined someone's life, could at least not interfere with him now. The hostile commander, menacingly pointing his weapon at the warrior, furiously promised that he would kill him himself. The hero flew high up. The horse flew aside. The blade flew not far from the man. Jillian struck the enemy and coolly declared that he was no longer the mercenary commander of Ratatoskr. The assassin flew back. The antagonist gritted his teeth. The warrior slowed down with his feet on the ground. The hostile mercenary, mockingly standing up in front of Jillian, mockingly asked if he was really no longer a mercenary commander. The hostile hero, looking indignantly at his opponent, angrily demanded to stop talking nonsense and asked, if not him, then who then? Jillian, holding an axe in his hand, philosophically stated that he had left the past behind. Jillian, standing up to his full height with dignity, loyally declared that he was now only a faithful servant of the young master Ghislaine. The hostile mercenary, dumbfounded by the unexpected statement, exclaimed in shock if this was really true. The antagonist, waving his hand at Jillian, shouted furiously that he would kill him. In the light of the moon, strikes were struck one after another. Jillian defended himself from the blow of the warrior. The man put up a shield, blocking the attack. The scoundrel, piercing the shield with a knife, said that after his departure, the mercenary squad fell apart. The masked criminal clenched his teeth, exclaiming that because of Jillian, he had lost his goal and had been forced to drag out a miserable existence. The man silently listened to what his opponent was saying. He removed his shield and swung his axe, stepping on his opponent. The enemy dodged, ducking from the sweeping blow. The axe passed a little above the enemy's hull. The scoundrel crouched, turning his back on him. Jillian stared through the hole, thinking of the shield. Through the hole, he could see a rival who said he was willing to dedicate his entire life to making the Ratatosk squad the best in the world. Corpses lay behind the criminal's back, when he was interested in why the man left them, in order to become a henchman of some noble thug. The enemy clenched his teeth, saying that he could not forgive him for this. The scoundrel threw sharp tips at his opponent. Jillian twisted his axe, trying to defend himself. 3 tips stuck in the ground. The man watched as the criminal threw a knife at the same moment. The old man stepped back, trying to dodge. The villain did not succeed, missing and hit the ground. The criminal became angry, calling out to Jillian. Their battle continued as he thought that even though he was the strongest, it had been too long since the man had been in command. The enemy jumped, dodging the axe blow, thinking that while he was fiddling with his daughter's treatment, he was growing stronger in endless battles. The scoundrel jumped behind the old man, grabbing the tips, reasoning that Jillian was no longer his rival. He collected 3 sharp tips. The offender launched with all his strength into the man's back. The tips stuck in the old man's hand. At that moment, the enemy was in a hurry to attack with a knife. Jillian swung his axe, which the enemy dodged. The opponent raised his hand with a sharp weapon, shouting that he was finished. The man grabbed his opponent's blade in his hand, which was blazing with magic. Jillian blocked the blow, asking why he wanted to take revenge on him. The scoundrel gritted his teeth, pondering the question that he had blocked the blow with mana, realizing that the old man had been holding back all this time. An axe flew into the head of the criminal. Jillian struck a powerful blow, sending the enemy aside. The scoundrel was holding his head, kneeling. The old man, approaching him, said that he did not understand him. The man held a knife in his hand, saying that if he wanted revenge so much, then there were enough opportunities. Jillian frowned, asking why the warrior had not come for him sooner. The opponent lowered his head, answering that he did know something. The soldier held on to the bloody jaw, telling what he had already visited the old man once. He said that he never found the commander. The man was shown sitting on his knees when the enemy noted that he was only a worthless old man who did not deserve to die. His eye glowed red as he asked where the Jillian he admired had gone. The man frowned, remaining silent in response. The sword stuck in the ground between them as the old man ordered them to listen to it carefully. He reached for his weapon behind his back, saying that he should serve another, but now. Jillian raised his sword above his head. He looked attentively at the enemy, saying that he would give his former comrade the highest honors, like the commander of the Ratatosk. The scoundrel sat with his back. The fighter jumped up, grabbed his sword, shouted that he needed to start a real fight. The old man blocked the attack with his opponent's sword. The perpetrator smiled broadly, shouting that this was exactly what he wanted. The opponents continued the battle without stopping. The criminal dodged the old man's powerful swings. The man dodged enemy attacks. The enemy struck from the bottom up. Jillian delivered a defensive blow of his axes to his hand. The old man, pressing him to himself, stabbed him in the ribs. The opponent clenched his teeth in pain. The wounded warrior waved his sword away. The man raised his axe above the villain's head. The soldier looked up, listening to the fact that the commander of the 5th Division of the Ratatosk detachment was the commander of the 5th Unit. Jillian, frowning, turned to Vigo. The criminal's jaw was covered in blood. Blood splatters flew in different directions. Next to the corpse of the soldier lay a knife covered in blood. The old man raised his weapon. Jillian stood by the body of the enemy. He looked around when he heard the feedback that it was a good job. The couple approached the man. Valinda, looking around, said that they could make good money from the sale of trophies. The man bowed, asking for forgiveness, added that they had stayed longer than they should. The hero replied that everything was fine. The young man looked at the old man, thinking that Jillian had exceeded all his expectations. The young man remembered himself with a sword on his back, reasoning that when he had just started his career as a mercenary, the stories of his older comrades about the man had helped him lay the foundation for becoming a king, and yet it was good that they had hurried up and found a reliable ally. Ghislaine, putting his hands in his pockets, asked if he remembered him. The old man raised a bloody knife, confirming. He looked up, saying that he was his old comrade. The young man looked at Jillian attentively, thinking of his old comrade. The young man looked up at the moon, chasing away questions in his head about what was interesting, what his former comrades in arms were doing. Before meeting him, each of them had their own lives. The hero silently looked in front of him, realizing that someday he would collect them again. Ghislaine closed his eyes, asking that as the girl suggested, they would look for something valuable. Valinda replied that Jillian should move them further, to which the old man said that he was not her subordinate. 2 days later, the Birdium domain. The cart was heading along the road. Valinda looked around, saying that a little more and they would be there. The old man, driving the wagon, clarified that this was Birdium. The hero looked thoughtfully to the side, replied that yes. There was a picture of a castle in the valley. When the guy was thinking about what is good when there is a place to return. When he left home, he thought that he could return at any moment. The man stared silently to the side. The hero, leaning on his back, asked the old man how he felt about their possessions. Jillian replied that they were good. The old man turned around when he heard the question that this was complete shit, didn't it? From afar you could see the village, and the young man commented that all the houses were old. There was no question of repairs. No one cultivated those fields. Everyone who could do it was taken into the army, so the land is idle. With the help of such downtime, the land is allowed to rest before the next sowing. The old man's face was serious as he talked about what he had heard. Birdium was constantly at war with the northern barbarians, but the situation seemed to be more deplorable than he thought. Valinda thought that he had not been so aware of the state of affairs in the domain before. The guy looked away, saying that he would solve all the problems, and for this he needed their strength. The castle was in the distance as Ghislaine mused about how it would be a long battle, a fight to destroy everything related to Duke Delphin, and to secure what was taken for granted. The guy silently stared into the distance, thinking that he would definitely raise these lands. The cart drove into the village. The girl looked away, shouting when she noticed something. The hero's pupils narrowed from what he saw. There was a man in front of them, the young man thinking about that silhouette, wondering if it was his father. Birdium Castle. The men sat at the table, speculating that they would have to reduce the troops. Some remarked that if they reduced the numbers, it would be difficult to hold the front line, and there was a question of what might ask the Rayfold family for help. The man closed his eyes, noticing that they had reduced their support, heard them gathering soldiers and stockpiling food. Randolph exclaimed that this could not be. Ghislaine sat watching the men talk about how there was nothing they could do. They still needed to rebuild the outpost in the Forest of Monsters, which had been partially destroyed during the last cleansing of the orcs. Only by reducing the nightly corps would they be able to hold out somehow. The question was raised that the reduction of troops was not too risky. The hero was calm, reasoning that everything was as usual. In the room were the commander of the Knights of Birdium Randolph, the treasurer Albert, and the manager Homern. The young man understood that they had not seen each other for a long time. The guy imagined a man in his head, thinking about a few months as an heir, several decades as a mercenary king, saying that it was a difficult campaign. The young man, sitting on a chair, folded his arms, called out to his father. The man replied with a frown. It was Count Walter Birdium. The guy looked at him, thinking that as a child he hated his father for his strictness and indifference. Ghislaine narrowed his eyes, realizing what he was seeing now. Large hands of energy rested on the Count's shoulders as they spoke of the endless fatigue on his shoulders like the burden of a ruler. Walter drank tea, asking what he had heard. His son was absent from the castle where he was for a week. The hero looked at him, answering that he had gone to Rayfold's domain. The young man was drinking tea from a mug, listening to the question that his father hoped that he had done nothing. He replied that he had not. Albert held a notebook in his hands, addressing the young gentleman, said that it was hard to believe, but they said that he had won some money in a duel with Cain. The man frowned, clarifying that he was not there for games. Ghislaine closed his eyes, wondering about gambling, reasoned that if he gambled, he would only invest, answering that he had affairs with Amelia. Homern held out his hand, noting that he always says before doing anything, let him remember that he is the heir of Birdium. The hero replied that he understood, and that he should not worry. The old man was angry in his thoughts that this bastard ignored his words, and did not think at all about propriety. The Count put the mug on the table, asking to stop. Ghislaine listened attentively to what his father had heard. He caused a little commotion in his absence. Walter was serious, saying that his son personally dealt with Jamal and Philip, who were trying to sell Elena. Whether this was true, the young man looked away, remembering the scoundrels. Randolph gritted his teeth, clarifying that the Count really thought that the guy had eliminated them personally, that they must have had a fight among themselves, and that the young master had just finished the job. The hero, closing his eyes, lowered his head, reasoning that the commander of the knights, even if they were traitors, he must be uncomfortable that his knights died at the hands of a guy. Wondered what could sweeten the pill, answered something like that. Randolph despaired, answering that he thought so. The guy's eyes lit up after the words that he did the right thing. Her father crossed his fingers, saying that no matter how it happened, the main thing was that Elena was alive. Ghislaine lowered his head, realizing that this was the first time he had heard praise from him. The hero looked into the Count's eyes and made a request, and he asked again. Holmern stiffened, remarking that if he wanted to ask for the contents to be restored, he would immediately say it was impossible. Randolph closed his eyes, confirming after all they had done. The commander of the Knights was very angry when he said that they had sold military supplies and lost at gambling, set fire to the castle gates because they were not in the mood, slaughtered a war horse for meat, melted down the knight's armor to make some kind of legendary sword. The young man reasoned that he had done a lot of things. Ghislaine turned around and noticed that he had asked not for permission, but for politeness, saying that it had to be done anyway. Valinda crossed her arms behind the hero's back, wondering what it was that he was obsessed with it. He replied that there was something, then he would tell me. The guy looked away, chasing away thoughts in his head that if there were rumors now, there would be problems. If the development was successful, they would be able to earn a lot of money. The crystals were illuminated with a bright light in the pitch darkness when it was said that not far from the entrance to the monster forest there was a huge vein of runestone. A magic crystal was depicted. It was said that the runestone contained a mineral containing magical power, an extremely rare mineral that made magicians go crazy. There were artifacts in the air when it came to various magic tools, barriers, magic circles, and magic scrolls. A magician with a staff in his hands was holding an energy ball. It was said that alchemy, magical research, it is used wherever magic is used. The guy clenched his fist, imagining an unknown person sitting on the throne, thought about the fact that in his past life he was found by Duke Delphin, but now only he knows about it. The girl silently lowered her gaze to the floor. Valinda closed her eyes, saying that she believed that the young master had everything thought out. Jillian added that he would follow him. The guy replied that it was good. Ghislaine looked away, telling the girl to go to the guild of the neighboring lands and hire warriors of about 200 people. Valinda gritted her teeth, answering that the money was obtained at such a price, and he did not save it at all. The old man stretched out his hand, asking if the hero was sure. After all, mercenaries are a rude and willful people. Such a number would be difficult to control. They would surely try to go against the employer. The castle was depicted from afar when the guy replied that it was true, so they would go with him personally to look for suitable people. Ghislaine turned, saying that among the small mercenary bands in the north, there was one, the strongest. Jillian frowned, clarifying what these madmen could be. The enraged monsters of the dogs opened their mouths. The hero said that they were strong, but if something went wrong, they would tear anyone apart, even the employer. He looked at the boys, talking about the mercenary detachment of Cerberus. The heroes were moving along the cliff when the young man called to go put a collar on these rabid dogs. The outskirts of the Zimbar domain, a detachment of Cerberus mercenaries, the knights were resting in a clearing. Ghislaine and the old man could be seen through the chimney. The soldier lowered his binoculars, saying to watch who came. The second answered about how the poor thing got here. The warrior smiled, looking down the chimney, wondering if he looked like a young aristocrat. If he was lucky, it would be possible to make a good fool of himself. His hand reached straight into the magnifying tube. When the sounds were heard, the rest of the knights turned around. Jillian lifted the warrior by the head. The old man held his face when he asked what the bastard was doing. The man lifted it up sharply. People dodged the soldier thrown aside. Their eyes lit up with anger after seeing the picture. The armored knights surrounded Jillian, shouting that it was time for battle, and that he had lost his fear. An unknown person walked towards them, saying that he looked like a noble aristocrat, but even aristocrats should not behave so impudently. The scoundrel held a mace on a chain in his hands, noting that the guy did not think that he would leave here alive. The opponent's face changed, watching. Ghislaine was approaching him on horseback. The young man asked to close his mouth, asking who was the eldest here. The unknown man lowered his head, grinning. He began to wave a mace, saying that the young aristocrat had completely lost his fear. The scoundrel put the chain behind his head, shouting that since he had started, he would have to answer. He launched the weapon in the direction of the hero. The guy continued to sit on the horse without moving. A defensive blow was struck at the chain. The old man stopped his opponent's attack with his sword. The knights watched inquiringly. His opponent's eyes widened, not believing that the man had caught the chain with his sword. The mace fell to the ground. The guy calmly watched, saying that he knew so, words alone would not help. The man grabbed the chain with his hand, heard the young master's order not to kill, replied that he understood. The old man swung the chain sharply to the side. The scoundrel jerked his hand aside. Jillian launched the criminal on a chain to the side. The man spun the mace around him. The blow fell on the chest of the enemy, who was screaming in pain. The knights fled into battle, asking what they thought the title would save them. Jillian, swinging, tried to free the sword from the chain. He launched his opponent directly at the advancing knights. A bunch of opponents went in the direction of the blow. Jillian's eyes lit up with rage. The crowd of knights trembled with fear as they looked at the man. Meanwhile, Ghislaine jumped off his horse. He put his hand in his pocket, asking how long he would have to wait for an answer. The guy frowned, declaring that he had come not to fight with trifles, but to communicate with their leader. Someone came out to them, saying that he slept peacefully, and then they made a noise. The knights stood at attention in an instant. The man came closer, saying that his name was Kaur, and he was the commander of a Cerberus mercenary squad. He frowned, asking why he was looking for Ghislaine and the old man were standing opposite him. When he asked again why else he should look for mercenaries, saying that he had come to make an order, the commander clarified about the order, wondering who came with such a thing and at the same time crippled his people. Kaur looked at the young man attentively, noting that an aristocrat would do well to know the rules of decency. The hero was calm, answering that this is a way of greeting, and he thought that it would be easier to tame them this way. The commander exhaled, asking again, replied that one more such greeting and there would be war. He said that he was ready to listen. The characters were sitting at a table when Kaur asked about what the important order was. He lowered his head when he heard about the forest of monsters. The guy looked at him seriously, saying that he wanted to hire them to master it. The knights looked at each other, listening to questions about the monster-infested forest of monsters that borders the Birdium domain. The commander smiled, asking who he was that he decided to go into such a dangerous place. The young man was calm when he explained that he was the heir to the duchy, Ghislaine Birdium. Kaur lifted his chin slightly. He put his hand to his face when the knights indignantly began to say that this impudent prince was a hooligan, and no wonder he behaved like a madman who was going to develop a forest of monsters. The commander leaned forward, saying that Mr. Aristocrat should listen carefully. It seemed that in his hothouse life he had no idea what a forest of monsters was. It was not a place for such snots, and there was no need to listen further. Kaur gave the go-ahead, saying that the negotiations were over. The main character sat silently on a chair. The man's pupils narrowed after being asked that they were scared. Ghislaine grinned, clarifying that he had heard that they were a strong squad, and it seemed that the rumors were lying. The commander's legs lay on the table. Kahir looked contemptuously in the direction of the guy, warning him not to bury himself. As he said, they were mercenaries, so they would not take an unprofitable job. The young man looked into his eyes, answering that, as always, weaklings were looking for excuses. The commander fell silent. He leaned back in his chair, saying that he spoiled the mood. He wanted to do it in a good way, but he only provokes. He doesn't even want to kill such an uncouth puppy. Let him just pay for the treatment of his guys and fail. Ghislaine closed his eyes, saying that this would not work. He was addressing the commander of the Cerberus squad. The hero sat opposite him, challenging the Morians to confess. The knights and the old man looked at the young man carefully. The commander frowned, asking if he understood what he was talking about. Ghislaine gritted his teeth, declaring that it was natural. A battle between two fighters was shown, when it was said that the traditional way to resolve disputes between mercenaries was to recognize Moriana. The knives of the opponents were crossed when it was said that two people fought without magic, using only a dagger, their hands tied. A circle was depicted near the legs. The plot told that going beyond the circle means defeat. In such harsh conditions, when movement is limited, the fight is not for life, but for death. Two of the killed were within the circle. It was said that often not only the loser dies, but also the winner. The characters were shown from above, when the hero declared that the loser unconditionally admits defeat and obeys the winner, and becomes a dog. The guy smiled, asking how. Jillian frowned, wondering if a noble duke would stoop to the dirty methods of mercenaries. After all, in their world, refusing a challenge meant admitting one's weakness. It could not be denied. Kaur was smiling. The knights watched in silence. The commander's eyes turned red as he addressed his men about how the noble gentleman wanted to earn their recognition in their way, saying that then, he needed help with it. The boys' hands were tied. Kaur and Ghislaine were in a circle with daggers in their hands. The old man watched what was happening to the shouts of the crowd that he had been caught, an arrogant aristocrat, and that the commander had killed him. The heroes looked at each other when the commander suggested that he must have grabbed something on top, and climbed without fear that there was no way back. Kaur pulled the young man abruptly towards him. He told him in his ear that he had participated in this 5 times. The hero looked at the smiling opponent. He asked him about 5 times. The guy confidently pulled Kahir towards him. The young man hugged his opponent, saying that he was more than 100. Grabbing the guy by the hand, the hero asked that there were 5 in total. Gritting his teeth, he said that he had done it hundreds of times. The protagonist frowned angrily. The young man looked at him furiously. They swung their daggers at each other. Both successfully dodged the attack. Ghislaine looked away. His opponent looked at him angrily. They swung their weapons. Their fight appeared. Kaur grabbed the hero's arm. The protagonist struck a sharp blow. He deftly dodged the counterattack. Ghislaine struck the air. The young man swung his leg. The hero blocked the blow with his knee. He frowned and looked down. Smiling, the opponent said that he was holding up well, so he meant that he had achieved Moriana's recognition hundreds of times, which was hard to get even once if he was going to praise himself. As he struck, he shouted that he should come up with something more plausible. People were watching their fight. It was heard that the captain would crush this aristocrat. Let them kill him. Let him know who he was messing with. The man looked away angrily. Frowning, he thought that this was an unprofitable fight for him. The guys stood in front of each other. It was said that the radius of the circle was too small even for one lying person. Given the rule of no mana use, this is a fight where only physical abilities decide everything. The difference in weight is crucial, and the tied hands further limit mobility. The hero raised his hand up. The thought arose that the young master could barely block and dodge. They fought. It was said that this guy would easily seize the initiative in battle. Looking at them, Jylan thought that if it became too dangerous, Taking his hand behind his back, he added that he would immediately. The opponent twisted the protagonist's arm. Ghislaine jumped up. He landed abruptly on the ground. The hero opened his eyes wide. Lowering his head, he thought that he was hurting because of blocking blows, so he thought, without the protection of mana, pain would accumulate in the part of the body with which he blocked blows. Smiling, the guy asked that judging by his face, everything was bad, he would continue to fight. As he struck, he thought that his desperate attempts at resistance looked pathetic. But of all the nobles he had met, he was the most stubborn, but that was all. Looking straight ahead, the young man thought that he knew perfectly well what he was thinking about now. The protagonist dodged his blow, and it was thought that he could block with his blade or dodge. The opponent struck with his foot, thinking about missing small pokes if they did not interfere with the strategy. A blow flew to the leg. It was said that only now Moriana's confession is a fight without mana, and the damage only increases as long as he blocks. Ghislaine looked down, and Kaur thought that he must already feel his legs begin to cramp. It was written on his face. Smiling, he added that let him keep fighting, it would only make it more fun. The hero swung his weapon. His opponent looked at him angrily. The protagonist deflected his blow. He deftly dodged the attack. Ghislaine blocked his attack. The hero leaned forward. The young man lifted his knee up. The protagonist frowned angrily. Ghislaine blocked the kick. His leg began to itch with pain. Looking to the side, the opponent said that it was time to finish. He gripped his weapon tightly. Swinging, the guy shouted that he should die. The people exclaimed in amazement. Jillian grabbed his axe. The hero grinned slightly. He dodged the blow. The protagonist rushed forward abruptly. Looking at him, the young man thought that he had evaded in such a position. Ghislaine slid across the ground. He swung his weapon sharply. Kahea looked at his wound. The knights watched the fight. Jillian's eyes widened. His opponent swung his blade back. The hero masterfully evaded his attack. Suddenly he struck back. Standing in the circle, the knight shouted that the captain had been cut again. The old man frowned when he heard that he was a snot. He thought the captain was dominating the fight. Let him show him who was in charge. The captain waved his hand. The hero struck him with his shoulder. He held the weapon firmly in his hands. The protagonist punched him in the face. He twisted the knife in his hand. Ghislaine stabbed his opponent in the arm. Delivering a blow, the opponent screamed in pain. He gritted his teeth tightly, thinking that he could hardly hold on. What the hell was this? The hero looked at him angrily. Watching the battle, the man thought that he understood. Fragments from the battle appeared, and the thought arose in his head that power spurts overstrain the muscles, significantly limiting the movement of the body. In an attempt to seize the initiative, he gradually loses mobility. While the master did not particularly resist, on the contrary, he led a calm defense, acting in his own rhythm. Holding the axe behind his back, the old man thought that he didn't even think that the weight advantage could be overcome in this way. The guy gritted his teeth, hearing what he was doing. It was getting boring. Let him do something. Standing in front of him, the hero said that his durability was impressive. In his place, many would have already given up and used mana. Smiling, the captain replied that he really spoke as if he had gone through 100 such fights, and he had become a captain thanks to Moriana's confession that anyone who violated the rules of this ritual had no place in the mercenary world. The protagonist smiled and said that he was impressed. Looking at him, the opponent said that he admitted, in terms of skills, he was clearly inferior. Frowning, he shouted that the conditions of victory were not limited to this. Suddenly Ghislaine ringed his arm. Jumping up, the hero thought that another condition for victory in the confession of Moriana, the one who crosses the boundaries of the circle will be recognized as a loser. Looking at him, the captain mused that no matter how skilled he was, if he threw him out of the circle, he would definitely touch the ground outside and lose. Smiling, he added that the victory was his. Kaur gripped the blade tightly in his hands. The hero jumped up. He was slowly approaching the ground. The protagonist struck with both feet. They grabbed each other's hands tightly. Ghislaine pulled the guy with him. He grabbed his hands. The hero hit his opponent's face on the ground. The people in the circle froze. They flinched when they heard him cross the boundaries of the circle. Frowning, the captain thought it was all over. Smirking, the protagonist said that he had won. Lying on the ground, Kahir shouted that who he was. Where did he get such skills? Lowering his gaze, the protagonist said that he lacked reverence for the one who had become his master. Suddenly Ghislaine lifted him up from the ground. Standing in front of him, the captain said that the fight was over. The captain gritted his teeth when he heard that no, he hadn't left the circle yet, to which he asked again. The hero swung his fist and replied that now it was time to discipline his new subordinate. He struck a sharp blow to the face. The captain fell to the ground. Raising his hand, he shouted that he should stop, according to the rules, if he had already left the circle. Suddenly, the protagonist hit him again. Waving his fist, he asked that on the battlefield he would also talk about the rules, to which Kaur replied that he was a freak, an aristocrat was called. Frowning, Ghislaine said that it was forbidden to doubt his master's words. A fist flew into the guy's face. The hero struck a lot of blows. The knights looked at him. It was heard that it was not worth intervening. The battle was already over. Spitting out the blood, the captain shouted that enough was enough. The protagonist lifted it up. Clenching his fist, he said that he had not yet left the circle. The guy looked at him. Turning around, he shouted that they would watch for a long time, let them kill him. The knights rushed forward and shouted. The man was holding an axe in his hands. He looked at him angrily, and said that he would kill anyone who laid a finger on the young master. The soldiers froze with fright. Kaher froze in bewilderment. He turned his head to the side. Looking at him, Ghislaine asked what they would continue. Looking at his fist, the captain exclaimed. The hero struck. Writhing in pain, the young man thought that all the nobles were just pathetic cowards. Images of nobles appeared. People begged for mercy, and I thought that if I scared them a little, they would immediately start groveling, and it was fun to empty their pockets. Coins fell down. Kaher smiled. It was said that this is how he earned a reputation as a rabid dog, demonstrating his strength. The protagonist held his hand, and the guy thought that how could he break off with this willful noblewoman like that. Looking at them, the knights shouted that he would die soon. What should they do? Looking away, Ghislaine wondered if that would be enough. Stretching out his hand forward, he said that well, get up, let them bring water, bandages and compresses. Lifting the captain, the hero said that if he was not helped, he could die. They did not know. The soldiers exclaimed in surprise. An abyss appeared. I heard what would be done. Julian looked to the side. Frowning, he thought that the rebellious mercenaries had obeyed the orders of the Duke's descendant in an instant. The protagonist stretched out his hand. Clenching his fist, he thought that in the mercenary world, the fist was stronger than the law. The young master had imprinted his authority in their minds in the most effective way. The animal's eyes lit up, and the thought arose that he had shown who was in charge. The guy was sitting at the table. Pointing to the document, Ghislaine said that he should sign it. The captain looked at him in silence. He began to sign the document. Holding out the paper, Kaur said that he should take it. The hero looked at him angrily and asked again. Turning his head, the guy said that he should take care of them. Suddenly, the protagonist grabbed his arm. Sitting at the table, Ghislaine said that from now on they were family. Smiling, he added that they were acting together. A view of the outskirts of the Burdium lands opened. The soldiers stood at attention. The man yawned and asked why they had been gathered so early in the morning, to which the knight replied that he had only had time to eat. Smiling, the swordsman asked that they hadn't heard. They were hired by the heir of the Duchy of Burdium, to which he was told that he was still very young. He would be able to give orders to his mercenaries normally. The man closed his eyes when he heard that he was betting that he could slack off and still get paid. Clapping his hands, the man shouted that everyone should listen. Stretching out his hand, he asked that they needed a representative who would communicate with this underemployer. The man looked at him in surprise and asked again. Smiling, the man said that everything was right. He was Gordon. He couldn't help but notice how valiantly they were trying to make their lives easier. The spearman gritted his teeth when he heard that, but if they didn't join forces, they wouldn't see the result, to which he replied that well, last time there was an idiot who made inappropriate demands, and everything went from the same place. Holding the shield in his hands, the swordsman asked what he suggested, to which Gordon replied that he just had to stay within reason. Holding the bag in his hands, he added that he would act as their representative and slightly press the employer, and he just had to agree. Coins poured out of the bag. It sounded that yes, while Gordon was talking, everything was captured. With his massive muscles, everything always worked out. He could be relied on. Although he trained all day long, his sense of money never failed. People looked away in surprise when they heard someone coming. The man was sitting on a horse. He walked slowly forward. Squinting, the man asked what he was like, to which the knight replied that these clothes seemed to be their employer, and the other added that poor man, in his place, he would be embarrassed by the mere sight of Gordon's muscles. Waving his hand, the man said that okay, they are responsible for the right atmosphere. Rubbing his palms, he added that he had to teach this nobleman a cruel life lesson. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes in amazement. An army appeared behind the hero. The protagonist furrowed his brows. Gritting his teeth, the man shouted that these elongated helmets could not be a squad of Cerberus mercenaries, to which Gordon asked. Kaur closed his eyes. He heard what had happened to these notorious rebels that they began to obey so peacefully. The mercenaries came closer and closer. The hero looked away. Looking at Gordon, the protagonist asked that he was the leader, to which he replied that yes, he did. Gritting his teeth, Ghislaine asked what his name was. Frowning, the man introduced himself. Raising his eyebrows, the hero asked again. Hitting him on the shoulder, he said that he was impressive. The man looked at him in fright when he heard that he was the heir of the Duke. Sitting on a horse, the protagonist said that he should gather his guys. Looking to the side, he added that they were going to clear the forest of monsters. A view of the forest opened up. Ghislaine put on his clothes. Looking to the side, he thought that all the preparations for exploring the forest were over. A person put on his equipment, and the idea arose that a temporary base for the expedition had been established. He tightened the equipment. It was said that the supplies were secured. Looking at the mercenaries, the hero thought that the troops were ready. They stood at attention. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that he should do a recalculation. The men looked at me sadly. It was heard that they had 148 contract mercenaries. The soldiers stood still, and the girl said that there were 41 of the Cerberus troops, including 192 men. Frowning, Ghislaine said that he understood, and then asked that she had clearly conveyed the position to Scovin. The people gave a thumbs up. It sounded that yes, she thought he would object, but he even volunteered to cover up their infiltration into the monster forest. He already has experience commanding a garrison in the monster forest, so there's nothing to worry about. The hero smiled and replied approvingly. Standing in front of the squad, he shouted for everyone to line up. Pointing back, the protagonist said that right in front of them was a forest of monsters that they had to clear. They had probably heard of it. Unknown dangers lurked inside. Gritting his teeth, he added that monsters, secrets, and perhaps something more terrifying. Nevertheless, clearing this forest was a necessity. People looked indignantly. It was heard that the forest was monsters. He didn't know that they were going to clear this place, and if they didn't come back. Frowning, the girl asked what kind of talkers were during their master's speech. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that those who want to return home are free to return, but if successful, he guarantees triple payment to everyone. The mercenaries looked at me in surprise, and someone shouted that the triple pay was worth it. Valinda opened her eyes wide and asked what he was saying. After all, they spent almost all the money on preparation, to which the protagonist replied that it was to raise motivation. Crystals appeared, and the thought arose that well, if successful, everything would pay off. Turning his head, the protagonist asked that she believed him. Closing her eyes, the girl replied that she had to. Looking to the side, the mercenary asked what the triple payment was, what a ridiculous promise, and how he would get out of it, a reckless plan, to which Jillian replied that the master's planning was all right. The mercenaries stood still. The knights were standing in the columns. It sounded like an expedition to a forest of monsters. Turning around, Ghislaine said that they were moving out. A view of the trees opened. The axe struck a tree. People cut down trees. The hero knocked down a tree with his foot. It fell to the ground. Turning his head, the protagonist said that okay, now the sunlight is finally coming here. Stretching out his hand, he shouted that they should continue to clear the way in this direction, felling trees, cutting them down and loading them into carts, and those who were not busy should dig up stumps so that it would be easier to uproot them later. Frowning, Ghislaine thought that according to the report on the conquest of the monster forest by the Duchy of Delphin, which he had studied in his previous life, the monster forest was incredibly vast. One day they would drive out all the evil spirits from there and conquer its resources. But now it was more important to focus on money. A plan appeared on the map. It was said that they would forget about everything else. Now the most important thing was to pave the way to the vein of the runestone. Striking with an axe, the hero thought that the profit from this expedition was critically important to thwart the envious people from Birdium. Looking to the side, the guy thought that even their employer decided to get his hands dirty. Smiling, the man asked that he was setting an example for them or was it another show-off of an aristocrat, to which the soldier replied that let him forget, it was all for show, very soon he would lie down from fatigue. Frowning, Valinda shouted that she had stopped talking, and that she was eager to get to work. Looking to the side, she added that seriously, these guys. Putting her hands on her side, the girl asked why he was working himself. If he had hired so many people, they would start looking down on him because of it. Gritting his teeth, the hero replied that it doesn't matter how many people work, the faster things will go. No one wants to stay in such a place, he is sure. Valinda looked away and said that as soon as she spoke, it was as if he already knew everything about this place. Smiling, the mercenary said that the lady was worried about her employer, as she envied, but here they were dogs, who were being driven straight to hell. Suddenly, the man hit her with a log. Turning around, the guy shouted that he was running into it. Frowning, the hero thought that so far everything was going smoothly. The man was holding the book in his hands. The thought arose that the duke who had conquered the kingdom and founded a new dynasty had primarily focused on conquering the monster forest. He didn't immediately understand why he decided to get in here in the first place. But then he obtained a report from this expedition that listed the key mineral deposits and monster habitats. Thanks to this, he was able to prepare thoroughly. Standing near the wagon, the man asked what the master was thinking, having prepared so many lamps, to which the soldier replied that torches would be good at night, and they were also cheaper. Turning around, the hero thought that the fact that nothing was happening made him anxious. Gritting his teeth, he added that all he had was knowledge from notes, not real experience, and then said that he should not let his guard down. The forest was getting thicker. A gloomy forest appeared. People cut down trees. Looking to the side, the guy asked that it was already night, why it was so dark, to which the soldier replied that they said that the forest was dangerous. He did not meet a single ant here, let alone a monster. Pushing the man with his foot, the swordsman heard that maybe it was all just rumors. Gordon did not even lift a finger, agreed with everything, although even he had nothing to say for a triple price, and he said that he should return the money to him. Gordon froze suddenly. As he walked forward, he turned. Gritting his teeth, the man said that they had felled a bunch of trees to make their way here, hadn't they? The people looked at him in bewilderment, and replied approvingly. Turning around, the man asked what was the way back then. The people's eyes lit up red. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist shouted that everyone should get ready. The mercenaries grabbed their weapons. Turning his head, the guy asked what it was, to which the soldier asked why everyone was so tense. Looking at the man, Ghislaine turned and said that if he stayed there, he would die. Frowning, he added that he should come here very slowly, step by step. Turning around, Gordon replied that yes, he understood. The log hit a tree. The man fell to the ground. Frowning, the soldier shouted that he was a. The man looked away in surprise. He watched the tree. The mercenaries looked frightened, and someone asked what it was. Something was clearly wrong here. The hero silently looked ahead. Smiling, the swordsman asked that their customer was frightened by every rustle. Stretching out his hand to the side, he added that they should look carefully. There was nothing there. They had lost their way. Because everything was too much the same, the fool was just confused. This was not a forest of monsters, but just a dense forest. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist replied that he should come here or die. Smiling, the soldier asked why he was instilling fear, wanting to intimidate them so that it would be easier to control. Suddenly, a rope appeared around his body. He looked at him in amazement. The man began to fly sharply backwards. He flew straight into the monster's mouth. The thought arose that their presence was not felt at all. No one could predict their appearance. Looking at the monster's eye, the hero thought that the entity for which he would become easy prey if he did not immediately understand who was in front of him. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist turned. The mercenaries stared at the creatures. They began to run away, shouting that the monsters were already there. People opened their eyes in fright. It was heard that it would devour him. They ran. The monster pulled the vine forward abruptly. People were tied to it. The mercenaries flew straight into the monster's mouth. The creatures devoured them. Gordon looked frightened and shouted to be saved. Swinging his axe, the guy said that he should hold on tighter. He struck a blow at the vine. With his eyes wide open, the young man asked why the vine was so strong. The man looked at him in surprise. The creature began to drag him away. The hero grabbed the weapon with both hands. He cut the branch abruptly. The protagonist waved his weapon. He struck directly at the monster. The man fell to the ground. People looked frightened. It was heard that the customer had cut these fetters. And those eyes, this is the weak point of the monster. Ghislaine gritted his teeth tightly. Frowning, he shouted that they should pull themselves together. The mercenaries flinched when they heard this. Stretching out his hand to the side, the hero said that if they split up, they would become easy targets, raise their shields and rally so that not a single vine slipped through. The protagonist looked to the side and shouted that he would focus on defense and wait for a new team, to which the people responded approvingly. People held shields in front of them, and it sounded like he didn't want to die here. Walking to the wagon, Ghislaine asked where the oil lanterns were, to which Kawa replied that everyone was here. Frowning, he said that it was fine, let him set it on fire and throw it at the creatures. They would burn them to ashes, to which the captain asked that this was why they were needed. Looking to the side, the man shouted that they were looking here. The hero looked furiously and shouted that he should quit now. People began to throw lamps shouting that they should taste the light. The lamps flew directly at the monsters. The vine destroyed the lamps. Kahaya looked at him in surprise and asked them that they were throwing everything away, to which the man replied that they couldn't set them on fire at this rate. The monster stared at them furiously. The axe cut through the air. The man brandished a weapon. The girl looked ahead angrily. She threw her blades directly at the monster's eye. Looking to the side, the hero shouted that they should help the Cerberus and get ready to throw lanterns. The sword went up. Standing in front of the creature, the protagonist said that he would distract their attention. Raising her eyebrows, the girl shouted that she should be careful. Ghislaine waved his weapon. He waved it in the air. The monster's eyes widened. The hero dodged their blows. The monster's leg rushed towards the protagonist. People looked frightened. It was heard that these trees had legs, and he would be trampled on soon. Ghislaine gripped his weapon tightly. He raised his sword in the air. The hero jumped up. He thrust the weapon directly into the monster's eye. People were watching the fight, and someone shouted that they were all aiming at the customer. Looking away, Valinda shouted that it was now or never. Let them throw down the lamps. The lamps flew through the air. I heard that it should work now. Let them throw it. The lamps flew directly at the monsters. The creature's eyes widened. Smiling, the guy shouted that it was like this. Turning around, the hero replied that they should not stop and throw on. The monsters were surrounded by flames. It was heard that they would not catch fire yet. The forest began to burn. People looked at them in amazement. It was heard that it was unbelievable. It was still possible to defeat these monsters. The mercenaries froze in bewilderment, and someone said that the fire could spread throughout the forest. The man smiled and said that they weren't so cool. Wooden bastards were powerless against fire. Standing in front of the squad, the protagonist shouted that they should not lose their vigilance, not everyone yet. Frowning, Ghislaine said that they would now reveal their true form. Gray smoke appeared in front of them. The mercenaries gritted their teeth, and someone asked what kind of smoke it was. They extinguished the fire. The hero looked to the side when he heard the address. The girl opened her eyes wide and asked what had become of these creatures, to which the protagonist replied that their shell was vulnerable to fire, but not its contents. Gray smoke hung in the air, and it was heard that when the fire reached the watery rod, steam was born. The steam began to dissipate. The monsters opened their mouths wide. People were watching them. The soldiers looked at me in surprise, and the man shouted that it was something else. They were not dead. The sword went up. Standing at attention, the hero said that they should listen carefully and take up arms. He slammed his sword on the ground and added that a real battle was about to begin. The protagonist rushed forward, shouting that he was attacking. The mercenaries watched him. They looked frightened, and someone asked that it was easy to say that they would just trample on them. Rushing forward, Kaher shouted that it was finally possible to attack. Running forward, the girl said that she should be careful. Jillian turned around and asked what was frozen. Frowning, he added that this was an order from Monsieur Ghislaine, that they should trust their employer. The soldiers looked at him in amazement. They rushed into battle, shouting that okay, it wasn't there. In any case, he would come up with something. Everyone would follow him. Stretching his weapon forward, the hero shouted that their shell was burned. Now he could do without mana. Let them not be afraid. They were just huge scarecrows. The guy smiled broadly when he heard that they should kill them with one blow. People looked angrily ahead. The mercenaries began to fight the monsters. Frowning, the protagonist thought that uncertainty leads to death. Swinging towards the monster, he added that his task is to dispel the doubts of those who follow him. The sword stuck right into the monster. Ghislaine sliced the creature in half. Raising his sword in the air, he thought that he would instill in them the faith that could turn the impossible into the possible. Monsters were lying on the ground. Gritting his teeth, Gordon said that they had defeated all these creatures. The soldiers were breathing heavily after the battle. Standing at attention, the hero told everyone to line up. The squad stood behind him. Corpses were lying on the ground. It was heard that it was a forest of monsters. Even at the very entrance there were a lot of monsters like them. The mercenaries looked frightened when they heard this. Standing in front of them, the protagonist said that they should not worry. Turning his head, he added that he would always be in front. Gritting his teeth, Ghislaine said that they should trust him and follow him. People froze when they heard this. A forest appeared, and they answered approvingly. They ran towards the crystals. The soldiers were cutting down trees. The mercenaries smiled broadly. The monsters ran furiously forward. The girl wiped the blood from the hero's face. People looked at the creatures in fear. The huge monster shouted angrily at them. Gritting his teeth, Gordon asked what the hell it was, when those things would end. The people looked at the monster furiously. Kaher rushed forward abruptly. The monster opened its mouth wide, and someone shouted that his legs, he was falling. Jillian covered himself with a shield. The sword rushed forward. The hero stuck the weapon into the monster. Standing in front of the detachment, he asked that everyone was safe, to which he was answered approvingly. Looking to the side, the man shouted that they should stay close to the employer. If they did not want to die, let them attack. Frowning, Jillian said that they were making good progress, to which Kaher replied that practice is the best teacher, and the protagonist added that it was. People cut down trees, hearing that let them continue to cut down, they have a long way to go. The man looked at the protagonist in amazement. With his eyes wide open, he thought that yes, they were crazy, there were only psychos in this fucking forest. A view of the sky opened up. People went to the lake. The soldiers rushed in his direction, shouting that what kind of crystal water, let them drink. Gritting her teeth, the girl asked what if some creature jumped out of there. Frowning, Ghislaine thought that as long as everything was going according to plan, this lake was the main landmark on the way to the vein of the runestone. The camp appeared, and it was heard that they should make a halt. Standing by the fire, the man asked what they had forgotten here, to which the mercenary replied that this was only the edge of the forest. Who knew what awaited them ahead, and the soldier added that at least the last 2 nights had been calm. Food was cooked on fire. Sitting on the ground, Gordon asked what they would quietly dump, to which he was asked what he was carrying. Raising his hand, the soldier said that he was only saying that it was not worth risking lives like that. Life is much more valuable than money. Putting the spoon in his mouth, the man said that they had already walked a lot. According to the employer, the target was not far from the edge of the forest, which meant that they were already close, to which the soldier asked that he also believed him, which was why he was always deceived. Stretching his hand forward, he added that it was not for nothing that the employer was nicknamed the Thug from Birdium. He probably just wanted to curry favor by forcing them to explore this forest. Looking at him, the mercenary said that they had already received an advance. Wasn't the essence of mercenaries to do what they paid for? To which Gordon replied that yes, and how many times he had already saved their lives. Stretching his hands forward, the man said that he agreed, he was fighting well, but so far they had just been lucky, one mistake and they would all die. With his eyes wide open, he added that as soon as it became dangerous, they were used as cannon fodder, because mercenaries were always treated like that. All these aristocrats were the same. Gordon frowned and replied that of course it was. Smiling broadly, the soldier thought that yes, he should continue to sow confusion, try to break through the crowd of monsters alone. This is suicide, at the first opportunity to use them as bait. Looking at him, the man said that without the employer they would have died long ago. Pointing to the people, he added that let him take a look. The hero smeared the ointment on the wound. Sitting on the box, he said that he should not allow water to get on the wound, he could fester, to which the guy thanked him. Sitting next to the hero, Valinda asked what an expensive medicine was, if it would be better to save it for him, to which the protagonist replied that they took this ointment to use, there was no point in saving. Sitting in front of people, Ghislaine said that he was next. Frowning, the man said that the medicines and potions he used were more expensive than they were, if he intended to use them as cannon fodder. As he sat around the campfire, he added that yes, he was very different from the employers they had worked with before, at least it didn't look like he was going to abandon them. Looking to the side, the mercenary thought that damn, this old man had ruined everything. In order to get out of here, he needed to lure away at least a couple of people, but now it would be much more difficult to do so. Approaching them, Ghislaine said that enough chatter, let them rest while they could. Turning around, he added that he needed to talk, to which Jillian replied that he did. Gritting his teeth, Kahir asked that everything was fine. If he were him, he would tear out his tongue, to which the hero replied that let him forget, he would not do anything because of the monsters. The lamps were on the boxes, and it seemed that there were more important things to do now. Standing in front of the hero, the girl asked why he asked to count the lamps, and Kahir said that there were about 24 of them. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that there were fewer of them. It was a memory of the battle, and it seemed that the monsters had been attacking day and night since they had entered the forest, but the last 2 nights had been surprisingly calm. The guy looked at me in bewilderment, and said what it meant. Looking straight ahead, Jillian said that they had entered the territory of the night monsters. These creatures are incredibly strong. Standing in front of him, the hero replied approvingly. The protagonist was standing in the middle of the camp. Frowning, he said that they were in grave danger. A view of the tent camp opened. The men slept on the ground. Gordon was fast asleep. He abruptly woke up and exclaimed. The lamp flew in his direction. The man shuddered and shouted, what the hell was this lantern moving on its own? Suddenly he opened his eyes in fright. The people looked at him in amazement. Brandishing his weapon, Gordon shouted that let the monster get out of here. The creatures looked at him. Standing behind him, the mercenary asked what he was doing. Gritting his teeth, Gordon said that he was right in front of him. People looked at him in bewilderment, and someone asked what he was talking about. The man froze when he heard that there was no monster here. Looking to the side, he asked again. The mercenary stretched out his arms to the sides, hearing that he had a nightmare, and screamed like a girl. Okay, you can understand him. Lately they have been suffering a lot from these monsters, to which he asked again. Looking at them, the man said that it was not a dream. Gritting his teeth, he added that he felt a strange presence, and the lantern suddenly disappeared right before his eyes. The mercenaries were standing in the middle of the camp, and he heard what the hell was going on, and he heard that horrible laughter too. What the hell was going on? Frowning, the man said that he was sure of one thing. The camp appeared, and he added that there was definitely someone here. Looking at the mercenary, the hero said that he had noticed correctly. He took a step forward, and someone spoke to him. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that let everyone gather. People were standing near the tents. The squad sat inside the tent. Gordon looked surprised and asked that they were surrounded by monsters, to which the man replied that they were not visible either. Sitting in front of them, Ghislaine replied that of course it was their peculiarity. Frowning, he added that they had most likely started chasing them away from the lake. The creature's eyes lit up, and it sounded that the monster species that dominated the night forest were hunters of darkness. Monsters surrounded the swordsman, and the hero said that they are able to merge with the darkness. Not only are they invisible, but physical attacks do not affect them. Hundreds of creatures chase their prey, absorbing the light around. This method of hunting helps to lure the victim into the darkness, their natural environment. People looked at me in surprise and asked again. Looking at the hero, the girl said that this is why the lanterns disappear, and Kahor added that the damned creatures want to play with them and then kill them. Frowning, he shouted that what were they waiting for, they would go and finish them off at once. Wouldn't it be better to strike first than to play by their rules? To which Ghislaine replied that no, we had to wait for them to attack, it would be easier to fight back. Looking to the side, Valina said that more than half of the lanterns were missing, unless you could just wait. Frowning, the hero replied that if they attacked blindly, they would only provoke them, they would retreat for a while, but then they would change tactics and chase them even harder, and they would give up the chance to finish them off in one sitting. A dark sky appeared. It was heard that in one sitting. Looking at the hero, Jillian asked that there was a way to kill 100 invulnerable monsters at once, to which the protagonist replied that there was. The soldiers held the scrolls in their hands, and the hero asked that she had prepared the magic scrolls he had requested, to which Valinda replied that she had, and distributed them to each mercenary. Looking at the hero, people heard that he would now explain the tactics of the battle. The protagonist drew with a sword in the sand. Sitting on the barrel, he said that a pack of Falas surrounded their camp on 3 sides, destroying the lanterns and narrowing their positions. Drawing a plan on the ground, Ghislaine said that they were inferior in numbers, so it would not be possible to protect the entire territory from these monsters. If they attacked head-on, their defenses would collapse. Frowning, Jillian replied that since the camp was set up by the lake, they would not be surrounded on all sides, to which the hero said that it was so. Frowning, he added that so the situation was unfavorable, but not hopeless either, which was why the initiative in this fight was on their side. The squad looked at him, and asked again. Drawing the symbols, the protagonist said that they would first divide the squad into 3 groups. People held shields in their hands. It was heard that the defense detachment would take up defense. The men held crossbows in their hands, and Ghislaine said that the crossbowman would hold off the enemy. Holding the weapon in his hands, the hero said that the combat squad led by him would launch an attack. A plan appeared on the ground. It was heard that shield bearers and crossbowmen would not allow the enemies to break through to the center. After drawing an arrow, the protagonist said that at this time the combat squad would concentrate all its power and strike from the left flank. Fighting was depicted on the ground, and he added that by joining up with the central forces, they would surround them and win. Sitting next to the hero, Jillian said that everything was clear now, and Kaur added that if the center withstood, then it was quite possible. Stretching her hand forward, the girl said that they should stop for a minute. Frowning, she added that didn't he say that attacking in the dark was useless? How could they fight them? People looked at the hero. Looking at the girl, the young man asked that he could just use mana. Smirking, the protagonist replied that he shouldn't worry about it, they had magic scrolls. It was dark outside. The soldiers rushed towards the monsters. It was heard that they should hold the full formation. He did not hear the employer. It was impossible to separate. The mercenaries were holding shields in their hands, and someone shouted that the last lantern had gone out. Something was approaching. Taking a step forward, the hero thought what was written in the Duke's diary. Holding the scroll in his hands, he added that he later learned that followers do not tolerate light. The protagonist tore up the paper, thinking about how and when they pointed it at them, they manifested, and then said that it was now. People began to tear the scrolls. Kahir furrowed his brows. The rays flew towards the sky. The monster's eyes lit up. A bright light struck them. The light began to absorb the monsters. With his eyes wide open, the man shouted that the darkness had dissipated. This was their true form, so these creatures surrounded them. The monsters ran towards the soldiers. I heard that they were approaching. Let him get ready. The riflemen pointed their weapons when they heard that they should hold the line. Arrows flew at the monsters. It was heard that they should stand to the last. The sword went up. Holding the weapon in his hands, the hero said that now they see their true appearance. The protagonist waved his weapon. Gritting his teeth, he shouted a command. The mercenaries began to fight the monsters. Ghislaine looked angrily. He slid across the ground. The hero furrowed his brows. The monsters looked ahead. The thought arose that they were able to blend in with the darkness, but were physically weak. With such a squad they would quickly break through. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist shouted that let them all be destroyed at all costs. The man struck at the creatures, and Ghislaine thought that for now, Jillian was deftly dodging attacks, distracting enemies. The mercenary attacked the monsters, and the hero reflected on the fact that Kaur dealt with every creature that caught his eye. The creatures jumped up sharply. The girl crossed her arms. She threw down her blades, and the thought arose that Valinda was creating a breach in their ranks. Looking to the side, Valinda turned to the hero. The protagonist swung his weapon. He rushed towards the creatures. Frowning, Ghislaine thought that these were the best warriors of Birdium. A glow appeared in the sky. Crossbowmen shot monsters. Shots flew at the creatures. Gritting his teeth, the man shouted that damn, where did they come from? There were no more charges. Where was the combat squad? The monsters jumped towards the mercenaries. The creature looked furiously. People struck at them. Looking to the side, the hero said that they held on perfectly. Gordon smiled broadly and shouted that go ahead, they were saved. The soldiers attacked the creatures. It was heard that let them expand the formation and surround them from all sides. They would definitely defeat them. The creature turned its head to the side. Looking at the monsters, the hero shouted that they were running away. Gritting his teeth, he thought that they had not waited for an ambush. The Fallas were smart. The protagonist looked to the side and said that he should find their leader. He has horns on his head. It was he who gave the signal to retreat. Rushing after the hero, the guy asked what to chase after them, and Valinda added that wouldn't it be better if they just ran away, to which the protagonist replied that they are obsessed with their prey. Even if they retreat now, they will chase them until they are exhausted. Gritting his teeth, he added that they wouldn't be able to withstand another fight, so he needed to deal with them right now. If they caught the leader, they would lose his control and be taken aback. The girl looked at him in surprise. She grinned slightly. A glow appeared around her, and Valinda said she understood. She threw the hook into the tree. The girl jumped up sharply. It flew towards the monsters. The girl looked at the leader. Frowning, the girl thought that she should come here. She threw the hook sharply in the direction of the creature. As she flew down, Valinda shouted that she had found him. Holding the weapon in his hands, the hero said that there he was. He stomped his foot on the ground. The protagonist struck at the creatures. Ghislaine pierced the monster through. Gritting his teeth, he shouted that he should die. The hero swung his weapon sharply. The creatures stood in front of him. Stretching out his hand to the side, the protagonist shouted that the leader was dead. Let them destroy the others now. The mercenaries rushed towards the creatures. Holding the weapon in his hands, the man shouted that it would be better to continue hiding in the darkness. How they would regret that they decided to hunt them. The guy looked at me angrily, and said that they should keep up with the old man. Jillian looked to the side. The sun began to rise. In fact, the blow came. Taking a step forward, the hero said that the last one, they fought beautifully. Looking to the side, he added that victory was theirs. The mercenaries raised their weapons. Clenching his fist, Gordon shouted that they were saved. This was a victory. Standing in front of the protagonist, Valinda asked that he was not injured, and the man added that he was doing a great job, to which the protagonist replied that they also tried. Gritting his teeth, Ghislaine said that he should check the number of people, and Kaur would bring the people from the Cerberus, and he and Jillian would scatter the corpses of these creatures around the camp. Looking at the corpse of the monster, the guy asked what to scatter, to which the hero replied that the smell of corpses scares away other monsters, and followers are one of the strongest creatures in this forest. Closing his eyes, the man said that this meant that the entire territory of the camp would be safe. to which Kahir asked. Getting into a fighting stance, the young man said that yes, he was running into trouble. Turning his head, the protagonist reflected on the fact that it had been about 10 days since they had entered this forest. A map appeared, and he added that now that they had killed the Phallus and dealt with all the monsters in their path, all that remained was to obtain the runestone. Ghislaine stood still. Looking to the side, he wondered if this was the end. With her eyes wide open, the girl said that she had checked everything: 41 fighters from the Cerberus squad, 126 contract mercenaries, 3 less than before the battle, to which the hero replied that the Cerberus had not suffered losses yet. Smiling, Kahir said that of course, with such and such a commander, the mercenaries communicated with each other, and the hero asked that there were 3 dead among the contractors, to which Valinda replied that their bodies had not been found, so it would not even be possible to identify them. Looking to the side, Gordon asked what was going on and where was Manus, to which he was told that he might have died in battle, and the mercenary added that they had said there were no bodies. Closing his eyes, the swordsman said that it was in his spirit to elude the battle. It was obvious. People rushed forward. Turning around, the man said that it was a terrible battle. If they hadn't escaped, they would definitely have died there, to which the guy replied that they seemed to have run far away. You can slow down. Manus gritted his teeth tightly and shouted that they were completely insane. While these idiots were distracting the monsters, they needed to get out quickly. If they wanted to live, then let them continue to run. Suddenly he stopped abruptly. Standing in front of the mercenaries, Manus asked why they were deaf, why they got up. Stretching his hand forward, the guy said that there was behind him. They opened their eyes in fright. The man froze with fright and asked what it was. A huge snake crawled forward. People began to fall down. The monster looked ahead. The logs fell to the ground. The mercenaries were sawing trees. It was heard that the cart was full. Be careful. The tree was falling. They would clear this damn forest faster. Holding the axe in his hands, the guy said that wow, they work without unnecessary questions. For the first time he sees these idlers working so smoothly. The mercenaries were carrying logs. Holding the log on his shoulder, Jillian said that unlike someone else, to which Kahir replied that yes, he was stunned. Turning his head, he added that after the completion of the mission, all mercenaries would be dismissed. How a pity to let such skilled fighters go, to which the protagonist replied that he should not worry, he would hire them as his personal guard. Looking to the side, Ghislaine thought that it was believed that disorganized mercenaries could not defeat a regular army in massive battles. The soldiers were fighting monsters, and he added that but these guys had already surpassed the average level. Thanks to the experience gained here, it would be easier for them to expand Bertium's influence with their help. Kahir gritted his teeth when he heard that they had scattered the corpses of the Phallus as he had requested, to which he replied that it was a good job. Smiling, the guy said that it seemed to really work. Since they left the camp, they had not met a single monster, even a single lost one. A dark forest appeared. Looking to the side, the hero thought that he hoped that he was not worrying in vain. He looked at the girl when he heard the address. Upon landing on the ground, Valinda said that she had returned, to which the protagonist asked that there was anything ahead. Frowning, the girl replied approvingly. Ghislaine's eyes opened in surprise. Stretching out his hand to the side, he shouted that they were moving forward as soon as possible, to which he was answered approvingly. A glow appeared behind the trees, and it was heard that they were already close. The squad looked ahead. The man looked frightened and said that it could not be. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that this was their mission goal. Standing in front of the crystals, he added that the runestone vein was of the highest quality. Smiling, Kaur asked that there was really something so precious in this forest, to which Jillian replied that he had said that everything had been thought out. Hugging the hero, the girl asked how he learned about this. People froze. He heard that these were runic stones. It was hard to believe that he could see them with his own eyes. They would become rich if they got all this. Standing in the smoke, the man said that no, they would not pass. The protagonist frowned upon hearing this. Looking straight ahead, the soldier added that it was all over. Suddenly he rushed forward. Gritting his teeth, the swordsman shouted that he was a bastard, and Gordon asked what he had forgotten. Ghislaine held the weapon in his hands. Standing in front of the smoke, he said that they should retreat. The hero swung his weapon sharply. He swung his sword. There were bones on the ground. People looked at me in amazement, and someone shouted that there were corpses everywhere. What happened here? And there were also corpses lying around. Standing next to the hero, the girl turned to him, to which he said that it looked like he would have to sweat to get the pebbles. Crystals appeared. It was heard that judging by the scale, there must be a nest of a monster of the highest rank here. Among the remains there were also fresh ones, which meant that the place was not abandoned. He did not immediately notice them because of the poisonous corpse fumes with the thick fog. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist wondered what the hell. There wasn't a word in the notes about such dangers at the vein. Turning his head, he shouted that everyone should pay attention and get ready. The snake stared at him maliciously. She opened her mouth wide. Swinging his weapon, Ghislaine shouted for everyone to disperse. The people looked at him in amazement. The hero swung his sword at the monster. He struck sharply. The protagonist landed on the tail of the snake. He sharply thrust his sword into her head. Ghislaine drew his weapon. Frowning, the man shouted that not even magic could pierce scales, to which Kahir asked what it was made of. The snake opened its mouth wide. Poison flew out of her mouth. Looking to the side, the hero thought about it. The poison got on the protagonist's clothes. Ghislaine swung his weapon. He glared at the monster furiously. The hero struck him. The snake attacked him with its tail. The monster slammed its tail on the ground. Frowning, the girl turned to the hero. The creature began to crawl forward. The man gritted his teeth and shouted that they should dodge the blows. People looked at them in amazement. They heard what kind of giant snake it was. It was going to crush them all. Jillian began to pull out the mercenaries. Valinda grabbed the soldiers with a rope. The guy stretched his hand forward. Standing on the bones, the hero heard frightened screams. Frowning, he thought that now everything had fallen into place. This was the owner of the vein of runestones. The monster looked at him angrily. The thought came to him that it was a blood python. Crouching, the protagonist thought that one of the monsters that they definitely did not expect to encounter during this expedition was usually pythons living in the depths of the forest. So he did not think that he would meet him here. Looking at his hand, Ghislaine added that they had little chance of surviving against him. They could retreat, prepare, and come back later. But, clenching his fist tightly, he thought he didn't have time for that. Memories appeared. The thought arose that if they retreated now, everything they had done would lose its meaning. Holding the weapon in his hands, the hero said that he should not dare to interfere with him, because he had a huge responsibility on his shoulders. The protagonist looked furiously and activated the awakening of the third core. The python looked at him angrily. Ghislaine swung his weapon. He struck at the monster. The hero raised his sword in the air. Blood flowed from the serpent's head. The tail flew in the direction of the hero. The protagonist deftly dodged his blow. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed. The serpent opened its mouth wide. Ghislaine struck him many times. His eyes lit up. The thought arose that no matter how small his chances of winning, there were battles that simply could not be stopped. The image of a man appeared. People looked at me in amazement. The hero swung at the monster and thought that now was the time to fulfill it. The protagonist was breathing heavily. Frowning, he thought of the blood python. Standing in front of the monster, Ghislaine mused that it didn't look like he was going to attack. Looking straight ahead, he added that it was too risky to use the third core for too long. The mana would run out before he finished off this creature. Rushing forward, the girl turned to him. The man covered himself with a shield, and she asked that he was not injured. Frowning, Valinda said that he should retreat quickly. They would apprehend this monster. Holding the weapon in his hands, the protagonist replied that they should move away from here. The girl looked at her in surprise and asked again, and Gordon asked what he was. Standing in front of the hero, Jillian asked what he meant. The monster looked at them. It sounded that it was unable to provide them with protection from a monster of this size. Ghislaine looked at me angrily, and said that he could not afford to lose them all here. Standing next to him, the girl asked what about him, to which the hero replied that he would deal with this creature himself. Opening her eyes wide, she thought that the fact that they were still alive was already a miracle. The protagonist held the sword in his hands, and Valinda added that why go so far? The serpent suddenly poured venom on them. Frowning, Ghislaine shouted that they should run. People rushed forward abruptly. They covered themselves with shields from poison. The hero froze, looking at the monster. Standing in front of him, Gordon shouted that no, they would fight together. Smiling, the spearman said that he had never met such a noble employer as he had before. Frowning, the man shouted that he had saved their lives so many times. Smiling, Kaher said that they would just kill this snake, and all the treasure would be theirs, to which Valinda replied that he would not get rid of her so easily. Standing in front of the hero, Jillian said that he would distract him and create a gap in the defense. Looking to the side, he added that as they believed in the master, so now let him trust them. The man looked at him in surprise when he heard that it was a huge size. Scenes of battle appeared. It was heard that the deadly poison, incredibly strong blood-red scales that protect the monster even from blades impregnated with mana. If he misses even one of his attacks, he will die. The girl looked at her in surprise and turned around. Looking at the creature, the hero said that he already had an open wound, and one eye was damaged. This is his weak point that they should strike. He raised his sword in the air. Taking a step forward, the protagonist said that after this expedition, they must all return together. People smiled broadly when they heard this. The snake opened its mouth wide. It sounded that it was true. The mercenaries began to attack the monster. Kaher thrust his sword into the snake. The monster opened its mouth in pain. Jillian's eyes lit up. He rushed towards the creature. The hero ran towards the monster. Suddenly he stuck the weapon in his eye. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that even with a perfect strategy, there is always a chance that things will not go according to plan. The mercenaries attacked the beast. The creature raised its head. The thought arose that if it gave up, all these people would die. Swinging his weapon, Ghislaine thought that he could not allow this. Approaching the monster, he added that only he knew what awaited these lands in the future. The serpent fell to the ground. The girl looked frightened and turned around. Suddenly, a sword appeared from the monster's head. The hero cut through the monster's head. It abruptly flew out of the creature's mouth. People were watching him. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he was the future of Birdium. Bright crystals appeared. A view of the castle opened up. Slamming his fist on the table, the man shouted that this was a serious crime. Sitting on the couch, he added that he had ignored the master's ban and entered the monster forest, to which he was told that he should calm down. Albert gritted his teeth and said that he himself was well aware of the wayward character of the young master. While he was on military campaigns, he fancied himself a lord. Raising his hand, Homer asked what was the point of being indignant now. The young master had already been in the monster forest for 2 weeks. People were sitting in a cage. It was heard that this shackled shackle, if he hadn't lied, they would have stopped the master a long time ago. Then he had thought when he helped the young master, and because of this, he could be deprived of his knighthood. The man closed his eyes, listening to the fact that, well, how long can he endure this? He needs to take action before it is too late. Upon his return he needs to be put in prison and punished in full. Looking straight ahead, he thought of the hero. Suddenly, someone came into the room and turned to me. Stretching out his hand to the side, the man said that it was unbelievable. Rather, he needed to see it with his own eyes, to which Swalter asked what was wrong. The men looked at them in surprise when they heard that the young master had returned. The hero walked straight to the castle. People were sitting in the room. The men looked at the hero. His father stared silently ahead. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that he had returned. Frowning, Swalter said that he had forbidden him to enter the monster forest. Ghislaine closed his eyes and replied that he asked for forgiveness, but he had to do it. Looking at him, the man asked again, and the other added that he wanted to say that this was a good reason to disobey the order. Raising his hand, Randolph said that entering the monster forest was a serious crime. It wasn't just about his life. If the monsters came out of the forest, they would attack their lands. Putting his hand to his chest, the hero replied that as he could see, he was alive, and the monsters had not invaded. Gritting his teeth, Homer asked again, and the man added that yes, how dare he be impudent. The protagonist looked at the man, hearing that he was amused by this. Sitting at the table, Albert said that okay, this time everything was fine, so they could turn a blind eye to it. Putting the paper on the table, he added that there was no excuse for this. Looking at her, the hero asked if she was from Rayfold County. A memory seemed to him. He heard that it was true. He began to worry as soon as he learned about his visit there. But to extort 20,000 gold coins from a lady who regularly sends money for the maintenance of the mansion. Frowning, Albert said that he had angered the count. He had decided to stop all support for their lands and was breaking off his engagement to the lady, a mistake that could significantly affect the condition of the entire mansion. Looking at the paper, the protagonist thought that the letter did not look like a fake. It was written personally by the count, despite the bad relationship between him and the lady. The image of a girl appeared, and he added that it is not so difficult to manipulate the emotions of people obsessed with money. It means that Amelia is ready to unite with the enemy to destroy him. Putting the letter on the table, Ghislaine wondered what he would assume that those mercenaries were not her last move, in which case all leverage over Amelia would now be meaningless. Any secret dealings or trade would be seen as an attempt to hide the situation. Frowning, he added that if he had been late, he would have been trapped inside the mansion. Time was clearly not on his side. Looking straight ahead, the man asked that he had something to say. Looking to the side, Homer said that first, he should return the 20,000 gold pieces. Putting his hand to his face, Randolph said that this amount would be enough to forget about the cost of the knightly order for a while. Sitting in front of them, the hero replied that he had spent everything. Gritting his teeth, he added that this money went to an expedition to the monster forest. They stared at him in silence. The man looked at him in disbelief and asked that he had spent all the money on a forest infested with monsters. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that he was sorry. He had no excuses for the situation with Rayfold County. Suddenly someone grabbed him by the clothes. Randolph looked at him angrily and shouted that he was an idiot. What an heir he was, since he was selling the future of the county with his own hands. Stretching out his hand, Homer shouted that from that moment he was no longer a count, but a criminal, and that he should be thrown into prison at once. Gritting his teeth, Ghislaine replied that he would pay for everything. From now on, he would personally allocate funds for the needs of the mansion, including these 20,000 gold. The man looked at me in bewilderment and asked what it meant. Looking to the side, the hero turned to the girl. Stretching out his hand, he said that he did not go for a walk in this forest. People looked at the glow in surprise. Pointing to the crystals, the protagonist said that they were high-quality runestones. Looking at the box, the count asked. With his eyes wide open, Homer said that it was such a treasure that they came from, and Randolph added that they had bought them with those gold coins. Grinning, Ghislaine replied that he had found a vein in a forest of monsters. Holding the crystal in his hands, the man said that if it was a real runestone, its price would be huge, but it would still not be enough to fully maintain the mansion. Looking straight ahead, the hero replied that of course it would not be enough, because that was not all. A mercenary camp appeared. People were carrying crystals. I heard that another full cart. Let him be careful, scratch the stones, let him collect all the garbage in one heap. The man's eyes widened and asked that they had obtained all this in 15 days, to which Randolph replied that he should pinch him. Looking to the side, the father asked what he was saying. All this was discovered during the expedition, to which Valinda replied that yes, everything was correct. The young master personally prepared everything necessary and led the people. People were standing near the corpse of the monster. It was heard that the treant, the remains of a blood python and much more, and these runestones were only a small part of what they had obtained. Putting his hand to his chest, Ghislaine said that he saw that all his actions were for the good of the county, and of course all this would go to the maintenance of the mansion. Albert frowned and said that according to preliminary calculations, this would be enough to finally stop fighting for survival. People froze in surprise. They took the hero by the shoulders. Standing between them, the hero heard that he was simply incredible. He must be very tired after such a long expedition. If he needed anything, let him just tell him. Randolph asked again in amazement when he heard that he had several conditions. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that the first was the release of Scovin and Ricardo. They were only following his orders. Trees appeared, and he added that the second is that access to the monster forest will be closed to outsiders. They understand that unnecessary rumors can harm the county. Putting his hand to his face, the man said that it was quite reasonable, but, smiling, Ghislaine said that the last thing was that he would personally be in charge of the security service and the recruitment of mercenaries. If every movement of troops required permission, they would only waste time. Standing in front of him, Homer asked what he was going to do to form a personal army, and Randolph added that it was unacceptable. Who knew what his goals were? Closing his eyes, Albert said that he believed he was mistaken. Let him allow the situation to be clarified. Now he had to beg for forgiveness, but instead he demanded complete freedom of action and no interference. The hero furrowed his brows and replied that he was mistaken. He was only creating conditions under which they would no longer have to depend on the Count's support. Stretching his hand to the side, he added that if such small problems as the one he voiced delay work, this will negatively affect Bertium's finances. I am sure that this will suit him. With his eyes wide open, Albert shouted that let his brother say something. He was literally trading in the future of the county. The protagonist turned when he heard the address. Walking forward, Kaur said that he had arrived, and Gillian added that he had done a great job, to which Ghislaine replied approvingly. Closing his eyes, the man said that the loading of runestones was almost complete, waiting for his order for further actions. Smiling, the guy said that as he had said, the bark of monsters could be stored without further processing, and then asked what was going to be done with the remains of the python. Stretching out his hand forward, the hero said that the python carcass would soon be butchered. The poison, blood, flesh and skin must be separated from each other to avoid rotting. The father looked to the side and turned, and Randolph said that he was listening. The number of mercenaries was impressive, but the protagonist stretched out his arms to the sides, and he added that he did not understand how the young master managed to unite such strong personalities. Walter watched them silently. Ghislaine turned around when he heard that they looked like an elite squad. Standing in front of the hero, his father said that it must be difficult to get unruly mercenaries to obey orders, to which he replied that not quite. Without their help, this expedition would be much more difficult. Closing his eyes, the Count said that it was clear. Waving his hand, he added that they were returning. Looking at him, the protagonist heard that this time he would turn a blind eye to it. Turning around, Walter added that if he disobeyed his orders again, he should be prepared for the consequences. Ghislaine smiled and thanked him. Walking forward, the man said that one day he would inherit this mansion. It really had the spirit of the Rainwolf. Standing at attention, the hero thought that the Rainwolf was a title given to the Count of Bertium, who defended the northern border of the kingdom. The image of a man appeared. The thought arose that there was no one next to his father. A torn flag appeared, and the protagonist mused that the military power was insignificant due to the difficult situation, but he continued endless battles on the northern border, devoting his entire life to the defense of the mansion, left without his mother and son. The man sat among the rubble. It was said that in the end, his reward was a miserable death that barely anyone remembered. Looking up, the guy said that he could finally rest, and Valinda asked that he was going to the mansion. Gritting his teeth, the hero replied that no, let them prepare, they could move out at any time, to which the girl asked that he was not going to rest. Standing behind the protagonist, Gillian said that he was in too much of a hurry. His body had not yet recovered, and Valinda added that it was already a real miracle that they had survived against the blood python. Looking at the hero, she asked him if he had any idea how much effort they had put into removing his poison from his body. Ghislaine put his hand on her shoulder and turned. The girl opened her eyes in surprise when she heard that he was counting on her. She clenched her fist tightly. As he left, the hero reflected on the fact that the news that the county of Bertium had discovered deposits of runestones quickly spread around the area. Of course, it would not bypass those who wanted to get their hands on these lands. Breathing heavily, he added that they needed to strengthen their power. Looking at the castle, the protagonist thought about becoming so strong that no one would even think of attacking them. Suddenly he collapsed to the ground. The bird flew into a dark room. She landed on the man's hand. He glanced at the note. The man read the message that said that it was confirmed that the partial development of the monster forest was confirmed. It was necessary to unleash a territorial war with the House of Degrad and destroy Bertium, after which the duchy would intervene. Squinting, the stranger began to think about destroying Bertium. People at the round table discussed that they want to make the lands of Bertium no man's land. The time has come, which means that the duchy itself will appoint a new owner of the territory of Bertium. The man with a serious look asked how many of their people remained on their lands. The mysterious interlocutors looked at him, and replied that there were 2 vassals and 1 knight left. The stranger imagined the corpse of a man and ordered 2 vassals to be sent to the lands of the Degrads. The fact that their heir, who was believed to be missing, had died in the lands of Bertium was enough as a pretext for a territorial war. Squinting, he said that Victor was appointed responsible for this operation. The dumbfounded people said that they did not think that they would have to use Desmond's strongest card so soon. If Frank had done everything right, Bertium would have destroyed himself. The mysterious guy began to ask if it was too early to reveal their trump card, although Victor could do it, and why the duchy, which had been acting as secretly as possible, now wanted to intervene directly in the affairs of House Bertium, since they had been so cautious until now, and now this decision seemed too hasty. Sitting on the throne, the man replied that it was because of the monster forest. Rising from the throne, he noticed that everything was decided by Duke Delphin. There was no need to doubt his orders. The man with a serious look ordered to prepare for war. He came out of the darkness, and we were introduced to the Earl of Desmond, Gerald. Shifting his gaze, the Count asked if there was anyone else who knew about the current situation. A cry was heard in the palace. The girl stood in front of the guard and called for Ghislaine. She began to tremble. Amelia buried her face in Bernard's chest and told him that the fool had obtained a vein of runestones, thanks to the 20,000 gold coins he had swindled from her. Frowning, the girl noticed that even the assassins sent to her could not finish him off, and she herself had to humiliate herself in front of this damned father in order to stop supporting Bertium. And now she looks like a complete fool. The guy frowned and said that it didn't look like her. Amelia sighed. Leaving there, she replied that it was so, she had succumbed to emotions too much. She said with a serious look what had happened. What had happened? Smiling, Bernard asked the lady to simply give orders. Standing in front of the map, Amelia stated that since they had found a vein of runestones, Bertium would soon get out of the financial crisis, after which the warrior suggested that they would have a holiday. The embittered girl said that maybe this was true, but the main thing was that they had not yet managed to sell the runestones. Looking at the sky, she said that according to the latest data, they found them a maximum of 2 days ago. There was clearly not enough time to create distribution channels. With glowing eyes, she noted that they were using this weakness, and it was clear who they would try to sell them to. Looking at her, the guy came to the conclusion that she wanted to act before they implemented them, but did not understand who she was talking about, to which he received the answer that there was only one place in the north where runestones could be sold. Amelia imagined the castle and told her that it was the greatest magical tower in the north, ruled by the Archmage of the Seventh Circle, Delmud, the Crimson Tower. Taking the flag in her hand, the girl stated that runestones are necessary for magical research. Magic towers are always serious about securing their supply. It is necessary to set up an ambush with assassins on the main routes to the tower. She imagined the carriage that had been attacked and emphasized the fact that the target was not Ghislaine, but the workers transporting the runes. They needed to use hit-and-run tactics to interfere with the transport and isolate them, and the runestones would go to them. Frowning, the girl said that it would have made sense before, but now it's different. There is information that the Crimson Flame Tower has been doing badly since it lost its former greatness. This money-obsessed Ghislaine won't deal with them when there is a Crimson Tower willing to pay more. Embittered, Amelia said that this time she would take everything from the protagonist. Sunlight enveloped the castle. MC was lying on the bed. He dreamed of fighting a monster. The guy was consumed by the demon and thought that the predator was preparing to swallow its prey. Holding his sword above his head, he reasoned that before closing the epiglottis and letting it pass into the esophagus, he secreted poison from the inner shell to soften the victim for better digestion. A dumbfounded Ghislaine noted that the mana from the third core burns the poison on contact with it, preventing it from entering the body, but the poisonous smoke produced creates a deadly air environment. Veins protruded from his forehead as he thought most of the victims passed out or died at this stage. Frowning, the protagonist asked himself to stay in his thoughts, because if he lost consciousness, then everything was over, this expedition, everything that was dear to him, the future. He imagined a castle. His esophagus squeezed him until MC thought that if poisoning could not be avoided, he would take control of him. His eyes began to glow as he reasoned that the poison that had penetrated the body was concentrating in the mana core. He would neutralize it with the frantic spinning of the mana in the core. Closing his eyes, the guy emphasized that such subtle control is available only to superhumans. He frowned. Drawing his blade, the protagonist stated that he would turn the poison into an alternative fuel that could withstand a burst of mana. Ghislaine suddenly woke up. Lying on the bed, he came to the conclusion that he was fine. Holding his head, the main character thought that he did not remember what happened, but he remembered how his father forgave him. Elena looked at him in surprise. She hugged him. Hugging her brother, the girl said that he had slept for 2 days, left without warning, returned and suddenly lost consciousness. She greeted him with a sad look. Puzzled, Ghislaine turned to her. Elena pushed him onto the bed. Running out of the room, she called to Valinda, saying that her brother had woken up. MC thought with a serious look that 2 days had passed. Sitting on the bed, he noticed that after being inside the python, he received minimal medical care from Valinda and worked for another 5 days, tried to hold out until the runestones were sold, but the youthful body could not stand it. He touched his muscles and added that even despite the overexertion, he was in very good condition, after which he wondered if such injuries could have healed in just 2 days. He unwound the bandages. Examining his body, Ghislaine added that his regeneration had noticeably improved and for some reason the total amount of mana had increased. From his chest emanated energy. He remembered how he had fought, and wondered if the nature of mana had changed, and if when the poison was neutralized, the mana had mixed with the energy of the blood python. Looking at his abs, MC stressed that in the past, he did not know that it was possible to become stronger in this way. Holding his fists in front of him, the protagonist added that although it was unintentional, the risk of life was worth it. It was necessary to conduct several checks, but with the help of this, you can become stronger 10 times faster. He clenched his hand into a fist. His face was serious. Opening the closet, the guy noted that now the priority is to quickly sell rune stones. In 2 days everyone who needs them has probably already learned about them. He put on his shirt. Noticing a knock on the door, Ghislaine said that he urgently needed to gather mercenaries. Looking at the door, he said that Valinda could come in and there was no need for her to knock. The knight entered the room. His father looked at MC. He said with a serious look that the protagonist had woken up. Taken aback, the guy asked if it was his father. Standing in front of him, the man noted that Valinda had told him that he had jumped into the python's mouth and suffered from its venom. Closing his eyes, his father said that he was glad that the guy was feeling well. The maid touched his face and asked if everything was all right. Because he had lost consciousness so suddenly, they were very frightened. The man looked at him and addressed him. He approached Ghislaine and said that they needed to talk. Frowning, he noticed that he had a request for him. The puzzled protagonist asked again. They entered the arena. The main character with a serious look thought that this was training with his father. They were doing something together alone for the first time. Looking at his father, he emphasized the fact that in his previous life, he had only avoided him for fear of scolding. Standing in front of him, the man apologized for calling him so suddenly, because he had just woken up. To which he received the answer that there was nothing wrong with it. He felt great after a 2-day sleep. With a calm look, he asked what his father's request was. The count glanced at him. He looked away suddenly. Ghislaine watched him in silence. Puzzled, MC thought that this was what his mother had said as a child. That was what she meant. He remembered sitting next to his mother, who said that his dad did not know how to openly show his feelings. The boy looked at her and asked again. Holding her daughter in her arms, the girl said that her husband says that he should be an unbending support for the people of the estate. Always puts others above himself, never shows his true feelings. The only exception was a declaration of love to her. The protagonist listened to her attentively. He looked calmly at his mother, who said that he needed to forgive his awkwardness, because his father simply did not know how to express his feelings. The man took a fighting stance and asked his son to raise his sword. Ghislaine frowned. He raised his sword. Their blades collided. The protagonist repelled the attack. They began a violent battle. MC parried the attack. Dust rose around them. Ghislaine's face was calm. He looked at the man and thought that his sword was so heavy. As he deflected the attacks, the young man reasoned that his sword had enough power to pacify the wild barbarians from the north, and at the same time, it had a gentleness that could protect everything and everyone. The man made a powerful attack. The guy began to move forward, taking the advantage. His father was taken aback by this. He began to repel his son's attacks. They stared at each other. The guy stopped suddenly. Ghislaine held the sword in front of his father's throat. Closing his eyes, the man reported that his skills had improved significantly. Smiling, the guy thanked him. He was taken aback when the man continued to talk to him. His father said with a thoughtful look that when he crossed swords, he should try to ease the pressure on the blade a little. He had the strength and reaction to deal with the huge monsters in the forest, but a real opponent could easily understand his intentions. Holding his chin, the protagonist began to reason that usually in battle he intuitively feels what his opponent will do. Taken aback, he wondered if this was the first time anyone had taught him. He remembered holding the purple sword and noticed that his swordsmanship was based on practice and experience, so it could be called instinctive. Imagining the battle with his father, MC added that due to the lack of proper training, he could have missed some important points. His father accurately pointed out the shortcomings and helped him realize them. Closing his eyes, he stressed that he had always thought that he could only rely on himself, and suffered alone, but it turned out that learning from others was not so bad. Looking at the man, Ghislaine said that he was grateful for his instructions. His father looked at him. Looking away, he noticed that he was going to reprimand him. He calmly reported that whatever the protagonist's merits were, he had broken the rules. If everyone started to neglect them because of their achievements, it would only lead to more chaos. MC listened to him attentively. Leaving there, the man stressed that he had changed. He imagined a castle and reported that unlike when his son was causing trouble in the pursuit of fame, he felt that his goal was much bigger now. Closing his eyes, he asked him to continue in the same vein, to think about Bertium and his loved ones, and also he must fulfill his duty as heir. Ghislaine thought of his duty with a serious air. He shifted his gaze. Looking after his father, the protagonist stated that he said that he wanted to ask him for something, but did not say what. The count stopped. His face was puzzled. Turning around, the man asked if he had some money. We were transported to the garrison in the monster forest, where a crowd of people had gathered. The soldiers stood quietly. MC smiled. Looking at the guys, he asked how they were doing. The warriors looked at him and cried out in unison that they were doing great. Jillian stretched out his hand and asked how the protagonist was feeling, after which the guy apologized for keeping him waiting. Looking at the man, he asked how Rachel was doing. His face was serious. Lowering his head, he said that he did not think that she would be able to walk again, all thanks to the young master. A smile appeared on Ghislaine's face. Standing surrounded by his comrades, he noticed that he had something to tell them. He said with a serious look that now their lands are in danger. The guys were taken aback by what they heard. They were sitting at a table, after which MC informed us that he had told them all about the attack on Elena. He remembered his sister's frightened face and added that he had talked about how they had prevented an attempt to kill her and use it as a pretext for war, and about the body of Prince de Grad that had been found. A picture appeared in his mind of how he stumbled upon a corpse. Imagining the outlines of evil people, the protagonist noticed that he also told about the forces that threatened the house of Bertium. Frowning, MC stated that they were being followed, probably operating inside their lands for a very long time. They had neither the time nor the resources to prepare for an attack. Puzzled, Valinda noted that it was now clear why the young master was in such a hurry, and she thought that after finding the runestones she would be able to take a break, after which Kahir said that these lands were definitely not boring, because after that terrible forest, they were waiting for war. Jillian frowned and said that, as the master had said, Bertium was now an ideal target. A weak military force, poor lands, and a valuable vein of runestone had been found here. Sitting at the head of the table, the protagonist replied that this is exactly so, they will definitely not be left alone. The dumbfounded maid said that it was necessary to immediately tell about such a serious matter, after which she offered to urgently inform the vassals and the lord, and Ghislaine stressed that it was not yet time. He imagined the faces of the guys and said that even among the knights of Helena there were traitors, so there could be spies among the vassals as long as they couldn't know exactly who was their friend and who was their enemy. It was better to keep it between them. Closing his eyes, the main character added that thanks to the fact that Elena survived, their plans were thwarted and they bought time, but after the runestones were found, the enemies would no longer hesitate. He said with a serious look that they were in for a hard battle. The guys sat silently at the table. Kahir looked at him and asked him to just tell him what to do. Smiling, the guy emphasized the fact that it is always interesting to be around their master. The man with a serious look said that he had already devoted his life to him, and would be with him to the end. Inspired, Valinda declared that this was true, no one but her would protect the young master. A smile appeared on Ghislaine's face. He imagined his opponents and thought that Bertium's main enemy was the Duchy of Delphine, as well as Count Desmond and Amelia. Following his orders, he would not allow them to act as they pleased. Frowning, the protagonist said that they were now heading towards the Crimson Flame Tower. Holding his hands behind his head, Kahir noted that they would finally sell these stones and heal, after which Valinda asked why the Crimson Flame Tower, since the Crimson Tower is closer, and the prices are higher there. Looking at her, MC replied that there would be fewer unnecessary problems in the Scarlet Flame Tower. The guys imagined how the carriage was attacked, and Jillian said that when transporting valuable goods, uninvited guests often appear, especially when it comes to runestones. It is wise to prepare in advance, and the girl added that like last time, there may be an ambush. Looking away, the main character thought that after the head of the Crimson Tower Dalmud became the Archmage of the Seventh Circle, the Scarlet Flame Tower has fallen into disrepair. It is trying to restore its former glory, but it is not easy, and yet the reason they go there is because of it. His face was serious. We were transported to the Crimson Flame Tower, which stood under the blue sky. The girl sat among the many books and turned to the teacher Renato. Holding on to her staff, she asked when the light he spoke of would appear. The guys arrived at the tower. As they explored the settlement, the warriors discussed that this tower was tall. They had heard so much about it, but they did not think that they would ever see it live. They looked at the building, saying that even from the exterior, it was clear that it was a completely different level compared to the Bertium lands. Their gaze fell on the magical pictures. The magicians began to conjure. As they drove past them, the boys discussed that they were the first to see magic not from a scroll. The sorcerers looked at them with a displeased look. They suddenly began to disappear. The mages were out of sight. The dumbfounded warriors shouted that this was cool. Turning around, Ghislaine told them that it was invisibility magic. They didn't seem to be particularly happy about it, and Kaur asked them to stop playing rednecks. A puzzled Valinda said that although the tower had lost its former grandeur, it was still impressive, and Jillian stressed that the lands of Brivant are considered to be among the richest in the kingdom. The protagonist with a serious look thought that outwardly it was so. They rode towards the tower while he pondered that no one would have thought that this mighty tower would fall into decay. Looking at his comrades, MC reported that they were there, after which the guys began to discuss that their necks hurt to look up and the area was so large that it was still a long way to go to the main gate. Taken aback, the girl asked where the guards were. She noticed that there was armor in front of the gate. The sorcerer stretched out his hand and shouted for the boys to stop. The mages began to manipulate the armor. The guard held an axe in his hands. The warriors closed the passage to the tower. The sorcerers controlled the armor, and shouted that it was forbidden to enter without permission. The man with a serious look ordered to name, and the purpose of the visit. Kahir frowned and noticed that they didn't even come down to them like typical tower guards. Jillian pointed his hand at the young master and cried out that he was the hereditary Count of Berdium, Ghislaine. With a calm look, he asked to call the person in charge of trade, because they have excellent goods. The sorcerer cried out with a disdainful look that they were not interested. Raising her fist, the girl clarified what it meant, because they hadn't even seen what they were offering. Frowning, the sorcerer asked if Berduim was the impoverished domain in the north, adding that only materials from low-level monsters and cheap potions could be brought from there. There was no point in wasting time on people like them. The guards rushed into battle. Jillian glanced at the protagonist and asked what he would order. Ghislaine's face was serious. The mage frowned. Raising the crystal above his head, MC said that since he was a mage, he should understand perfectly well what it was. The man paid attention to him. He was shocked by what he saw. Looking at the wagons, he wondered if they had brought all this. Smiling, the guy asked if they were interested. People bowed their heads, shouting that they were apologizing for not recognizing such important guests. Closing his eyes, the man said that his name was Sylvain. He was in charge of trading in the magic tower, and then asked him to say what they wanted. Pointing a finger back, the protagonist stated that as Sylvain saw, there were quite a lot of goods. He needed someone who could complete the deal and wanted to meet the head of the tower in person. The man was taken aback by what he heard. Glancing at the sorcerer, he replied that he would report on them at once, after which he asked his friend to escort the guests to the reception room. Sighing, Valinda said that she should have behaved like this right away, otherwise the mage would dare to insult their domain. They heard a crash on the floors above. Turning around, the man asked not to worry, because these are the usual sounds of magical research. The main character's gaze was wary. The guy approached the girl. Looking at her, he noticed that she shouldn't even think about going into the laboratory. Smiling, he noted that the girl only took up space in it, and did not know how to use magic, and then asked if she dared to ignore Alfoy, the heir to the tower and the master of the third circle. The guys stood behind and discussed that she was still considered a disciple she had accepted. She should be grateful that the great head of the Scarlet Flame Tower had allowed her to be there in the first place. Lowering her gaze, the girl tried to catch her breath. Holding the staff in her hands, she emphasized the fact that she also had the right to use the laboratory. She was also a magician. Looking at her, Alpha asked if this was true, adding that he would consider her a mage. The girl was taken aback by what she heard. Flames began to emanate from the staff, after which the heir to the tower wondered if it would be able to easily repel such a simple attack with defensive flames. Waving his hand, he asked her to show her magic. The stranger was shocked by this. A small stream of flames flew into her. Stretching out her hand, she tried to apply protection. She covered her head with her hand. Ghislaine closed it suddenly. He repelled the attack with his blade. Alfoy was surprised by this. Looking at the guys, MC asked about magical research. With a serious look, he asked if they were doing such a thing in the Crimson Flame Tower. We were taken to the meeting room of the head of the tower, where a shout was heard. The man sat on the sofa and asked if the runestones were running out, after which we were introduced to Hubert, the head of the Crimson Flame Tower. Holding his head, he clarified how they had come to this, noting that if it went on like this, the gap with the Crimson Tower would only increase. Frowning, he shouted that he had said that he should have stocked up on runestones in advance, and asked what the elders had been doing all this time. The old men thought with a puzzled look that when they tried to arrange supplies, they had put it off, saying that there were more important things to do. All this time the elders were doing nothing but spending money on jewelry and luxuries to communicate with the nobles. Stretching out his hand, the stranger emphasized that it was not just about the stones. The head of the Crimson Tower had already reached the 7th circle, and Hubert was still on the 6th. Waving his hand, the head shouted for him to shut up and not even mention this type, noting that if he had more runestones, he would have reached the 7th circle in an instant. Averting his gaze, he asked how this upstart Dalma dared to bypass him and reach the 7th circle. He must have bought up all the runestones. Sylvain ran into the room. Hubert pointed his finger at him and asked what that impudence was, and whether he could see that a meeting was going on. The dumbfounded man shouted that there were a huge number of runestones. The guys were shocked by what they heard. Alpha fired fireballs at the young master. The protagonist swung his blade. He repelled all the attacks. A huge ball was flying into it. Ghislaine took the sword in both hands. He sliced the fireball in half. The guys were shocked by what they saw. Frowning, Alpha asked if he had cut them. The ropes circled around him. Valinda tied up the enemy. Frowning, the maid clarified how he dared to attack the protagonist. The head of the tower began to shout loudly for them to stop. With a dumbfounded look, he asked loudly what was going on there. Ghislaine paid attention to him. The exhausted girl called out to the archmage. Frowning, the main character ordered to let the guy go. Alpha called the teacher with a dumbfounded look. He buried himself in the man's chest, shouting that he was an intruder. He tried to keep Vanessa out of the lab, but she suddenly attacked him. The upset boy emphasized the fact that he just wanted to protect Vanessa, because she does not have a magician. Smiling, Valinda declared that he whines like a girl. The exhausted girl sat on the floor and said that she just wanted to go into the laboratory. MC's face was serious as long as he thought his eyes hadn't deceived him. Looking at the girl, he came to the conclusion that this was Vanessa's red nightmare. Looking away, Ghislaine came to the conclusion that even the one who had become a real nightmare had such times. Creating a stream of flames in his hand, The Archmage shouted that not only had she broken into the tower, but also tried to offend his apprentice, he would burn it to ashes, and there would be no ashes left. Watching this, Valinda wondered what they would do, because the situation looked dangerous. Taking a step forward, the protagonist apologized for the late introduction. Placing his hand on his chest, he introduced himself as the heir to the county of Berdium, Ghislaine. With a serious look, he emphasized the fact that he had come to discuss the runestone deal. Taken aback, the head of the tower asked. Alpha looked frightened and asked if he had brought the runestones. Looking at them, MC emphasized that the workers were waiting outside the castle. They came to the carts with crystals. The head of the tower was shocked by what he saw. The sorcerers looked frightened and asked where he got so many runestones. The dumbfounded stranger asked the master what they would do, since there were at least 10 carts. Hubert looked at the carts in silence. He shouted with an ecstatic look that this huge number of stones, this is a sign from above. With them they will finally be able to surpass this cursed Crimson Tower. He waved his hand. Calming down, the Archmage said that there were fewer of them than he expected, and the quality was not so good. Kaher grabbed his blade and wondered how he dared to treat something they had worked so hard to obtain. Vanessa stood behind and asked if this was a huge number, because as far as she knew, even one wagon would last for several weeks. Stretching out his hand, the man shouted that she had to leave there, because he could not know this. He said with an angry look that this damned Ronaldo had left them with a headache. If there were no abilities, she could at least think better. Ghislaine listened to him in silence. Looking at the children, the Archmage asked if they also thought so. Inspecting the crystals, the sorcerers discussed that now they saw that the quality was really low. It was strange that valuable runestones were suddenly found in poor possession. Perhaps they were fake. Enraged, Valinda shouted, their young master had obtained them with great difficulty, and they called them fake. The old people replied with a disdainful look that no matter how difficult it was to find them, it was not their concern. Now there are many scammers, so you can't believe only the words of the seller. They were taken aback by the question of whether they refused to buy. As he was leaving, Ghislaine informed his comrades that the Crimson Flame Tower said that they didn't need runestones, so they would go elsewhere. The Archmage exchanged glances with the old man. Smiling, the sorcerer asked if he should buy the stones after all, considering the way they had come, adding that it was not good to let them go empty-handed. It was necessary to save face, after which the head of the tower stressed that since the elders said so, it could not be ignored. Placing his hand on his chest, Hubert noted that in his great favor he had decided that they would buy all these runestones, but at a price slightly below the market price. Standing with his back to him, MC assumed that there had been a misunderstanding. Glancing at Kaur, he ordered one wagon to be left, and the rest removed. He asked with a satisfied look whether they had agreed on only one wagon. The sorcerers were shocked by what they heard. Grinning, Kaher replied that it was quite true and he had completely forgotten. Waving his hand, he ordered the workers to remove the wagons. The dumbfounded Archmage asked what was going on there, to which he received the answer that his subordinates had made a mistake with the amount of goods. Putting his hand on his chest, Ghislaine told them that they were heading to the Crimson Tower. They needed some cash for the journey. The head of the tower was shocked by what he heard. He touched the young master's shoulder and suggested that he go upstairs and talk for a while. Smiling, the protagonist accepted the offer. He was sitting at the table with the old people. The man with a satisfied look said that they were the elders of the Scarlet Flame Tower. Looking at the sorcerers, he noticed that they were all mages of the fifth circle. Sitting in front of him, Ghislaine replied that it was impressive. Stretching out his hand, MC emphasized the fact that this is an amazing power, as expected from the second strongest tower in the north. Raising his fist to his mouth, Hubert assumed that he had heard strange rumors, but they were completely untrue. The Scarlet Flame Tower still held the lead in the north. The guys followed their conversation and discussed what the protagonist has his own opinion and should do as he knows. Waving his hand, the irritated man asked to stop chatting and clarified how much the runestones would be sold to them for, noting that he assured that the guy would not receive half of it elsewhere. MC held up 2 fingers. He looked at him and said that he would take twice the market price. The dumbfounded head of the tower cried out that he did not know at all how the world works. That is not how things are done. With a puzzled look, he said that he did not know who taught him to bargain, but he did it clearly wrong, because you need to negotiate, and not set conditions unilaterally. Smiling, Ghislaine stressed that for the Crimson Flame Tower, the double price seemed fair. The elders were dumbfounded and asked if he didn't understand where he was and if he was bullying them. Looking at him, the man asked to watch his tongue. The enraged Archmage said that he was infuriated when the green youth began to show off, not understanding anything. MC sat silently in front of him. As Hubert watched him, he noticed that he was young and had a right to make mistakes, and that he would forgive him for the first time, if only he had to take the matter seriously. The main character got up from the table when the Archmage agreed to throw a little over the market price if he sold them everything. Turning around, the protagonist said that they were not in the mood for a serious conversation. He had already offered them a favorable double price. Since they did not want to, then he would go to the Crimson Tower. Hubert screamed, dumbfounded, to stop. He said with an irritated look that he did not refuse the deal, he just got a little excited. A smile appeared on the guy's face. He looked at his comrades. Raising his hand, the man said that the young master had character, since he had come to them first. They would buy everything at double the price he wanted. He sighed when he heard that Ghislaine would sell at double the price. He said with a satisfied look that he would sell only one wagon. The dumbfounded archmage replied that the guy should sell everything he brought. Sitting opposite, the protagonist said that if there were rumors that the Crimson Flame Tower was buying stones at double the price, it would be possible to get 3 times in Crimson Tower, and it would make no sense for him to sell everything there at double price. The enraged archmage shouted that his patience was not unlimited. Leaving there, Ghislaine wished them all the best, and the man asked them to wait. He shouted after him that they would buy everything at triple the price. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face. MC sat down on the chair and said that now they understand each other, this is a worthy solution of the best tower in the north. As he was leaving, the archmage ordered him to sit back down and wait. Holding his face, he thought that he was the master of the sixth circle, but he let some redneck turn him around. He didn't understand why such devilry was happening in his time. This time he would have to give in because of the lack of runestones, but if he did that again, he would burn his head. Looking after him, the guy said that he had one more condition. Enraged, Hubert asked loudly what else. The young gentleman asked with a calm look to give him Vanessa. The surprised man asked about Vanessa. Ghislaine replied with a calm look that he wanted her to become his personal magician. He remembered roasting meat on a blade with a friend. The guys sat by the fire while the main character said that the meat was burning. Claude remarked with a displeased look that he himself had forced the one-armed man to cook. Swinging his fist, the protagonist asked. Smiling, the warrior asked if the captain knew Vanessa's Red Nightmare. Curious about what he heard, MC asked about the Red Nightmare. His interlocutor imagined the girl and told him that he had recently learned something interesting. The sorceress who burned the entire north of Ladania had reached the seventh circle. Drinking tea, the guy replied that it sounded loud, after which he clarified what was wrong with her. Squatting, Claude said that they say that she has gone completely off the rails. Being a magician, for some reason she studied mana cultivation techniques. This is some kind of madness. Lowering his gaze, he added that she was burning and killing everything everywhere. The lords were going bankrupt. Orders had begun to come in to eliminate her, all in order to catch her. Ghislaine's face was serious. Claude glanced at him as he said that the mage had reached the seventh circle using mana techniques instead of magic power. Holding his chin, the protagonist clarified if it was interesting. Glancing at his friend, he offered to take her to them. Closing his eyes, MC thought that he couldn't do it then. Vanessa couldn't control her magic, and when she was found, she was almost dead. He imagined a blue flash and noticed that she had the talent to reach the seventh circle even without training magic. If you guided Vanessa a little, she would be able to truly shine. Furrowing his brows, the guy emphasized the fact that this time he would definitely take her. Valinda approached him and began to whisper that he needed to warn him in advance when he was going to take someone with him. The elders began to discuss that it was a good thing, that she was only translating the food anyway, they had to give it away, and that they had already taken care of her enough to remain loyal to Mr. Ranado. The archmage said with a satisfied look that Vanessa was an excellent mage who was valued by their tower, she would gladly serve him, after which he heard that they would additionally need battle mages of the third circle and above in Birdium. The man was shocked by what he heard. The protagonist said with a serious look that they are needed for territorial wars. The elders were taken aback by what they heard and asked again. Holding up 3 fingers, the main character listed that he wanted a triple market price, the annual placement of magi of the third circle and above in the lands of Birdium, and the transfer of Vanessa as his personal mage. These were the conditions for the sale of runestones. The guys watched him in surprise. The archmage stood with his back to him. He turned around and released a stream of powerful energy. The windows were shattered from such force. The man looked at the interlocutor and turned to him. Hubert, with glowing eyes, assumed that the guy did not respect him at all. The embittered head of the tower emphasized the fact that the mages of the tower cannot participate in territorial wars. Ghislaine not only does not know the basic rules of the kingdom, but also wants to send the mages of the third circle, the base of the tower, to war. Frowning, the archmage said that this was an insult to the Scarlet Flame Tower. He wouldn't even leave dust from it. The guys grabbed their weapons and said that it was only a pressure of magical power, and he thought too much of himself, since he had reached the sixth circle. Hubert began to walk towards the protagonist. Frowning, the guy said that he would regret it. The man was suddenly taken aback. Sitting on his chair, he told them that they had discovered a huge deposit of runestones in their lands, dozens of times more of them than they had brought today. The elders were shocked by what they heard. The protagonist asked with a serious look if the head of the tower understood that this information was already spreading to the north. Looking at him, the man replied that many would want to get their hands on this deposit. Rising from his chair, Ghislaine noticed that he was thinking quickly. Stretching out his hand, he said that they didn't want to start a war, they just needed the help of the tower until Birdium got stronger. If they helped them survive this crisis, he promised to supply runestones exclusively to their tower. The archmage calmly asked about the monopoly on runestones. Standing opposite, the protagonist asked if everything worked out, if it wasn't a matter of time before the Crimson Flame Tower would once again surpass the Crimson Tower and become the greatest magical tower. The man glanced at his hand. His eyes shone brightly. He gritted his teeth. He shook hands with him with a satisfied look. Hubert stood in front of the boy and said that Alpha must go. Stunned by Alpha, he wondered why when there were so many other magicians, to which he was told that he should not be mistaken, he was sent as the main person in charge precisely because he was the best talent in the history of the tower. The embarrassed boy asked if he was the most talented in history. Looking at the carts, the man said that this experience would be very useful to him when the boy became the head of the tower. He had to make sure that these villagers did not take the runestones to the side, and if a war for territory broke out, then he was not allowed to get involved in battle. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the Archmage stressed that he needed to hold out for only a year. In a year the tower would be able to surpass the Crimson One and become the best again. Alpha stood silently in front of him. He accepted all the instructions with a satisfied look. He suddenly frowned. Standing in front of him, Ghislaine wished him welcome to Birdium. The sorcerers looked around and discussed that the mansion was built in a rather old style, not luxurious, but quite practical. The space was organized on the basis of proportions. The upset boy noticed in his thoughts that this was just a wilderness. He had to come because of a request, but that the heir to the tower should be sent to such a poor wilderness. Lowering his head, the mage introduced himself as Alpha, the master of the third circle and the heir to the tower. He was entrusted with leading the mages, to which he received the answer that they would have a lot of work in these lands. They should not relax, because they would work hard. Embittered, Alpha wondered if they were mistaken for servants. The guy paid attention to the gentleman who addressed him. The protagonist asked where Vanessa was with a serious look. Turning around, the mage assumed that she was behind with their luggage. The girl brought the suitcases. Her face was emaciated. Bowing her head, the girl introduced herself. Holding out his hand, MC asked him to leave his things and come over to her. Closing his eyes, Alpha said that she could be left. She was mainly engaged in this. She still could not use magic, even if she did menial work. The suitcase flew into his face. Alpha fell to the ground. Holding his face, the boy asked what it was. After adjusting his sleeve, the main character stated that Vanessa no longer belongs to the tower. She is now his man, so he should not dare to address her like that. Ghislaine said calmly that he would turn a blind eye to it this time, but if it happened again, he would have to pay with his life. Vanessa was embarrassed by this treatment of herself. Blood was flowing from the guy's nose. With glowing eyes, he asked how the protagonist dared to treat him, the heir of the flames and the master of the third circle, like this. Holding his staff in his hand, he shouted that even though the main character was a nobleman, it was too much. If they wanted to, they could instantly turn their lands into a sea of fire. He snapped his fingers. The warriors surrounded the mages. The dumbfounded sorcerer shouted that this was savagery. Nowhere had it been seen that mages were taken up with weapons. They demanded appropriate treatment. Standing opposite, Ghislaine ordered him to be silent. He calmly remarked that no matter how he was treated, a contract was a contract. He had made a legal deal with the head of the tower and had been granted the right to dispose of them for a year in exchange for a monopoly supply of runestones, and then asked the question of what the guy thought would be on whose side the head would take if the contract was violated because of his behavior. Alpha was shocked by what he heard. MC pointed out with a serious look that in Birdium they were only a backup source of living mana. If a mage wanted respect, he had to fulfill his role properly. The embittered guy clarified how he dared to call him a source of living mana. Turning around, the main character ordered Jillian and Kahora to carry out educational work. Grinning, the guys said that now they would teach them how to behave properly on their lands. The boy began to tremble with fear and say that they were rude animals. Vanessa stood still. Ghislaine approached her and told her that from now on she was not to listen to anyone's orders but his. Furrowing his brows, the main character emphasized the fact that she was now his personal mage. She was shocked by what she heard. The girl was suddenly upset. She looked away. Standing in front of her, she noted that she did not know how to use magic. Smiling, the protagonist asked her to follow him. Stretching out his hand, the guy said that he would teach her how to use magic. They came to the arena. The girl looked at him silently. Turning around, the young master turned to her. Standing opposite, the main character asked to what circle she had studied magic, to which he received the answer that she knew only the theory until the 5th circle. Smiling, Ghislaine remarked that this was impressive. The girl was surprised by such a reaction. Vanessa lowered her head, saying that all this was useless, she could not use magic. Looking at her, the protagonist clarified if there was a reason for this. Holding the staff in front of her, she said that she had not felt magical power since childhood. She remembered sitting in front of books and telling her that she believed she could one day cast spells and studied hard, but the more she studied magic, the more she realized that she would never be able to use it. Holding the staff to herself, Vanessa added that her master was now dead. With a sad look, she assumed that this was why she was kicked out. Ghislaine looked at her with a serious look. He could see the aura around the girl and reasoned that it was comparable in strength to the level of the elders of the magic tower. Imagining a person sitting in front of textbooks, MC began to reason that magic cannot be mastered simply by memorization, but an understanding of principles, insight, the ability to put one's will and interpretation into it. Looking at Vanessa, he noticed that she now understood everything intellectually, but her body could not cope. She must have gone through many trials trying to solve this problem. The protagonist thought with a serious look that her efforts were not in vain. just the path was wrong. He remembered how Claude had sat in front of the fire, and said that the sorceress who had burned the entire north of Ladania had reached the seventh circle. Although she was a mage, she had mastered the techniques of working with mana. Smiling, the warrior said that this was madness. A smile appeared on Ghislaine's face. Keeping his hand in his pocket, he noted that he was going to teach her mana techniques. The girl was surprised by this. With a puzzled look, she asked why a mage needed this, to which she received the answer that both magic circles and mana technique are all based on working with mana. Looking at her, MC asked if she had ever tried it. Vanessa was terrified. Shaking her head, she cried out that it was madness to use magic through mana techniques. If something went wrong, she could be crippled for life. Stretching out his hand, the guy offered to try. The girl looked into his eyes. Her face was calm. She looked at her hand. Lowering her head, she wondered if she could use magic. The girl clenched her hand into a fist, and the young master sat behind her. Vanessa pulled her hair off her shoulder. She unbuttoned her dress. Looking at her, Ghislaine thought that in her previous life she had the same look as him. He imagined her reaching for the energy and added that she felt regret, anger, hatred, endless magic. Thirst for magic made her fall into a bottomless abyss. Flames surrounded her, while the protagonist reasoned that after mastering unknown mana techniques, she turned into a calamity, driven only by instinct, and burned everything to ashes. Looking at her back, the guy added that he was now there to prevent her from falling into this abyss. He held out his hand. MC released energy into her body. On her back was a magical handprint. The girl gritted her teeth in pain. She closed her eyes and thought she was hot. Frowning, the young master shouted for her to close her mouth, as the mana streams were twisted. With a serious look, he emphasized the fact that his mana was now entering her body. She should not miss this feeling. She needed to feel the flow of mana. The energy spread throughout her body. Closing her eyes, Vanessa thought that the mana was spreading all over her body, going around the edges and rushing to the center. Her eyes began to glow brightly. A blue light spread from her. She remembered how as a child she overheard the discussion to stop supporting her. The man stood in front of Hubert, and shouted that Vanessa had talent. Without her they would not have been able to prove the pattern of mana conversion into magical energy. Looking away, the Archmage asked if Renato could see, adding that he would admit it. Standing in front of the door, the girl heard that no matter how smart she was, she couldn't use magic at all, and he didn't know if such a person could be called a magician. Vanessa imagined herself standing behind her. Watching herself, the girl thought that this was her as a child. She saw the memory of standing in front of the teacher and asking for forgiveness. The tearful girl said that if she had more talent, he wouldn't have to leave the magic tower. Renato patted her on the head, saying that he was not leaving her, but was going on a journey to find a way to help her use magic. Standing in front of her, the magician asked her to raise her head and look at the sky. Vanessa remembered sitting in front of the books and thinking that in this world, darkness could not last forever. Stretching out his hand, Ghislaine promised her that one day the light would surely come to her. He was standing in front of her. A bright glow emanated from it. The girl narrowed her eyes at the glow. She stretched out her hand to him and thought that her teacher was right. Lying on the ground, Vanessa emphasized the fact that the light had indeed come to her. A rumble was heard in the settlement. The bandit fought with the warriors. He shouted with a satisfied look for the weaklings to go at him, and then asked if they thought they could defeat him with these pieces of iron. The knight rushed at him and asked him not to laugh. The stranger grabbed his arm. He threw the warrior to the floor. The knight pounced on him from behind. The guy turned around suddenly. He threw his opponents away from him. The soldiers broke through the wall and flew out of the building. Shaking the dust off his hands, the stranger asked if they had already fallen down, although he had not yet warmed up. The warrior said with a satisfied look that, as expected of his brother, he was the greatest warrior of their time. These nonentities dared to interrupt their feast. They had no equal in these parts. The man put the mug on the table. The moon shone brightly in the sky. The fisherman was lying by the river. Someone came up to him and asked how the training was progressing. The man continued to lie and asked if something had happened. The bandit looked at him and said that the order to march had come from the Earl of Desmond. Victor held his hands under his head. His face was calm. He took the helmet in his hand. Victor put on his helmet. As he was leaving, he noticed that they were leaving. Inspecting the room with corpses, the man emphasized the fact that he was dying of boredom. The Count of the Northern Lands sits at the table. Yvalter holds a sheet of paper in his hands. He looks at the letter, which says that his son Gilmore de Grad has been killed by Ghislaine Bertium, and he will take revenge. The Count closes his eyes and orders the soldiers to be summoned. The flag flutters in the wind. It is a declaration of war. The dark-haired man shifts his gaze and shouts that these de Grads have gone completely mad and adds that it is said that Crown Prince Ghislaine killed Gilmore. Yvalter sits in the middle of the hall and thinks that they need to be taught a lesson to unleash a war under false pretexts, and continues that suddenly such an unexpected betrayal. How many years they have lived together as a northern family. The Count tilts his head and thinks what benefit they want to get by fighting them. Yvalter looks ahead and says it's all because of the runestones. Ghislaine looks ahead and says that didn't they say that the two vassals went on an embassy to the de Grads while he was in the magic tower, and goes on to say that they must have chatted about the internal affairs of the domains. A man with a black beard looks at the protagonist and shouts that on what basis does he make such bold statements that the vassals betrayed them. The Count looks at his son and thinks that it often happens that action for the good of the possessions turns into a crisis. The blonde guy looks at the Count, and Ivalter continues to think that it seems that he knew in advance that everything would lead to this. The dark-haired man raises his hand up and shouts that there is no need to think twice, and that their troops are superior to the Degrads anyway, as they have much more combat experience, and adds that they will make them pay dearly for daring to attack them. The knight runs down the corridor. Chain bursts into the hall and shouts that they have a problem, because the enemy is already here. The rider is holding a flag in his hands. Horses walk along a dusty road. A knight in armor sits on a horse. The army is approaching the fortress. The Count looks ahead, and Randolph says that as soon as they declared war, they have already shown up, and Jillian wonders when they had time to prepare. Wars carry weapons in their hands. Randolph reports that according to their data, about 6,000 armed soldiers have arrived, and another 1,000 in the supply train. As the soldiers climb the stairs, Randolph continues to report that a lot of siege weapons have also been spotted, and it looks like they have started preparing a long time ago. The gray-haired man looks ahead and says that he can't understand what's going on here because the difference in forces is too great, and Hellion goes on to say that the Degrads are as poor as Bertium, and how they were able to raise such an army, and Randolph replies that he said that you can't reduce the troops. Ivalter turns his head. The Count looks back and shouts that there is nothing to talk about and they are only wasting time, and adds that all the soldiers should take up positions on the walls. The entrance gate is lowered. Ivalter orders the inhabitants to enter the fortress, and all the gates are closed, and the order is given that the warriors hold their positions. The soldiers run forward. The Count raises his hand and shouts that the fight is about to begin. The rider stops in front of the castle. The bearded man grits his teeth and says that his son, although he was a useless slacker, gave him a reason to attack Bertium. Degrad smiles and says that what a magnificent castle. Degrad sits on his horse and orders Victor to follow him, as he needs to talk to his older brother Bertium. Ivalter stands on the fortress wall and shouts to Degrad what kind of madness is going on here. The rider stops and replies that his beloved son Gilmore Degrad died on this land. Degrad looks angrily at his interlocutor and continues that his son died because of his brother's son, the heir of Bertium, at the hands of Ghislain Bertium, and asks what parent would not be angry over the death of his child. Ivalter looks at the interlocutor. Degrad raises his head and says that if he surrenders him now, they can do without bloodshed. Ghislain squints his eyes. Randolph approaches the Earl and says that how dare they lie to the end, and Jillian adds that further conversation with them will be pointless. Ghislain looks down and thinks that even though Elena was saved, it should have happened after Gilmore's death, and continues to muse that the fact that they brought siege engines means that they intend to destroy them completely. The guy squints his eye and thinks that this is all expected. The blonde boy looks at his father, and the Earl says that his son did not kill Gilmore. Evolver squints his eyes and says that this is his only answer, and adds that if they care about life, they must leave. Degrad turns his head. The knight looks ahead and says that Ivalter Bertium is truly a worthy commander who defended the north for many years. Degrad grins and says that he really is a northern wolf, and how much blood will be spilled because of his brother's stupid choice. The riders turn around and Degrad tells Ivalter not to regret his decision. Men stand on the fortress wall. Randolph turns to the Count and shouts at him to trust him with the troops, adding that the opponent is nothing more than a rabble with a numerical superiority, and he will crush them all. The man with gray hair raises his hand and is indignant that Randolph is crazy, that even with his strength, the difference in numbers is too great, and Hellion says that one defeat is enough and Bertium is finished, and Randolph says that they can't just stand by and watch. Ivalder looks into the distance and thinks that maybe he should ask for help from other possessions, whether they can hold out until reinforcements arrive, or maybe leave the castle and retreat to the northern fortress. The Count closes his eyes and thinks that his thoughts are confused. A huge army is in the ranks, and Ivalter continues to reason that they declared war suddenly and are already fully prepared. Besides, such a number of troops is beyond the capabilities of Degrad, who supports them. The Count closed his eyes and thought about what could be done in such a situation. Ghislain looks ahead and says that they need to prepare for defense. Walter looks at the guy. Ghislain stands at the edge of the fortress wall and says that there are almost 7,000 soldiers of the army of Degrad against the barely recruited 1,000 soldiers of Bertium's troops, and continues that the difference in numbers is more than 3 times. As Degrad sits on horseback, Ghislain continues to muse that the enemy is fully prepared and morale is very high, and continues that in about 2 weeks they will run out of siege weapons and launch a full-scale offensive. The blonde guy raises his head and says that the best thing they can do now is to ask for help and hold the defense of the castle. Ivalter turns his head to his son and says that this is usually done, but he does not see a way out of this situation. Ghislain approaches his father. He covers his mouth with his hands. The Count turns towards his son. Ghislain walks away from the castle and thinks that he will do everything to turn the tide in the 2 weeks of the clash. People are sitting at the table. Kaur looks at Ghislain. Valinda narrows her eyes and says that the war has really begun. The protagonist purses his lips and confirms it. The main character looks at the audience and says that now he will tell them what they need to do. The rays of the sun illuminate the castle. Ghislain tilts his head and says that before attacking, they must attack their supply squad, and continues that if the supply is cut off, it will be difficult for the enemy to continue the war. The arrows on the map point to the castle. Valinda says that this is impossible, as there are already a lot of Degrad troops in front of the castle, and they are watching them, and continues that they will notice any movement they make. Ghislaine looks at Kawar and Helion and addresses them. Kaon turns his head and says that as he ordered, they immediately placed troops in the monster forest, as they could hide there so as not to worry about detection. Helion tilts his head and says that they also gave the soldiers ponchos lined with trance terror on his orders, and adds that the dark material would be great for night operations. Ghislaine points his finger at the map and says that a large army is of course easy to spot, and goes on to say that a small squad in camouflage will be difficult to spot. Valinda turns to the protagonist, and he says that he leaves this job to her. Valinda opens her eyes wide. Valinda looks at the protagonist, and says that she understood. The protagonist looks at Valinda and argues that the task is dangerous. She will have to infiltrate the enemy's camp at the risk of her life and continues that she can easily cope with it. Ghislaine narrows his eyes and says that this will be the last step, the decisive blow that will put an end to this war. Vanessa stretched her hand forward. A flag flies over the tent. A few days later, the camp of the Degrad supply squad. Pablo holds a glass in his hands and says that the war has finally begun and soon he, the eternal vassal, will receive his lands, the commander of the Degrad supply detachment, a former vassal of Bertium. Pablo raises his glass and says that it is very good that he has joined Desmond, and with such support of the troops he will easily get a position in the rear, and the interlocutor says that all this is due to his excellent choice. The horses stopped in front of the camp. Ghislaine opens her mouth. The main character sits on horseback and says that now is the perfect moment. Valinda looks ahead and says it's very gloomy today, and Kaher says it's so dark that it gouged out an eye. Ghislaine raises his hand up and says that the weather is great for a surprise attack. The main character lowers his visor and says not to take prisoners, and adds that everyone should be killed. The warrior raises his sword above his head. The knight raises his hand to his face and exclaims that they do not take prisoners. He seeks the enemy and orders that everyone must be killed. The warriors sit among the tents. They immediately stand in a stance with spears in their hands. A guy with red hair deflects his opponent's blows. One of the warriors turns around and says that this is an ambush. The second asks what carries the sentries wear. Knights fight with swords. One of them raises his weapon and orders that Ghislaine's mercenaries must strictly follow the plan from now on, and adds that no one must escape. The rays of the sun break through the darkness. The blond man turns around and shouts that they have been attacked. Pablo replies that he sees it himself and asks what the seniority does. The vassal closes his eyes and says that they have 1,000 warriors on their side, and adds that they should not panic and just finish everyone off. The guy draws his eyebrows together and says that about 70% of their people were killed. A warrior rides a horse. Jillian plunges his sword into his opponent. Kahers deflects an enemy attack. The knight cuts off the head of the attacker. Pablo closes his eyes from what he sees. He turns to the young man and demands that he figure it out, and adds that he will lose his head at this rate and lose his lands. A spear is thrust into the neck of a blond man. He falls to the ground. Valinda shifts her gaze to the Baron and says that it is nice to see familiar faces. Pablo looks at her. The flames engulf the entire fortress. Wounded soldiers lie on the ground. Bodies are scattered everywhere. A bound man is on his knees in front of the main character. Valinda put her foot on the prisoner and said that his name was Pablo. He was one of the vassals sent as envoys to the Degrads, and added that he had not only defected to the side of the enemy, selling information, but also served as the head of the Degrad squad. The traitor's head is pressed to the ground and he begs to be spared by Mr. Ghislaine, and adds that he surrenders. The protagonist shifts his gaze to Pablo and asks about the instigator. He raises his head and replies that it was Desmond and all his handiwork, and adds that he threatened him and had no choice. Ghislaine narrowed his eyes and thought that it was he who had supplied the Degrads with troops. Pablo raises his head and says that he was mistaken, but hasn't he served Bertium faithfully for many years, and continues that he can be profitable, because Count Degrad will pay a ransom for him. The young man jumps off his horse and asks the traitor to raise his head. He rises from the ground and thanks the guy, promising that he will dedicate his saved life to serving Bertium. Ghislaine raises his sword over the traitor. His head falls off his shoulders. The young man opens his mouth slightly and declares that he does not do business with deceivers. Fire glows in his eyes and he continues that the fate of those who betrayed Bertium is sealed, and that is death. The riders rush forward. Valinda turns her head towards her leader. Kaher turns around and asks the captain what will happen now. The young warrior leans forward slightly and says that they are heading for the castle. Cannonballs fly out of the catapult, and Gilmore says that the enemies should have started their attack by now, as they are focusing all their attention on the castle. The enemy is attacking the fortress. As the riders rush forward, Ghislaine asks Kaur and Valinda to head to the left wall when they arrive, and he will take over the right. Jillian approaches the guy, and he orders him to take over the enemy's base. The main character turns his head and adds that even if the enemy has the effect of surprise, he will have to fight with a small army against a 1,000-strong army. The man purses his lips, and Ghislaine asks if he can do it. Jillian looks at the guy resolutely and replies that he can handle it, because he is only waiting for his order. The guy directs his gaze to the man. Kaur turns his head to Valinda and says that the old man is so funny, and the girl asks the protagonist who he will direct to the enemies. The young warrior gallops forward and replies that there is no one. His subjects are sent after him. Ghislaine turns around and says that this war will be the starting point for Bertium's new story. The walls of the castle are shrouded in clouds of smoke. The protagonist's father waves his hand and commands everyone to get ready. The walls of the fortress explode. The man directs his sword forward and commands the warriors not to let the enemy approach the walls of the fortress. Enemies climb up. Walter rushes at the enemy and summons the soldiers to attack, adding that they are climbing a wall, and there are too many of them. He raises his weapon and commands everyone to attack the enemy and prevent him from passing through the walls. Degrad spreads his arms to the sides and laughs. He claps his hands and exclaims that this is exciting, that at first glance it is clear, because everything is over for his enemy. The man raises his hand and commands the catapults to prepare for a second shot, which is not to be delayed. Victor looked ahead and thought that this was the end of the Northern Wolf, and he had hope. The enemy attacks a man. He raises his sword to the side. Ivolter holds the weapon in front of him. His companion turns back and says that walls are one thing, but the gate will not last that long, and asks what he will order to do. The Count closes his eyes. He directs his gaze to the enemy, and says that they leave the gates and protect the walls of the castle. He turns to the side and clarifies that with reinforcements, the head of the cleanup replies that the places where the messengers were sent were refused, and continues that Zimbar and the Randolphs said that they are busy with internal problems and will not be able to help, and adds that communication with the messengers sent to the Earl of Loges has been lost. The counselor throws his head up and asks how no one has been able to help them, and mentally adds that they are ungrateful bastards. The catapult rises above the plain. The warrior approaches the Count and shouts that he has bad news. Degrad turns to the soldier and assumes that it appears that the supply squad has been attacked. Victor turns to the leader and says that the soldiers sent for supplies never returned, and that something must have happened. The Count tells him not to dare to jump to conclusions, because it is impossible. Victor turns to the side and sees smoke. He is convinced that there is a supply squad in that direction. The Count asks how these rats from Bertium stuck in the castle know the location of the supply squad. Clouds of smoke appear on the plain. Victor looks ahead and remembers that there is a smart enough person left in Bertium who is able to develop a strategy. Interest appears in his eyes. The Count turns at him and says his name, and asks what they should do, and adds that they have just started the attack and are out of supplies. Victor waves his hand. He continues to look ahead and states that they don't need supplies, as they will conquer the castle by the end of that day. The Count opens his mouth in surprise and asks if this is true. A warrior stands in front of the walls of the fortress. His eyes flash with rage and he thinks that the siege of the right and left walls has been going on for a long time, but for now they are holding out. The warriors climb the wall. Ewalter raises his sword in his hands, and Victor continues to muse that Bertium's elite squad, including the Frostwolf, is most likely holding the line. The main gate appears. Victor narrowed his eyes and said that he understood. He thrust his sword forward. The army stands in front of him. The commander points to the gate and declares that today they will enter through it. A knight in white armor rode out on horseback. The commander, resolutely turning his gaze to the subordinate warrior, firmly pronounced that his name was Aiden. The horse began to rattle its horseshoes. The knight bowed his head. He raised his sword in the air. The warrior galloped forward. The commander, turning back, fearlessly declared that he would break through the gate himself. The knight rushed to the castle and strategically ordered it to stay there and hold the line. The horse galloped forward. Soldiers crawled along the walls of the fortress. The warriors fought with swords. The defender of the fortress, looking frightened at the approaching threat, anxiously warned that someone was approaching there. Huge structures were approaching the wall, and the sentry on the wall exclaimed in shock that they were siege ladders. The defensive commander, clenching his teeth indignantly at the injustice, angrily asked how the hell they knew the height of the walls, and added that it would have been hard without it, and now they had no chance at all. The blonde commander, desperately looking away from despair, asked where the catapults were. The artillery officer, hurriedly turning to the commander, breathlessly reported that the catapults had just been prepared. A huge cannonball flew over the wall, and the commander loudly ordered to open fire and stop them. A cannonball flew into the tower, and the hero exclaimed in shock that they were shells, and concluded that this meant that catapults had been assembled in Bertium, adding that there was a hit. The hero swung his weapon. The spear flew forward. The soldiers watched the explosion in the air. Another defender, dumbfounded by the incredible sight, incredulously asked if it was true that the shell had been intercepted. The knight was galloping to the wall, and the hero wondered who had done it. Svaltio looked ahead, puzzled. The warriors rushed to the wall, and the man shouted guessingly if it could be him. The enemy commander, drawing his sword from its scabbard, haughtily proclaimed that Bertium was doomed, and added that all their efforts were in vain, for no matter how much they resisted, their doom was sealed. The same enemy commander, imperiously pointing to the heavy siege engines, ordered the battering ram to move forward. The warriors were approaching the gate, and the hero furiously shouted that it was necessary to attack the gate. The defender of the fortress, desperately fighting off his enemies, exclaimed imploringly, addressing his master. A huge mace hit the goal. The defender, looking ahead hopefully, pronounced the name Ghislaine. The soldiers surrounded the gates of the fortress. The captive mage, furiously breaking free from his chains, indignantly demanded to be finally released, adding that they were cursed. The same bound mage, indignantly throwing his head up, proudly declared that they were mages and should not get involved in these pathetic territorial wars. The guard, looking sternly at the rebellious prisoner, adamantly replied that this was the order of the young master, and ordered him to obey, and the bound mage, defiantly snapped, whether they were blind and whether he looked like someone who would sit quietly. The mace was hitting the goal, and the guy pessimistically stated that if they let the siege weapons get so close, then the war was already lost. A girl named Vanessa looked at the prisoner, and he hopelessly exclaimed that the fortress was over. The mage looked at the warriors angrily, and the faithful maid assured him comfortingly that he should not worry and called him Master Alpha. The same faithful servant, confidently leaning towards her prisoner, optimistically promised that the young master would definitely fix everything. Mr. Alfie, looking furiously at the warriors with indignation, indignantly shouted that there was no need to make him laugh and it was not even worth mentioning this boy in front of him, since they were only suffering because of him, and sarcastically added that there was no correction there, and the maid timidly objected that the young master would definitely cope. Alpha glanced aggressively at his master's protector, angrily ordered her to shut up, and asked if she was willing to follow the madman's orders. Vanessa, shaking her head in disagreement, firmly retorted that the young master was not a madman. A few days ago, the girl stretched out her hand forward. The heroes stood in the center of the circle. The young magical girl, looking down in embarrassment and shame, apologized guiltily for apologizing, since she was just learning how to use magic, and that was all she could do for now, and Ghislaine patiently supported that everything was fine, and explained that it was enough for her to use it now, and the missing magical power would accumulate over time. The soldiers dug in near the wall, and the boy kindly suggested that she follow him, as he wanted to show something. The heroes looked at the soldiers. The girl, looking in surprise at the strange activity, wondered why rune stones were buried in the ground. The unknown subordinate, happily turning to the commander, called out to the young master, and the heroine asked in puzzlement if it was Mr. Alpha in front of him. Alfoy, indignantly holding a shovel in his hands, indignantly demanded to explain why they were forcing the mages to dig, and added that they had a lot of subordinates, and if they wanted to hide the runestones, it was better to take them out of the fortress. The warrior, having sternly grabbed his subordinate, authoritatively ordered that he not talk during work. The girl turned to the hero and said that he was a young master. Ghislaine, nodding with satisfaction from the completion of the preparatory work, busily stated that the preparations were completed. The heroes looked ahead at the wall, and Ghislaine analytically explained that the simplest and most powerful tactic in war was to overwhelm the enemy by superior numbers, and added pessimistically that no matter how much they resisted, they would not withstand the endless onslaught, and the gates would fall. Ghislaine, turning resolutely to the girl out of inner conviction, firmly stated that there must be a way to win. The heroine looked at the guy silently. Vanessa, her eyes widening in shock at the incredible proposal, exclaimed dumbfounded that it was impossible. Vanessa, throwing her staff up, hesitantly doubted whether she could do it. The heroine slammed her staff on the floor. Alpha squinted angrily at the light. The guy, admiringly watching the miracle taking place, exclaimed in shock that this was a transfer of magic. The girl looked ahead with concentration and said that this was the transfer of magic. The heroine looked ahead, and the protagonist confidently assured the girl that she could. The enemy was approaching the castle. The defender on the wall, desperately looking at the gate breaking through, shouted in panic that the gate would not hold, and ordered to hold out until the signal was given. The same defender, frightenedly pointing to the new threat, anxiously warned that something was approaching there. The warriors approached through the clouds of smoke. Svaltel, horrified at the sight of the approaching squad, exclaimed in shock that it was the same squad. The warrior was riding a horse, and the boy exclaimed the name Ghislaine exultantly. The warrior looked back. The scout, hurriedly running up to the commander, excitedly turned to Victor and said that he had arrived with a report. The warriors fought in battle. The warrior raised his sword above his head, and the hero reported that an unknown cavalry attacked both sides from the rear. The soldier cut down the opponents. The commander, shocked by the unexpected news, asked in shock if it was true that a surprise attack had taken place, and added that it had been said that Bertium would not receive reinforcements. The soldier was approaching the soldiers, and the commander loudly commanded them to shoot and not to stand in a pillar, and ordered to kill the enemy before he approached. The arrows flew forward. The soldier, looking up in amazement, exclaimed in shock that the warrior was flying through the sky. The knight's eye flashed. The warrior cut his opponents with his sword. The knight galloped on. Another frightened warrior, watching the incredible number of corpses, was horrified to see that one man could destroy so many opponents in an instant, and asked in panic what kind of monster it was. The warrior threw his sword up. Ghislaine, solemnly raising his visor, enthusiastically called for the warriors of Bertium to stand up for themselves. Ghislaine, resolutely pointing his sword upwards, proclaimed that it was their turn to attack. The soldiers were approaching the wall. Meanwhile, events were unfolding in the main headquarters of Degrad. An image of a map of hostilities appeared. Yellow flags towered over the battle. The panicked officer, desperately attacking the enemy, excitedly shouted that they had been attacked and the headquarters had been attacked. The commander of the attacking forces, looking menacingly to the side, tactfully ordered Gordon and Thorin that he would distract the attention of the enemies, and they must disperse and disable key objects, and the subordinates replied in a disciplined manner there is. The knight, attacking his enemies, mockingly remarked that they should look at the confused faces of their opponents, and added that by the time they returned to the headquarters, it would already be destroyed. An officer of Degrad's staff, looking ahead in fright, asked what was going on here and why they had been taken by surprise, and the soldier ordered the count to take cover. Jillian swung his axe. The commander of the attackers, authoritatively approaching the count, officially announced to the enemy commander, Count Tamos Degrad, that he had been captured. Count Degrad, stepping back dumbfounded, gritting his teeth from unexpected capture, asked in confusion if this was true. Jillian swung his weapon. The warrior's eyes flashed. Shurien fought in battle with a knight in white armor. Opponents walked in clouds of smoke. Vaughn looked menacingly at the enemy, and he admiringly stated that he was strong. The count, bearing his weapon, haughtily stated that attacking the headquarters with small forces was incredible audacity. The knight, imperiously approaching the enemy, officially introduced himself, and declared that his name was Aiden Prasso. The count, looking ahead demandingly, ordered the enemy to give his name. Jillian, looking distantly into the distance, replied indifferently that he had no name. The warrior, bowing his head obediently, loyally declared that he was only the weapon of Master Berdium. The action moves to the left fortress wall. The soldiers stood on the wall of the fortress. Valinda, waving away the blow, shouted the name of the warrior. The hero threw the enemy back. The red-haired guy grinned. The hero swung at the enemy. The young warrior, angrily waving away the blood splatter, disgustedly demanded that the guy stop spraying blood in her direction, and he replied that she should dodge better, since he was not up to it. Velnda, gritting her teeth indignantly at the insult, indignantly exclaimed that she was not his aunt. The action moves to the right fortress wall. The knight jumped up on his horse. The exhausted soldier, desperately staring ahead, shouted in panic that he could no longer hold back the enemy and warned that he would die, so they had to flee. The enemy commander, looking at the demoralized enemy, ruthlessly ordered them all to be killed, as the enemy was confused, and it was time to attack. The warrior, resolutely turning towards the siege tower, strategically declared that he would destroy their siege tower. The warriors of Berdium, enthusiastically raising their weapons to the sky, patriotically exclaimed that they were fighting for Captain Ghislain and would destroy these bastards. The enemy commander, looking furiously at the retreating soldiers, angrily shouted that these stupid idiots had no right to turn their backs on the battlefield. The spearman officer, turning to his subordinates in a disciplined manner, firmly ordered the spearmen to hold the line, and the soldiers obediently replied in the affirmative. The commander of the squad, moving forward, cautiously advised them to dodge as best they could. The warriors struck the hero. The spears struck the horse, and the warrior wondered where the enemy had gone. The soldiers looked around in bewilderment. The protagonist jumped up above his opponents. The guy jumped on the enemies. The protagonist's sword flashed. The protagonist cut the opponents. The enemy flew aside. The hero swung his sword. The guy narrowed his eyes. The warriors climbed the wall. The walls were on fire, and the guy thought that the wall was in poor condition because of the siege tower. The soldiers galloped forward, and the hero added that their cavalry was trying to hold back the onslaught, but the difference was too great. The warrior raised his hand and shouted that the walls would soon fall, and they needed to stop the protagonist. The guy looked ahead and thought that there was no time. The guy threw his sword and offered to drive a wedge. The sword cut off the soldier's head. Blood gushed out of his body. The guy swung at the main character and shouted that he had found him. The protagonist stabbed the enemy. The hero took a swing at another opponent. The guy threw away the enemy's sword. The hero hit the soldier. Blood gushed out of the enemy's neck. The Vins began to shoot at the enemy and shout that it was necessary not to let him approach. The protagonist repelled the arrows of the enemies. The warrior looked ahead dumbfounded and wondered how this was possible. Ghislain pierced the enemy's body with his sword. The warrior threw his opponent away. The enemy flew back. His sword broke in the air. The guy threw his hand forward and said that he was using a mana thread. The protagonist rushed forward. The main character lifted off the ground. The hero grabbed his sword. The guy swung his sword. The guards looked ahead dumbfounded. Ghislain's eye flashed. The hero cut down the enemy. Clouds of smoke rose in front of the guy. The soldiers looked ahead and said he was an idiot. The helmeted knight looked ahead and said that the hero was breaking the siege tower alone. The tower collapsed, and the hero thought that this was their commander. The knight turned and asked how the gate was. Stana was shaking, and the guy shouted that the defense of the gate was too strong, and they were delayed. The hero turned to the side. The knight galloped forward and gave the heroes 5 minutes, because in this time he would deal with the commander. The knight flashed his eye and said that they must break through if they did not want to die at his hand. The soldier looked at the commander dumbfounded. The hero turned around, and the guy shouted his name. The hero came out of the clouds of smoke and asked where he was going. The knight turned to the side and asked who he was. Kahir, grinning confidently, officially announced that his name was Kahir. He was the commander of the Cerberus mercenaries. The hero swung his weapon and offered to play. The guy rushed to the opponent and insistently asked to play with him. The knight turned and exhaled. The warrior parried the blow of a red-haired guy named Kaher. Kaher looked away. The warrior struck him with his sword. The guy soared into the air. The hero swung his weapon. The knight parried his blows. Kaur gritted his teeth. The knight repelled the guy's attacks. The warrior, gritting his teeth furiously in frustration, exclaimed indignantly that this damn bastard was repelling all his attacks, and the enemy claimed that there had been many times like him. The enemy repulsed another attack of the guy. The warrior, contemptuously attacking the guy, mockingly added that he was talking about self-confident mercenaries who imagined themselves to be strongmen. The protagonist missed his sword. Hero held back the blow with his sword. Kaher flew back. Blood gushed out of the guy's body. The enemy, looking at the enemy, philosophically stated that there is nothing easier than to cope with an animal that relies only on instincts. The guy was slowing down on the ground with his feet. The warrior, desperately holding back the wound from the powerful blow, frightenedly admitted that the enemy was too strong, and admitted that the commander was right. The hero stood with his back to the frame and analytically explained that the enemy's name was Victor, and he was the secret trump card of Desmond, one of the forces aimed at Bertium. Kaur looked at the protagonist and asked if Victor was stronger than them, to which Ghislaine confidently replied that Victor was indeed stronger than anyone he had met, but added except for himself. The walls were burning, and the hero wisely predicted that Victor would force them to throw all their forces into defending the walls, using numerical superiority. The warriors ran to the gate, and the boy said that he would then deliver the main blow through the weakened gate. The girl looked ahead. Ghislaine, nodding his head at the accuracy of the forecast, stated with satisfaction that everything was going exactly according to plan. The guy was holding on to his shoulder, and the hero added worriedly that if Victor moved away from the gate, the operation could fail. Ghislaine, looking seriously into his comrade's eyes, tactfully ordered Kaur to detain Victor when this happened. The enemy was standing over Kaur. The young man, angrily grabbing the broken sword, cursed rudely. Kaher, impatiently waving his sword, indignantly demanded that they finally stop. The city was ablaze. Swords clashed. Gillian repelled the attack. Aiden Prasso, looking ahead in fright, exclaimed in alarm that the gentleman must be careful. The defenders of the fortress, running forward in panic, desperately shouted that everyone should be careful, destroy as many enemies as possible and not interfere with Master Gillian. Gillian, looking wearily ahead from the protracted battle, irritated that he was tired and did not have time to stay here. The enemy, carefully deflecting the enemy's blows, appreciated that the massive shield repelled attacks from all sides, and added that he had not met such a stubborn enemy for a long time. Gillian resolutely clenched his weapon for a decisive blow, and the enemy continued pointedly however. The enemy, furiously swinging for a powerful attack, impatiently declared that he could not waste any more time on him, since it was useless. Gillian, confidently hitting his opponent's weapon into the ground, calmly retorted that the blow was not bad, but he would not be able to break through his shield. The warrior dodged the blow. The heroes fought in battle. The enemy's weapon flew aside. The warrior struck Gillian's horse. The horse threw up his head. The enemy raised his shield in the air. The knight, turning menacingly to his opponent, ruthlessly demanded that he surrender. He drove Gillian back. The man viciously deflected the blow. Kaur gritted his teeth. The club hit the goal. The gate made its way inside. The soldiers looked ahead. The knight turned his head. The protagonist looked ahead. Alfoy fell to the floor and shouted that the gate had been broken through, and demanded that the girl do something. The heroine looked ahead and said that it was not yet time. The knight threw out his hand forward and shouted to everyone to attack the gate. The soldiers rushed into the fortress, and he ordered them to capture the castle. The hero turned and ordered to find Count de Grat, and he would deal with the commander himself. Kaher lowered his head and shouted that this would not work. Victor, putting the weapon to the hero's neck, coldly stated that Kahoro had nowhere to run. Victor, patronizing the defeated mercenary, said instructively that Kaur, as the head of the mercenaries, should better choose what he was willing to give his life for, and asked why he was climbing again. The warrior, looking triumphantly at the ruined fortifications, triumphantly declared that the gates had already fallen. The knight, looking at Gillian arrogantly, stated that they had lost. Kaher lowered his eyes, and the hero analytically explained that the surprise attack was effective in its own way, but the result was still the same. Gillian lowered his head, and the hero added that it was a mistake to recruit mercenaries into the key squad. Victor, tilting his visor, condescendingly added that no matter how good the mercenaries were, they could not defeat the trained knights. The hero looked down and explained that a true mercenary should know when to retreat. The warrior drove past the guy. The warrior, looking at his opponent, categorically stated that they had nothing to give their lives for in this war. Kahers, mockingly raising his sword at his opponent, mockingly asked what it would matter if you were a mercenary or a knight. The guy grinned. Gillian, gritting his teeth, wisely continued that whether you were a mercenary or a knight, the only thing that mattered on the battlefield was victory. Kaur pounced on the enemy. Gillian jumped on his opponent. The warrior swung and arrogantly concluded that the excuses of the losers were worthless. The hero parried the protagonist's blow. The enemy's weapon flew aside. The man deflected a blow to the side. Victor, looking in amazement at the unexpected vulnerability, exclaimed in shock that the blow came from the inside of the axe. His weapon flew to the side. Glion's axe jerked at his side. The warrior fell from his horse. The knight lay on the ground and asked how he dared to do this. Jillian raised his sword in the air. He cut down the enemy. Jillian, bending triumphantly over the enemy, triumphantly explained that there was a weak point in any defense. The hero put the sword back in its place, and said that he had given his life to become Ghislaine's tool. The guy raised his sword in the air. The man swung and said that he would bring him victory. The knight looked ahead dumbfounded. Blood gushed in all directions. Kaur ran towards him. Kaur, looking ahead, honestly admitted to himself that he knew that the enemy was stronger than him, and humbly added that he knew that he could die. Ghislaine looked at the guy and asked to detain Victor. Kaur, gritting his teeth with desperate determination, concluded passionately that if he could land even one blow. The hero turned around, and the guy wondered how he did it, and Ghislaine asked what it was. The same young fighter, excitedly gesturing to the recent fight, enthusiastically continued and asked how his mentor had dodged so deftly during their fight. The young warrior, turning to the side, respectfully asked to teach him too. The hero looked at the guy and philosophically explained that it was not about the movements themselves. Cows rubbed the back of his head. The boy ran at the enemy, and Ghislaine shrewdly remarked that whoever met the enemy for the first time would think that he was not so strong. Victor swung his sword. The guy gritted his teeth, and the hero confidently predicted that he would underestimate his opponent. The heroes struck their swords. Queso swung his sword. The warrior parried his blow. Hero looked ahead and exhaled. The young man's sword flew upwards. The opponent, looking seriously ahead, analytically explained that fools often jump to conclusions, believing that they have nothing to lose, and do not even suspect that this decision will be their last. The warrior raised his sword in the air. Hero pointed his sword at the guy and ordered him to die. The protagonist turned around and said that not everything was so simple. The guy stared at the sword in horror, and the hero strategically concluded that, however, if he concealed his true intentions, he could win. Cows grabbed the enemy's sword. He snatched the weapon from his hands. The guy jumped up. Victor looked up in surprise. The guy was flying at the enemy, and Ghislaine practically summed up that it was possible to strike at least one blow. The guy plunged a knife into Victor's armor. The horse raised its head in pain. Blood gushed out of the animal. The guy fell to the ground. The hero buried his head in the ground. The observer of the fight, looking at the fighter with admiration, noted that the unexpected maneuver was to catch the broken sword in the air, and added that even in an extremely disadvantageous position, the fighter created the conditions for a turning point in the situation, and such a level can only be achieved by being ready to die. Victor, looking at the enemy, respectfully admitted that he was not just a brainless beast. The guy looked up, and Victor was impressed by the fact that it was impressive. Victor approached and wisely noted that on the verge of life and death, people often exceed their limits, but it is a pity that the enemy missed. The warrior drew his sword and respectfully declared that he had finally met a worthy opponent. Victor solemnly thrust his sword forward and generously asked if Kahir had anything to say in the end. The guy buried his face in the floor. The hero looked ahead, and Kahir whispered barely audibly that he had something to say. Kaur, suddenly raising his head for a final desperate attack, furiously shouted that the opponent must receive a blow. Victor, dumbfounded by the unexpected attack, asked in confusion what had happened. Arrows flew into the enemy. The blows hit the floor. The girl was flying in the air. The heroine attacked the enemy. The hook hooked the guy. The girl looked back. Cows flew after the heroine. The warrior looked ahead and asked what his words meant. The guy was lying on his horse and analytically stated that although the blow had silenced Victor, if it hadn't been for that woman, Kahor would have been dead by now, and thoughtlessly remarked that she almost died, and the heroine asked if she should throw him off the fortress wall, and explained that Kahor was not stupid enough to sacrifice himself for one blow. Victor looked in front of him and asked if all his previous actions were worth risking his life. The hero looked at the corpses. The guy turned his gaze. Victor, suddenly looking at the crowd of soldiers, exclaimed in shock, "Really?" The heroes were eager to go inside. In the middle of the fortress stood the mages. The girl looks ahead. Victor, looking ahead, asked in amazement if Kahir had tried to detain him. Ghislaine tactfully explained that when the gate fell and the enemies came close, it would begin to work. Ghislaine, looking at his ally encouragingly, assured her that her magic could change the situation in an instant. Vanessa, looking at the hero uncertainly with excitement, doubted, asked if she could. Ghislaine, smiling confidently, firmly assured that she would certainly be able to. The light illuminated the castle. The warriors went forward. The soldiers were eager to fight. Light illuminated the fortress. Vanessa, resolutely looking forward for the spell, magically pronounced the name of the attack: Fire Strike. The fire incinerated the enemies. Guilt began to burn. The flames swept over the enemies. A pillar of fire struck the knights. Pillars of fire rose into the air. The soldiers looked ahead. The defender turned. Jillian stared into the distance. The protagonist looked in front of him. The enemy soldiers, desperately rushing from the deadly flames, shouted in panic that it was hot, and asked for salvation. The commander of the attacking troops, frightened to retreat from the fire magic, desperately ordered everyone to retreat and leave the castle. The guy swung his sword. The commander, looking ahead, strategically ordered to surround the gate. The soldiers were burning, and the commander coolly ordered that no one be left alive. The knight approached Victor. He covered himself with a shield and said that most of the soldiers were burned. Victor leaned over and said that it annoyed him. The fire was blazing, and he said that they had planned everything in advance. Guerra leaned over and said that they had lost. An image of the battle appeared, and the hero said that their squad was terrible. The guy grinned, and Victor called him a rabid dog. The girl looked ahead, and the knight said that such a mage could burn thousands of soldiers, and it wasn't just a coincidence. The warrior looked ahead and said that it was so. The hero put the sword on the ground and said that they were trapped. Victor stepped forward and said that they were retreating. The hero turned around and said that he had to regroup in the camp. Victor looked to the side and ordered Aiden to be called. Jilin held Aiden's head in his hand. The warrior looked ahead. He glanced menacingly at the enemy and asked if he was the commander. Victor looked ahead dumbfounded. In Julian's hand hung the head of an enemy. The commander, triumphantly throwing his head on the floor, arrogantly declared that their detachment and the main forces were finished. The commander, imperiously pointing to the enemy, categorically demanded that they surrender. The warriors ran forward. The fire was blazing. Victor, mockingly tilting his head, laughed mockingly. The warrior, standing contemptuously in front of Jillian, indignantly exclaimed that the enemy should not make him laugh. Victor raised his sword and asked if he thought his war would end so easily, and added angrily that he would cut their throats himself. The guy threw his sword aside. Victor, with a belligerent gleam in his eye, proclaimed that his war was just beginning. The enemy commander, furiously pointing his sword at the demoralized enemy, ruthlessly ordered them to open fire, as they had nowhere else to run. The same commander, persistently brandishing his weapon, cruelly demanded that no one be allowed to leave. The soldiers were bleeding. The leader, triumphantly raising his sword for the final attack, triumphantly proclaimed that this was the perfect chance to turn the tide in their favor and kill everyone. The opponents were lying on the ground. Ghislaine's ally, joyfully running up to the young master, exclaimed with relief, addressing the young master. The girl, carefully examining the leader, anxiously asked if he was wounded, and Ghislaine gratefully replied that he was not, and asked how the ally was doing. The ally, shrugging her shoulders vaguely, stretched out uncertainly. Cass pointed to Class with his fingers. The protagonist nodded his head. The ally, looking away, honestly admitted that if he had been even a second late, everything would have been very bad, and added that at first they thought Ghislaine's plan was crazy, and the guy objected that everything worked. An image of digging people appeared, and the girl frankly agreed that yes, but she would not sign up for such a thing again, since all the runestones that they had collected shattered to pieces after one shot, and asked not to forget to praise Vanessa. The protagonist, suddenly looking around anxiously asked where Jillian was. The girl looked ahead. The guy rushed forward. The frightened subordinate looked after the young man and desperately exclaimed to the young master. The warrior looked ahead. Jillian repelled the attack. The knight dodged. Victor hit the protagonist. The warrior looked ahead, and Victor thought that he was strong. The hero attacked the enemy and thought that he had excellent lunges. The guy swung his sword. Victor jumped up. The hero swung his sword. The antagonist landed. Blood gushed from Jillian's hand. Wynn grabbed the axe, and the guy thought he was fast and strong. The heroes continued to fight. Victor, furiously brandishing his weapon in growing irritation, indignantly exclaimed that this damn dirty mercenary was and asked if he had played with him for a while. He decided that he could do anything. Heroes struck with their swords. The warriors fought with weapons. Jillian, looking at his opponent, noted with satisfaction that he had caught an axe. Stomp held the enemy's weapons. The man's axe flew back. Victor, furiously pointing his blade at the enemy, furiously shouted that the enemy was a bastard, crossed the line. Jillian looked ahead. Victor pierced the enemy. Jillian spat out the blood. Victor looked from under his brow. The man grabbed the blade, and the hero shrewdly explained that Jillian had turned the blade to protect vital organs. Victor pierced the hero and respectfully admitted that the victory over Aiden was not a simple stroke of luck, and added that only Jillian could take his blows in the same way, but it would be very foolish to waste all his strength on Aiden and then come to him. Victor, looking philosophically at the enemy, continued thoughtfully that even if he did not regret such a death, it would not matter to him. The knight resolutely flashed his eye and shouted mercilessly for his opponent to die. The guy's eyes widened. The hero turned his gaze. The sword stuck in the ground. Victor, looking back irritably at the source of the new threat, aggressively asked who else dared to intervene. The guy stepped on the ground. The protagonist stood in front of the hero. Victor, looking at the enemy who appeared, asked in shock if it was him. Jillian lay down and exhaled. The guy took the man's axe out of the ground. He raised his weapon in the air. The protagonist threw the axe over his shoulder. Victor, dumbfounded at the characteristic armor of the enemy, exclaimed in amazement that it was black armor. The protagonist flashed his eye and said that the core had been activated. The guy began to run. Hero ran at the enemy. He jumped sharply. The hero struck the enemy. Victor put a block and growled at the complexity. The protagonist jumped away. The hero clutched his sword in his hands. The guy swung. The heroes struck their swords. The guy swung. The hero took the blow. Victor jumped. The antagonist raised his sword. Ghislaine clutched his sword in his hand. The heroes fought. The guy flashed his eye. The axe fell to the ground. Hero jumped on the enemy. Victor collapsed to the ground. The hero looked up. Victor unbuttoned. Victor, looking at the unpredictable attacks of the enemy, anxiously stated that his movements were unpredictable, and it was enough to weaken his defense a little, and he would be finished, and then asked if the Birdiums had such a strong fighter. A mysterious warrior in black armor, confidently looking at the confused enemy, knowingly declared that he knew who Victor was. A picture of the arena appeared, and the hero shrewdly added that he knew his powers and his strategy. The dark figure was sitting, and the guy continued that he knew even those who were behind Victor. The mysterious adversary, looking solemnly ahead, categorically concluded that he knew everything. Victor, looking ahead in shock, asked in fright if it was a trap. The guy leaned against his sword. Victor, furiously brandishing his weapon in indignation, indignantly shouted that this was. Victor, desperately attacking the enemy, exclaimed that it was impossible that Birdium knew about this secret operation. The hero repelled the attack. The guy hit the enemy. Victor, looking ahead proudly, arrogantly proclaimed that he was Count Desmond's hidden trump card. The hero took the gun aside. Victor, contemptuously poking his sword at his opponent, snapped back if his opponent thought he would buy into this cheap trick. The protagonist soared up. The guy looked ahead. The main character was in the air. The hero pulled the axe out of the ground. Victor swung. The hero struck the enemy's axe. Ghislaine pushed his opponent away with his feet. The antagonist looked forward. The protagonist soared up. The guy attacked his opponent. Gerald looked ahead. There was an explosion. The helmet fell aside. The helmet rolled to the side. The warrior stood bent over. Victor raised his head. Ghislaine approached the enemy. The guy grabbed the sword, and Victor professionally noted that he knew that the axe was not bad. Ghislaine, weighing the captured weapon in his hand with satisfaction, noted with satisfaction that it suited him better. Victor, aggressively looking at the invincible opponent, furiously demanded to know who the hell he was. The mysterious warrior, calmly turning to face the astonished enemy, thoughtfully asked who he was. The same unknown knight, proudly removing his mask, officially introduced himself as the hereditary Count of Birdium. The mask fell, and the hero majestically called himself Ghislaine. Ghislaine, looking at the enemy, imperiously proclaimed that he was Ghislaine Birdium. Ghislaine tosses his helmet and says that he is the hereditary Count of Birdium. The helmet fell to the ground. The hero looks at the warrior and introduces himself to him. The man, opening his eyes in surprise, asks for his name again. He lowers his head. The knight, looking at the ground, bursts into laughter. The warrior, looking at the guy, is amazed aloud that he was defeated by some mercenary, who agrees. Ghislaine makes a piercing look and says that the man has finally realized who is really the strongest in the north, after which he calls his name. Victor, smiling, says how arrogant it is. He stands up and says that he won't ask how the hero came up with such a trap, and adds that in war, it's natural to take every chance to win. The warrior grabs the sword with both hands and declares that what difference does it make, because the main thing is the result. A blue light emanates from Victor's body. He, smiling a little madly, asks the guy for consent. The hero intercepts the sword with both hands and agrees. The protagonist's body glows with a red light. A young blonde looks carefully at the opponent and tells him to come up. Swalter thrusts his sword forward. Valinda carries Kaur on horseback. Jillian covers his wound with his hand. Vanessa lies on the ground with a smile. The hero stands opposite Victor. They are approaching each other. Warriors cross swords with each other. The man blocks the protagonist's blow. A blonde man holds a sword horizontally above him. Ghislaine holds the handle with both hands. A young blonde man attacks a knight in a jump. Victor blocks the hero's lunge. The protagonist deflects the man's blow. The guy makes a vertical blow to the enemy. The man holds the sword with an effort. He deflects Ghislaine's attack. A young blonde puts his foot on the knight's sword. He pushes off the ground with his foot. The hero kicks his opponent's face. Blood escapes from Victor's mouth. The protagonist makes a roundhouse attack. Sweat and blood flow down the knight's face. He, pressing his whole body on the guy, shouts loudly. A man throws a young blonde into the air. The hero slides on the ground by inertia. He examines the wound on his arm. Victor smiles. They stand in front of each other. A man approaches Ghislaine. The protagonist repels the attack. He makes a vertical punch. The hero looks at the warrior in surprise. The guy jumps away from the swing of the blade. A young blonde man strikes in the air with a sword. He lands on the ground, dashes to attack an enemy. The man carries out a series of attacks on the guy. They cross swords. The warriors look into each other's eyes. Ghislaine looks at Victor murderously. The knight's face is drenched in sweat. He takes the protagonist's sword down. The light beard swings his sword upwards. A young blonde raises his sword behind his back. The hero deflects the enemy's attack. He grabs Victor with his right hand. The guy knocks him down. The protagonist makes a jumping attack. The man dodges by rolling. He moves his sword along the ground. Victor lifts a pile of earth on Ghislaine with a swipe of his blade. The hero covers his face with his hand. The knight attacks the young blonde. Blue Eye, frowning, thinks that Victor is really strong, and adds to himself that there is not much difference between his enhanced third core and him. The hero attacks the knight with a sword. He remembers that when he started the war by attacking the House of Desmond, it also stood in his way. A young blonde man deflects a man's sword. The guy cuts open his body. The adult Ghislaine is breathing heavily. The protagonist notes to himself that at that time he was fixated on his resentment. He stands in front of a lot of warriors. The young blonde says to himself that he spent too much time. The hero, kneeling in front of the black flag, thinks to himself that because of such people, Bertium was doomed to fall. Blue-eyed, making a frightening look, declares to himself that he made a decision that day. Victor attacks the guy in a jump. The man furiously opens his mouth during the blow. A young blonde raises his sword. The warriors make direct attacks on each other. The protagonist says to himself that those who target them deserve only death. A guy stabs a man with a sword. The bodies of Victor and Ghislaine are nearby. The blue-eyed man moved the man's blade to the side with his hand. The knight's face is covered with blood. He pronounces the name of the Earl of Desmond. The protagonist tears his sword out of the enemy's body. The man's body lies in front of the hero. The knight's face is covered in blood. The guy looks at Victor. The young blonde man turns around. The light falls on the blue-eyed man's hair, and the light beard tries to say something. The man, lying on the ground, asks to ask only one question. He, breathing heavily, asks the hero who he is. The guy turns his head. Victor, in a pool of his own blood, declares that the Ghislaine he knew was a complete loser and trash. The man, closing his eyes, says that it doesn't matter now. The protagonist leaves with a sword on his back, and Victor tells what was fun and says the name of the hero. Dead knights lie on the battlefield. Ghislaine, leaning on a gray-haired man, limps. The main character looks into the distance. The group of fighters turn their gaze to the side. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. The mercenaries stood with their hands on their chests. The main character grinned. He looked ahead and clarified that everyone was safe. His crew, shouting his name, rushed towards him. Jillian put his hand on his shoulder. The crowd asking the hero how long they had worked as mercenaries, how they had never fought like this, what kind of magic he used. It gave them goosebumps. Ghislaine opened his mouth and said that he thanked everyone for staying on his side. They were great fellows. Kaher threw his hand over his shoulder and said that Jillian was hanging on the captain. The gray-haired man said he was fine. Valinda said that he was not okay and was bleeding from him, and that he should not act strong and let him take a look. The hero turned his head to the white-haired girl and asked where Vanessa was. She replied that she had used up all her strength. A dark-haired girl lies on the bed. Valinda clarifies that old man Fergus has hidden her within the walls of the manor, and she is safe. Ghislaine looked away. Someone called him. Randolph hugged him and said that the captain was a great fellow, and that was to be expected from the heir of Bertium. A man in blue armor pressed the hero to him. The protagonist said that he also tried well. The father turned to his son, who called out to him. The blond man narrowed his eyebrows. A guy in dark armor looks at a knight in a blue robe. The father hugged his son. Zwalter held him close and said that he was a good fellow. The man leaned into the ear of the interlocutor. The count is standing near the wall. In his head he said that when he heard the plan, he thought it was crazy. The long-haired man put his hand on the shoulder of the interlocutor and said that he had brought the crazy plan to life. The main character stands and says that they did it because his father and his soldiers held the wall. Zwalter closed his eyes and said that it was entirely his son's merit. The blue-armored man raised the protagonist's hand up and shouted that they had won. An army of warriors stands around the walls of the castle and shouts that Bertium has won. The father of the main character stands near the castle and rejoices. Several warriors raised flags. Valinda looks away. A crowd of knights raised their swords in the air. One of the mercenaries clenched his fist. Ghislaine froze with excitement. He grinned slightly and realized that it was her. The protagonist stood up and concluded that this was the reason why he returned. A man in a dark robe sits on a throne behind the hero. The blond guy thought that the war was not over yet. Randolph turned to face the count and asked him what he would do. Ghislaine said he would check on the soldiers. His father replied that his son should recall his soldiers. They still had a lot to do and he needed to rest while he could. The protagonist turned to face the blue-armored man and objected to him. The hero opened his mouth and said that they did not have time for this. They needed to achieve the surrender of Count de Grad as soon as possible. The guy in dark armor pulled his hand to the side, and his father told him not to worry. The interlocutor replied that it would be too late, and he would immediately go to the count with the mercenaries, so he asked to give him the powers of a confidant. The long-haired knight frowned and asked about the confidant. The Count of Bertium clarified that the battle had just ended. He and his soldiers were already tired. There was no need to be in such a hurry. Ghislaine knitted his eyebrows and told his father that the war was not over yet. Zwalter frowned. The protagonist looked away and said that Count de Grad had declared war on US in order to destroy the Alliance and seize their lands, and he should not be given time to think over a new plan or prepare for an attack. The protagonist clenched his fist and clarified that it was necessary to strike as soon as possible and demand compensation on their terms, so that no one else would even dare to think of crossing their path. The Count of Bertium raised an eyebrow and thought that Ghislaine would enjoy this victory, and he was eager to fight again. The man with the fur cape turned to the side and said that the hero should do as he saw fit and end it. He thanked him. The black-armored guy turned his head to the side, his father saying that Count de Grad was once their ally, and he was a nobleman who swore allegiance to the crown. He advised him to be careful. Zwalter's son looked to the side and told them not to worry. Kaur threw his hand over his shoulder. The protagonist asked him and Valinda if they could go. They confirmed. The man in dark armor jumped on his horse and spoke to his team to set off. He grabbed the reins of his mount and shouted that they were going to Degrad Manor. There is a huge castle. The man in grey armor covered his face with his hand and asked his interlocutor how this could happen. Tomos strained his hand and said that he had done it because Desmond was thought to be the strongest, but he had lost to the Birdiums. What nonsense. His advisor waves his arms. The Earl of Desmond asks him to shut up and tells the guy in the green shirt to think for himself. Does this situation contribute to the fact that he was calm? The bearded man pointed his finger at the advisor and told him to stop fooling around and prepare documents on surrender, and that he should tell the officials to prepare documents for damages. Count Tomos clenched his fist and said that this idiot's Walter was just a simpleton who was trembling for tradition and honor. So he was sure that he would agree to negotiate, and that they needed money, so they would just give them money and get away with it, and then blame the Earl of Desmond for everything. The official opened his eyes and said that they had spent all their savings on the war, where they would get money to compensate for the damage. The armored man grabbed the guy by the throat. The count continued to hold the worker and asked if he was a fool, and how he had coped with his duties up to that moment, and asked him to squeeze out all the supplies from the peasants. Tomos grabbed the counselor by the chin and said that his heart ached because he was a peasant himself, and who was more important to him, or those dirty pigs. The official choked on blood and turned to my lord. The latter throws him and is indignant that how dare his servant disobey his master. The worker coughs up blood and deduces that the count is using his power to keep the entire county in his hands. But he can no longer tolerate this tyranny. This time a rebellion cannot be avoided. The guard bursts into his master's chambers and tells him about the bad news, and that Birdium's troops are already here. The main character's army approaches the castle. The guards are standing in the room. The mercenaries lined up in a row. Many knights stand in the chambers for negotiations. Count Tomos folded his hands and said in his mind that the enemy army had arrived quickly, and why was there such an atmosphere in the room? He frowned and said in his head that everything would be as he wanted. The knight stepped into the room. The protagonist's team enters the chambers. Ghislain looked ahead and asked if Count Tomos had not prepared for negotiations. The man with the gold cape slammed his hands on the table and asked where Walter was and why his son was in front of him, and not himself. Ghislain replied that his father was busy restoring the territory, and the hero had arrived as a confidant for negotiations. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and ordered his mercenaries to capture the count. A few hours ago, Ghislain's retinue and he himself were rushing somewhere on horseback. Sweat ran down Kahir's face. He said that this Degrad, or whatever it was, a rather nimble guy, and asked how the lord was able to abandon his men and wash away so quickly. The soldier was riding a horse behind him and replied that they were apologizing. They were the ones who missed him. The guy said that to be precise, it was the grandfather who missed him, not you. They did their job properly. Ghislain turned to him and thought that maybe next time he should make a bet with Jillian. A red-haired guy ran up to the protagonist on horseback and asked that the captain, negotiating with a refugee meant that he would make him alive. But why? The guy rode his horse calmly and replied that they were all well aware that Degrad, a piece of shit trying to appropriate the lands of Birdium. But on the other hand, he had a legitimate reason. The heir had died, and if they started demanding too much from him, they could be fools themselves. Most likely they would just bargain a little and leave things as they were. The guy averted his eyes and replied that negotiations, bargaining, they like to pull the cat by the balls. Why not just occupy their territories and kill everyone? Valinda galloped up to him and replied that he really thought that aristocratic wars were something like street gangs. Kahir replied that a nobleman or a bandirgan, they were all people. Aristocrats thought they were gods. He would not understand that they were the ones who attacked them. Why even worry about saving face in front of someone? The main character rode at the head of the squad and told Kaur not to worry. If his father had figured it out, he would have done just that. The girl looked at him embarrassedly and asked what if he decided for himself. The guy turned around and replied that he was different. The whole group approached the castle gates. He added that he was going to declare the lands of Degrad his territory. Present. Count Degrad twisted his face in surprise and said that it was him. Valinda, Kaur, and Ghislain calmly entered the count's palace. The guy looked at him and asked if he was ready to talk about surrender. He got up from the table and replied that where was Walter, that his son had forgotten here. The guy replied that his father was busy restoring the territory, and he instructed him to negotiate. The protagonist looked at him menacingly and told them to drag this man. Ghislain's subjects took Degrad by the arms. He began to fight back and asked what they were doing, and that they should let him go. How dare the dirty paws of commoners touch him? The count fell to his knees in front of the guy. Valinda went up to him and whispered that the master was sure that he should do so. He replied that he did. She added that she had not seen the master scold her then. Degrad looked at them and said that he had sworn allegiance to the kingdom, and that they thought they had the right to treat the king's subject in this way, as long as they showed respect immediately. The young man drew his sword from its sheath in front of the count's face. She held him close to Degrad's face and said that he, betrayed, had violated the alliance agreement, tried to give up the lands of Birdium, buying into the sweet words of the enemy. The guy looked at him and added that those who encroached on Birdium would only die. The count gritted his teeth and replied that it could not be. He seriously wanted to kill him. Ghislaine looked contemptuously at the Count and replied that since he was an ATK who easily wasted his lives for the sake of a senseless war, then let him be ready to put his own on the line. Cold sweat ran down Degrad's face. He thought he was crazy. The guy raised his sword above him for a blow. He added that he was not joking. He was held by 2 soldiers. He shouted to stop. Drops of sweat slid down his cheeks. He asked that he just had to pay his price, right? Tears of fear flowed from his eyes. He added that he would give him his lands. Valinda looked at him in shock. The soldier stood beside the Svimi in discouragement. Ghislaine smiled slyly. He looked up at Degrad and thought that he knew he would say it. The lad continued to hold the sword to his neck and said that in order to inherit the estates, one must be part of the family or a legal heir, otherwise it was against the laws of inheritance, and that being an earl he knew better than anyone else that he could not exchange lands as ordinary goods. He said that he would. This question, and that there is nothing to worry about. He smiled nervously at the guy and added that maybe he wanted him to declare him his relative, that he would say that they would forge the necessary documents, and he would only have to accept them. The Count's servant stood behind him, and the Count said that he was waiting for him. Let him carry paper and pen. The guy looked at the Count and said that he was not sure. The Count shrank and said that he was also pouring all the damage. Maybe he did not have the necessary amount now, but he would collect tribute and pay everything, even if only he gave him a little time. The guy put the sword on his shoulder. He asked him to spare his life. The guy looked at him contemptuously and asked him what his life really cared about so much. Degrad shook up happily. The guy said that it was good. He would give him a chance. Ghislaine's fist flew into his solar plexus area. Ghislaine threw it in front of the crowd of the city's residents. People looked at each other and asked what was going on. The Count was lying on the ground and told him to listen to why he should do such a thing in front of the commoners. The guy looked at him and replied that he had been watching his tongue. He was now in front of the people on whom his life depended. The heir put his hand on his chest and loudly declared that the people of Legrad were Ghislaine Berdium, the heir to the land of Berdium. The guy looked at the crowd and added that Count Degrad had started a war for revenge and lost, and now he was declaring that he was going to pay reparations at the expense of them, his people. The crowd looked at the guy, who asked if anyone was ready to do this voluntarily. People raised their hands and said that they had already been knocked to the bone with this war, and now again, and that they thought they would pay for it. Let them sort it out among themselves. Ghislaine closed his eyes and said that as Berdium's authorized representative, he was showing mercy and would offer them a choice. The Count was on his knees before his own people, and the lad said that they could pay a hefty indemnity and save their master's life, or kill him and take over their rule, and then they, as his people, would not have to bear the penalty for their service in war. The people looked at him. The Count turned to Ghislaine and said that he was a bastard. How dare he humiliate him like that? A stone flew into the Count's head. Other stones flew behind him. The crowd of townspeople looked at their Count. Someone said that he had taken everything from him, a gift from his mother, the last bread of his children. They poked him with pitchforks and rakes. Another asked that he at least understood how many people had suffered because of him. People pounced on him. Degrad tried to cover himself with his hands from blows to him. Ghislaine calmly walked away from them. Kaur and Velanada looked at Ghislaine as he passed. He looked at them and said that they were coming back. The war was over. The guy stood next to his comrades and said that his father was skating. The girl replied that yes, they already had everything captured. As always, she was not worried at all. Berdium Castle. Birds circled over the castle. A group of aristocrats, led by Ghislaine's father, looked at the guy. Zwalter asked him again. He sat in an armchair and replied that everything was as they heard. Count Degrad was dead. Ghislaine's father stretched out his hand and asked what he had forgotten. What he had asked for would have shown respect. The guy took away what he had not forgotten, just decided that it would be more correct based on what he saw. Ghislaine looked at his father and added that if they had allowed him to pay off, then he would not have given up trying to attack Berdium. The man with the beard looked at the guy and asked that again. He intended to come again. The other man added that it was impossible. A squad of soldiers with Degrad flags marched in unison. The guy said that Degrad attacked Berdium with an army of 7,000 head, and that they must understand that there was no way he himself could gather such a number. The guy looked at everyone in the room and added that Desmond had provided them with this army, and Rayfold must have helped them. The aristocrat in the room was sitting on armchairs. Someone said Desmond and Rayfold. He meant that the big houses were targeting them at once. But Desmond was all about neutrality. Why would they? And Rayfold hadn't started all this because of a recent incident. The guy looked ahead in front of him and thought that the reason why they weren't sent help must be because of Amelia. Killing the messengers to block the transmission of information was her favorite tactic, isolating the target. An image of the world map appeared. The guy added that now that he wandered into the lands of Degrad, everything was changing. Given that their territories bordered, they would not be able to suddenly attack Berdium, and if they tried, he would be able to respond immediately. Zwalter clutched his head and said that this was why it was necessary to kill Count Degrad. He waved his hand and added that even if the owner was dead, it did not mean that the land would immediately pass to them, because he knew that it was inherited only by a direct relative or a recognized heir. The guy handed over the scroll and told him to take a look at it. Ghislaine's father looked at the scroll and thought that this document confirmed that Ghislaine was a distant relative and the first in line of succession. The guy stretched out his hand and said that he had personally received it from the hands of the Earl, and that with that most of the claims and lawsuits about inheritance disappeared. Walter continued to hold the scroll in his hands. He looked at his son and said that it was not so easy to rule the earth, and asked if he had any people who could do it. The guy looked at him and told him not to worry, he had a great candidate for this role. Kingdom of Siren, Austin Territory. The city shone brightly in the night. People were feasting in the square. There were 2 men sitting at the table, a couple of guys next to them noting that he had indeed gone to the bank, and that they were arguing that he would cry again when he had to say goodbye to his right hand. Cubes fell out of the cup. The man picked them up with a cup. He began to wave it over him. A man sat at the table in front of him with his arms crossed over his chest. He looked at his rival and said that he knew what would happen if he decided to cheat. Cloud held a glass in his hand and replied that it was okay for him. Let him not frown, it was fun. A tower of bones appeared on the table. He said that now let him voice what he was betting on. In the hall on the benches sat modest people. Walter said that for outstanding servants, in the name of His Majesty, he would grant him the title of Baron Fenris. The guy was kneeling in front of his father. The crowd behind him began to jump for joy and chant that long live Baron Ghislaine Fenris. The guy looked ahead in front of him and thought that after the war, he had become a feudal lord. Earlier, the guy pointed his fingers at the map on the table. His finger pointed to a mark on the map. He said that as they could see, the territory of Degrad, not counting direct administration, consisted of 5 baronies, and he planned to settle in the central barony of Fenris. The guy sat in front of the aristocrats and asked if they had any questions. They looked at him and thought that this was just a question, and that it was just a notice. Walter tilted his head, and his advisor said something to him. Ghislaine's father waved his hand and said that okay, let him do as he knows, anyway someone needs to do it. The guy thanked him. Walter put his fist to his mouth and said that by the way, it seemed that the war had greatly depleted their treasury. The guy looked at him in bewilderment and asked him again. He replied that he could sell runestones. Ghislaine's father looked at him. The guy said that they were not there now. He asked why. The protagonist waved his hands and said that they blew everything up at the castle gates. But don't let them worry, he will quickly get new ones. Present. Valinda went up to Ghislaine and called to him. His entire retinue stood beside him. She told him to join the meal. Jillian said that she congratulated him. Kaur added that their commander's business was going uphill. The girl put her palms to her head and said that she was so worried about what he would grow up to be, and that it seemed that it was thanks to her upbringing that the red-haired guy asked why he was so spoiled. She kicked him in the stomach and said that it was great that their young master had become a feudal lord. The guy turned at the voice of his sister, who called him. Elena and her friend Rachel ran to him. She poked her brother in the side and asked that this was exactly her brother, whom she knew, and that she could now call him a lord of the feudal lord. The guy said that there was no need to exaggerate. Ghislaine looked at his sister's friend and said, "What else, Rachel?" She approached him and greeted him. The guy said that if Elena offends, then let him tell him. The protagonist turned to Jillian and said that it looked like she had already recovered, who replied that it was thanks to him. The guy clapped his hands. All the guests turned to him. He said that attention, thank them for fighting in this war. He looked at everyone and added that he was now the feudal lord of Fenris, and he would be there instead of Berdium. The soldiers were sitting at the table. The guy added that he wanted to hire them not as mercenaries, but as a personal guard. Someone said that the personal guard, that is, they would become regular troops. The guy looked at them and replied that it was, and moreover, he planned to make all of them knights. The 3 soldiers looked at him attentively. The protagonist added that their valor in the past war was worthy of a knighthood, they deserved it. Valinda stared at the main character and said that such a scale would require a lot of money, then replied that it meant that he would have to earn a lot. Ghislaine turned to Jillian and asked how he was doing, who replied that he was fine. The guy looked at him silently. He was standing next to him. The guy said that he was going with the people to Fenris first. Jillian looked at him and asked him if he couldn't take it off, and he replied that he needed to go somewhere. An image of a bloody photograph of the castle appeared. The guy said that after the war, security left much to be desired, and ordered him to take care of it until he was gone. Jillian bowed to the feudal lord. He opened his eyes in surprise. The guy said that he was one of the people he trusted the most. Ghislaine put his hand to his armor, and added that he was therefore entrusting it to him. He looked somewhere ahead and replied that yes, sir. He bowed to the departing Ghislaine, and wished him a happy journey. He approached his comrades and said that they were coming with him, and let them be ready. Valinda asked where they were going. The guy replied that to the lands of Austin, the kingdom of Siren. The girl looked at him with delight, and asked what kind of country he was. Kaur replied that Austin was not the city famous for gambling. The castle stood in the middle of the city. The girl added that she wanted to travel with them. Kahir said that the military was happy and it was fashionable to have fun. The guy noted that they were not going there to have fun. There was a window in the wall. The girl held a staff in her hand and said that let her try once. The alpha hit the wall from Vanessa and said that she was crazy. What did it mean to try? She said that if she absorbed the magic of Mr. Alfoy, she would be able to perform all the spells that existed. He asked why his magic. The girl leaned on her staff and noted that the young master had said that Alfoy's role was to be a source of magic. The gentleman came into their room and said that they were all so energetic. Alfoy pointed his finger at Vanessa and told him to do something to her. She tried to suck all the magic out of him. The guy asked if she was okay. She replied that she was. Ghislaine looked at the top of her head and said that she must have been nervous in the first real fight. But she did a great job, she thanked him. Alfoy furrowed his brows and asked what he was noticed here at all. Ghislaine replied that he was also good. He coped well with his role. He bared his teeth and told him to wait with him until he returned to the magic tower. The protagonist looked at the mage and said that yes, by the way. He stood in front of him and added that he was also coming with them. The kingdom of Siren, the lands of Austin. The city shone brightly at night. Kraken gambling house. There were a lot of gamblers in the hall. Ghislaine's company was standing at the entrance. Kaher said that what atmosphere, what smell, hadn't been here for a long time. Alpha asked if they weren't going to a magic tower. The guy threw a bag of gold to Keru and said that he and Alpha could have fun, and he would call if he needed them. The red-haired guy opened the bag. The magician asked how they could have fun with this amount. Kaher smiled broadly. He hugged the guy and said that their clever guy only knew magic, and did not understand life at all. Kaher looked at him, and told him to watch how money makes money here. Valinda followed Ghislaine and said that he really just wanted to gamble and that, let's be honest, now no one will judge him for a little gambling. The guy replied that this is not the case. He turned to the girl and added that he was looking for a man he wanted to appoint as the manager of the estate, and that he had his own reasons for living in the gambling house, and he had to take him away before he lost his head. Valinda shook up in shock and asked that he wanted to entrust the management of the estate to a gambler. The guy replied that he said there were reasons. He turned to her and told her not to worry, he was very capable, his name was him. They both turned to shout, someone saying that Claude had finally been caught. The guard put Claude to the table and said that this was his trick. All this time he had been winning unfairly, and also boasted of his education, got caught cheating, blaming himself, and added that Boss Crank cut off this scoundrel's hand. He was sitting at the table and said that he had warned him not to cheat. He picked up the cube and said that replacing the bones with weighted ones was not to cheat with fake dice. Crank crushed the bone in his hand and said that he had made a cunning idea. Claude was lying face down on the table and said that he had no idea what he was talking about, that he had never cooked or changed any bones, and that he had said not to cheat, and that he had decided to cheat. He sat with folded hands and said that he could not understand this, and that he should not take it to heart. He looked at the guy and added that they would never understand each other. Claude was held by the soldiers to the table. One of them swung his blade. The guy cowered in fear. Tears flowed down his face. He opened his eyes slightly. Ghislaine asked that there seemed to be an interesting game planned here. Could he join in? The guy blocked the blade with his sword. Crank held the receiver between his teeth and asked who he was. The guy turned to him and replied that he was from the Lidania kingdom. The guy stood in front of him and added that Baron Ghislaine Fenris. Sweat ran down Crank's face. He thought he was a foreign nobleman. The second guard swooped down on the guy with a sword in his hand. Crank sat with his arms crossed over his chest and said that enough was enough. He stretched out his hand and said that he was welcome to Kraken Gambling House, a noble guest from a neighboring country, and he would ask not to make a mess here. Claude got up from the table, and the big man told them to put away their weapons. The boy put away his sword and called out to Valinda. The guy looked at the owner of the house. He asked what brought such a noble person to such a modest institution. The guy replied that he had one person here, and he was here. The green-haired guy looked at him. Ghislaine told him to get up. The guy looked at him and said that he had come for him. Cubebox fell out of the cup. The first die fell up as a unit. The second one was also standing. The third was still spinning. All three dice stood up one up. The magician looked at his winnings in shock. The dealer announced that he had 1,000 points, a complete victory. Kahers was standing next to him. The players said that damn, to lose to a rookie, and why this bastard was so lucky. The guy opened his mouth in shock and said that wow, how much he won, and their brother is talented. Alpha stood imperturbably in front of the table. He stood in front of his winnings and thought that in such a short time, he had earned several times more than he could get in a whole day of selling scrolls. He clutched his chest. The guy's face turned red and he thought that when was the last time he was so worried. Kaher looked up at the crowd of people. Valinda looked at Claude and asked that this was the player he was looking for. The guy replied that he was. Crank held the receiver between his teeth and told them to forgive him. But that was impossible. This scoundrel must answer for using deception in the sacred house instead of fair play. The guy looked at him and asked him about the deception. Claude smiled. He abruptly fell to his knees in front of Ghislaine and said that he asked him for forgiveness. Tears flowed from his eyes. He added that the precious stones that he had entrusted to him, he had all lost because of fraud. There were people sitting at the tables. The guy said that all the dice here are under their control. Things are carefully checked at the entrance so as not to miss fraudulent tools. And that isn't it strange that the replacement dice appeared at the exact moment when he made a large bet. Valinda looked at him and asked him what he was talking about when he saw a young master to lie like that. The guy put out his hand in front of the girl. The guy looked at Crank and asked him what he was talking about. He moved his jaw and replied that he was a brat, and he was wondering where he got such money. He put the match to the receiver and added that he did not know how he had met him, that he could never believe Claude's words, that all swindlers were like that. The guy was standing next to the table, who said that in any case, this was Baron Austin's gambling house, and that even if he was a nobleman, such violent behavior could lead to a diplomatic conflict. Glasses hung on his face. He said that let them forget about what happened, and quietly disperse. The guy looked at him and replied that it would be difficult, because he had actually been robbed. Crank looked at him menacingly. Ghislaine sat down at the table and told him not to frown so much. They all needed him, so let them find a compromise. The guy hugged Claude and told him to play a game with him. If he won, he would take Claude and all the money he had won, and if he lost, he would put his title and all his fortune on the line. The guy looked at Crank slyly. Claude looked at him in horror. Crank's eyes bulged at him in the same dumbfounded way. Valinda opened her mouth in shock and asked what she had said. Claude looked at the guy and said, "Thank you for your support, but who is he?" The guy pulled him to him. He looked at Crank and said that he was the one who needed him. Crane sat at the table in front of them and said that he hadn't seen such a desperate nobleman for a long time. He smiled broadly and said that since we had come to the gambling house, we had to play. Ghislaine sat in front of him, the crowd around him saying that it was a big bet. Some visiting nobleman had challenged Boss Crank, and that he would not be bored today. A dice fell out of the glass. Crank said that the rules are simple. The one who has the least strength wins. In case of a draw, they play until the winner. He stretched out his hand and added that today's nobles don't have a good understanding of complex rules. The guy leaned his head on his hand and said that it was clear. Let him start already. Crank looked at him and said he was more patient than he thought. Okay. The guy tossed a coin. He looked at Crunk and said that he was an eagle. He looked at him and replied that it was tails. The coin fell on the table tails. The dealer announced that it was Crank's move. He threw the bone into the glass and said that then he would throw it first. He covered the cup with his hand. Crank began to shake him with all his strength. Valinda looked at him and said that there was so much noise because of one throw. Crank carefully and discreetly touched the bottom of the glass and put his cube in it. He abruptly put it on the table. On the table there was a cube with one up. He crossed his arms over his chest. The dealer announced that he had 1 point. The crowd looked at the game in shock. Someone said that they hadn't had time to start playing yet, but it was already the end, and why he had just contacted the boss. Valinda looked at Ghislaine anxiously. Claude turned to him. Crank looked at him and said that he apologized. They had just started. He might already be over too quickly, and that it was from the beginning. The guy interrupted him. The guy picked up the bone and said that the tongue was longer than the convolutions of the brain. Crank looked at him calmly and agreed. The guy put the cubiac under the glass. He thought that he was showing off, and that no matter how hard he tried to hide his excitement, he could see everything anyway. He smiled and added that it was useless. Someone was cutting a glass with a folding bottom, a special glass with an opening bottom, and a hidden finger with a marked cube, which always falls one up. Crank twirled the glass over him, the cube being changed while shaking the glass. He crossed his arms over his chest and thought that he had never been caught in a trick. Crank smiled and added that no matter how hard he tried, defeat was inevitable. The guy raised his glass and hand. He put his hand to it. Valinda and Claude stood behind him. He put the glass on the table and said that the one with the lowest number wins, right? The guy raised his glass and added 0 points. Crank looked at him in shock. The crowd shook his hands and said that the cube turned to dust, how he got 0 points, and that his name was so, the boss lost. Valinda closed her eyes in relief. Crank pointed his finger at Ghislaine and said that it was impossible, cheating, even if he was a nobleman, like that. The guy grabbed his hand. A bone fell out of the boss's hand. The guy asked what it was then. The bone jumped on the table. The crowd of people looked at each other and said that he had another dice in his hand, and that he had been deceiving them all along. The guy looked at him and said that there was no deception in the sacred gambling house, whether it was his words. Crank looked at the floor. He thought how, he knew everything from the beginning. He grabbed a knife. The guy dodged his attack. Valinda looked at him in shock. Sweat ran down Claude's face. Ghislaine looked at him and said that he would have said so right away. There was no need for a hooligan to pretend to be noble. The guards also pulled out their weapons. Crank said that he didn't understand what he was talking about, but now they couldn't just let him go. They flew at him to attack. He shouted for them to take him. The guy looks at the guards flying at him. He blocked the blow of one of them. Ghislaine deftly jumped over them. He jumped straight to Crank. He held out his sword in front of him. The protagonist was instantly behind him. He brought his sword to his neck. Cold sweat ran down the boss's face. The guards looked at him in horror. Kaur held a sword to one of them. Valinda held the second with her dagger. The red-haired guy looked at one of them and said that since he had decided to go on the attack, then let him act more decisively. The girl held a knife at the neck of the other and asked what to do with them. The guy held his sword to Crank's neck and replied that as he said, he would take the money in Claude. On the table was a cube and dust from the second. Ghislaine said that Crank, the manager of the house that is the main source of income for Baron Austin, he was caught in the act of trying to defraud a citizen of another country, and when someone loses confidence in a casino, the consequences are obvious. The boss's knife flashed. The guy added that if he saw him doing something like this even once, The guy himself gave himself up at the edge of the blade. Crank lowered his head. He stood straight in front of Ghislaine and said that he understood everything. The guy smiled slightly. He looked to the side and said that he and Claude were coming. The guy looked in Claude's direction and asked him again. The night city was shining brightly. The girl shouted that he had run away. Kaher put his sword behind his back. Valinda added that he also took the money they won with him. If not for them, then he would have been left without an arm at all. No gratitude. The guy said that most likely they would find him in some other casino. The girl clenched her fist in anger and said that she urgently needed to get him. The protagonist replied that there was no need to hurry. Claude said on horseback. The guy added that he knew where he was. The green-haired guy turned around and said that he was alive, and asked why this aristocrat needed to help him. The guy held a bag of gold behind his back and added that okay. But he was able to take everything he needed and achieve his goal. He looked ahead and told him to forgive him. A year ago, in the middle of the forest stood a ruined house. Coins were falling on the floor. Claude told Anna to take a look. He was on his knees in front of her and said that it was great. Gambling was not just a matter of chance, it had its own formula for winning, and that if they continued to make money like this, they would no longer have to hide. The guy looked at the girl and added that he would be able to live a normal life again. She replied that enough. Claude stood in front of her, and she said it was time to stop. She took his hand and added that he knew that the death of her father, his mentor, was not his fault. The guy looked at the girl. She said that this is why she asked him. The guy's face was very swollen. He said that it was his fault, because he was stupid and naive, the mentor, and became a traitor. Baron Sote stood in the house and said that she was the daughter of the former scientist of the Royal Academy Siren, the traitor Boethius Achaeus. Two men were holding a tied girl. The Baron added that it was Anna Achaeus. Claude was lying at his feet, and he told them to take her away. He held out his hand. Austin came up to him and asked him that he was Claude. He stood with a cane in his hand and said that he was giving him a year. He would bring 2,000 zlotys. He rubbed his mustache and added that of course she deserved to die, but if he ransomed for her. The guy was pulling a huge bag on himself, and thought that he would let her go. He raised his head and said that he would finally save her. Austin Castle. Moonlight illuminated the castle. The pen slid on the paper. Austin said that the prisoner of war camp was already overcrowded, and that the pitiful plebeians were only wasting supplies. He sat at the table with stacks of papers and added that he couldn't even get money for them. Why leave them alive? He waved his hand and told Rosiel to get rid of everyone for whom he could not ask for a ransom. He replied that it would be done. The knight looked at the Baron and said that the year had almost passed. Austin turned to him. He rubbed his chin and said that it was about the daughter of that traitor. At the table sat the guests of the Gambling Fist. The Baron asked if there was any news from Claude, who replied that he had heard that he was wasting all his money in the casino. Austin replied that it seemed that Crank was doing well. He looked at the door and said that he had thought of making her his servant, that he was branded as a traitor's daughter, not the best option, and that she should be executed just so that Claude would not find out. The knight stood behind him and asked that if he really came with the money. He replied that just taking it from him and getting rid of him would not bother the death of one of the hundreds of players. He smiled and added that of course if he could scrape together his ransom at all. The doors opened. A knight came into the study and said that he asked for forgiveness. The Baron replied that it had happened at such a late hour. A drop of sweat slipped down Austin's face, and he replied that some Claude had brought him a ransom. A bag of coins fell on the table. Claude himself stood before him and said that it was 2,000, as he had asked. He looked at the Baron and said that they should let Anna go. The Baron began to examine the money. He looked up at the guy and said that they were real. The guy was standing in front of him. He asked where he got them from. He replied that he won. There were hundreds of coins in the bag, and the Baron replied that it was so. He looked at Claude and said that he was in his prison. He looked at him and asked what he was talking about. The guards grabbed the guy by the arms. He started to fight back and said that didn't he bring the money as he wanted. The Baron rubbed his Opbruk and replied that whether he saw the origin of this money was very doubtful. He needed to talk to Crank. He raised his hand and added that if he did not want to be executed, then he should agree to prison. The guy lowered his head and said that he was mocking. The Baron looked after him. He looked at the coin and asked that he would really believe that he could get that kind of money himself. The guy opened his mouth in despair and screamed. He was carried away by the guards. Saliva flowed from the guard's mouth. The second began to fall to the ground from the impact. They both fell to the floor. The Baron looked at them in shock. Claude turned to his savior. Ghislaine put his hand on his shoulder. Ghislaine looked at him and said that he could rely on him. The guy walked forward to Austin and greeted him, who asked who he was. The protagonist snapped his fingers and said that he was the Baron of the Ladania Kingdom, Ghislaine Fenris. Crank fell to his knees. The Baron looked at his subordinate in shock. Kaur put a chair for the guy at the table. He put his feet on the table. The boy looked at Austin and asked if he would offer him tea. The Baron twisted his face at him. The knight drew his sword and said that he was rude, and that measures should be taken in front of the Baron. Kaur put his sword to him. He looked at him and said that he was insignificant, and it was not for him to judge. The knight looked at him in shock. The Baron pointed his finger at Ghislaine and said how dare they behave like that in his presence, and asked what they were worth. Let them throw them out of here. The guy looked at him and said that he didn't want to seem rude at all. The guy put his hand to his face and added that they had come for compensation. Valinda was pulling Crane on a leash. Otson was furious with the heir and asked him again about compensation. Valinda kicked Crank in the back. The guy grabbed him by the chin and said that he had caught his manager cheating in his casino. Because of this, he and Claude almost lost all the money they had wagered. The Baron turned his gaze to the bag of coins. Crank looked up and said it wasn't true. It was the other way around, they had framed him. Valinda put her foot on his head and said that it was a blatant lie. Sweat ran down the Baron's face. He thought that he did not think that anyone could cope with this insufferable Crank, and said that all right, but what do they want from him? The guy pointed to himself and replied that trust played a key role in a gambling house, and therefore fraud should not be allowed, and that he and Claude had the right to demand compensation from him. The Baron looked away and said that he didn't even know. Khan also claimed that they had treated him badly. Who to believe him, and that it might be better to discuss the matter in court. It had nothing to do with him. The guy looked at the Baron and said that he actually had. He raised his head to him and said, "What are they talking about?" The protagonist rocked in his chair and said that he had heard that more than half of his income came from this gambling house, which attracted aristocrats from many countries, and that if there was a rumor that their employees had been caught cheating, he would be known as the one who led the nobility by the nose. The chair snapped back into place. The guy looked at the Baron and said that he was curious what it would lead to. Austin knitted his brows. He looked at Ghislaine and said that he was a scoundrel. How dare he ask him for a ransom for his silence? The Baron looked down at the bag. The guy replied that he was asking for double the winnings. Claude stared at the guy, who said that he was also letting Anna Achaeus go. Claude looked at him in silence. The main character raised his hand and said that if they did everything he said, then they would pretend that today did not exist. The Baron looked at him and replied that he understood everything now. He opened his mouth and shouted that Claude was an ungrateful bastard. The guy gritted his teeth in fear. The guards entered the office. Austin added that he had given him a chance to save the one who should have been executed long ago, and he decided to contact some foreign nobles and rob him. Kaher swung his sword and said that it looked like they were in a little trouble, so let them stay on the sidelines. The girl asked what they had planned now. Ghislaine asked her for a knife. The Baron opened his mouth and shouted that if he killed them all on the spot, it would still seem as if nothing had happened. The knight raised his sword at the boy. He shoved the bag of coins with his foot. He flew into the knight's face. The guy jumped out of his chair. He plunged the dagger into the Baron's hand. He opened his mouth in pain. Kaur and Valinda fought off the guards. The guy looked at the Baron and told them to let them live. Kaur threw the knight aside and said that it was good. He blocked the sword strike. With his fist, the guy broke through the guards' defenses. Velenada also stopped the attack. She kicked him in the head. Ghislaine blocked the knight's blow with his dagger. He threw away his sword. The protagonist blocked Roswell's attack. He stabbed him in the neck. He began to fall to the ground. Claude was standing in the middle of the battlefield. Sweat ran down his face. He asked what was going on here. Kaher smiled with enthusiasm. Ghislaine swung his sword. The Baron opened his mouth in pain. The guy wondered how someone could have gone so far for him. The air drew him to him. He looked at Crank and said that there were people who needed him. Tears flowed down his face. He added that all this time he was sure that people do not show kindness just like that. The knights were lying on the floor. The dagger was sticking out of the Baron's hand. He asked how they dared to treat him like that. He was a nobleman. The guy took out a knife and said that he repeated, he needed money and Anna, and if he didn't like something. Claude took him by the jacket. He looked at the Baron and thought that if he was capable of such a thing, then he could too. Claude stood in front of Austin and said that if he didn't like something, he could find Baron Fenris in the kingdom of Ladania. He furrowed his brows and added that they cared about the comfort of their customers. The sun was rising over the horizon. Birds flew over the mountains. Fog was flying over the ground. Grass grew on the ground. In the middle of the forest stood a ruined house. A cart was driving along the road. Claude sat behind her. He turned to Ghislaine, who asked him that he really wasn't going to live any longer with Anna. The guy was sitting with sleds in his hands. Claude replied that yes, she would be more comfortable in her homeland than with the one who caused the death of her father. He shot at the sky and added that in the end, he could not even save her himself. The guy looked at him. He looked into the distance, and thought that he had paid him. Ghislaine sat on her knees and added for what he had done, in the grip of revenge. Claude and the protagonist sat side by side, the latter adding that he even felt some relief. He smiled slightly. A cart was driving along the road. Claude asked if it seemed to him that the air here was very good, and that if he had the chance, he would rather deal with the local lord. The possessions were good. This land would be easy to populate. Ghislaine asked what he wanted him to do with himself. The guy looked at him and said that this was his property. That of course he decided to follow him, because he looked like a rich man, but the protagonist pulled him to him. He raised his hand and said that from now on he would entrust the care of these possessions to him. Everything had to be put in order. The guy looked into the distance in shock and said that if you think about it, he still wants to meet Anna. Maybe he should send him for her. The guy replied that it was too late. A tall figure sat on the throne. A man was sitting at the table. One of them held his head. The one on the throne said that Bertium, Fenris. His eyes flashed in the darkness. He pressed at Ghislaine. He stretched out his hand and told them to send a letter to Amelia. It was time for them to speed up. Fenris's domain, Fenris Castle. Jillian, the girl, and Kaher stood focused. Vanessa and the boys stood still. The main character was standing in front of a crowd of people. He leaned on his cane, saying that he was grateful to everyone who was able to come. Ghislaine narrowed his eyes, saying that it was time to get down to business. The people agreed with the gentleman in unison. The young man led the people behind him, waving his cane, and talked about how the condition of the possessions that had just been liberated from the oppression of the degrads was terrible, and after he had appointed Claude as the local steward, they had begun to put the land in order. The young man said that it was important to start with a survey of the population. It was important not to miss anyone. So let him send messages to all the villages without exception. Ghislaine told the guy behind his back about how he would finish the survey. It would be necessary to buy food for local residents for at least 6 months, and they would start with solving the most acute problem, food. He replied that it was good. Claude followed the guy through the field, who continued to say that in the future they would be engaged in agriculture, so the farms would need oxen and plows to plow the fields. It was also necessary to assess whether they could clear the nearby forests for arable land. The manager clarified that he wanted to farm on such dry and depleted land, to which he replied that yes. The characters were standing by a huge serpent when the hero announced that they would grind the bones of the bloody python and make fertilizer from them. Ghislaine remembered the ruins, the weapons on the wall, the wagons full of crystals, talking about the old things, that the old equipment was useless, it needed to be replaced, a warehouse would be built, a drain would be laid, and this and that. Claude smiled nervously, wondering that the young man was probably joking, that he was a steward, a supervisor, a manager, a secretary, a treasurer, an inspector, a people's representative, a military leader, a food inspector, a customs and tax inspector, an inspector for the maintenance of farms, an inspector for alcohol, a supervisor for the general welfare of Fenris, and much more. The steward stood before the Duke, listening to the question of what it was, and replied that there was too much to do for him alone. Ghislaine wrote with his pen, saying that he had not even tried, suggesting that he take advantage of this chance first. If necessary, he would send him more people. Claude immediately ran out of the room. The hero closed his eyes, mentioning Wendy. The girl tried to attack the fleeing guy. She abruptly tied him up with a thin rope, raising her hand. The girl closed her eyes, saying that it was a pleasure to meet her, that she was Wendy, and that Valinda had ordered her to guard the boy. She added that she hopes they will get along. Ghislaine put his hand to his face, thinking that this was just the beginning, wishing Claude to be patient, remembering that he had always spat before. The guy walked forward, the steward and the girl walking behind him. When it was said that being a nobleman by birth, he was obliged to protect his people. People had their eyes burning in the darkness when it was told that ruthless exploitation and constant persecution by greedy nobles had led to general distrust. The inhabitants of these lands had lost the will to work due to incessant poverty. Torn bodies lay on the ground when they spoke of famine. The man was put a rake, pitchfork, and other things to his face. When the guy reasoned that the nobles continued to distance themselves, leaving these problems unattended, they must quickly solve the basic issues in order to restore order in these lands. The young man closed his eyes, realizing that it was just that. The castle is depicted on a sunny day, with the loud question that there is not enough money. The hero sat at the table, surrounded by other characters, said that if they continued to spend them in the same way, in 3 months he would not even be able to pay their salaries. The old man noticed that the situation was not easy. Kaher looked at the master carefully, asking what the problem was, reminding him that he could just get another runestone. The guy replied that they wouldn't be able to sell them now because he would need them for someone else, saying that he wanted to do research on mages. Ghislaine touched his chin, reasoning that the supply of runestones was not infinite either. They could not rely on them alone. He understood that they needed a stable source of income. Claude burst in, throwing open the doors. The young man looked at everyone present, and the young man noticed that the manager was just in time, because he wanted to give him something. The hero closed one eye, hearing that it would wait. Claude looked at the characters, saying that he knew the best way to save these lands. The young man was smiling. He was in a good mood when he said that it was necessary to open a gambling house. The manager instantly flew out of the window. Valinda put her hands on her belt, telling Wendy to hit him next time before he could say such nonsense. The girl accepted in response. Claude asked about what he had said. The manager clenched his fist, exclaiming that agriculture was not feasible here, and they couldn't even use runestones freely, asking the question that they weren't trying to turn these abandoned lands into a real city of pleasures. The man behind agreed. Ghislaine listened, sitting at the table, replied that when he had more time he would think about it, and in the meantime just let him do what he told him. Claude objected to whether they would have enough food until then. The hero was calm, answering that if you build a gambling house without the necessary base, of course, you can quickly make a profit, but it will be impossible to prevent the formation of shadow zones. The guy remembered people, thinking that in the long run he would not want to quarrel with them. The manager crossed his arms, noting that they did not have enough food, so they had to buy it. But what then? Alfoy added that other landowners were not developing agriculture, suggesting that they just build a luxury gambling house here. The young man tensed, saying that he would solve the food problem. The lands were shown. When Ghislaine said he would make their land begin to produce crops, so let him do the work and not complain, Claude replied that this land was unsuitable for agriculture. The guy smirked, asking if he could guarantee it. The manager and Alpha gritted their teeth, declaring that no matter what, nothing would grow here. The hero closed his eyes, offering to argue. 3 months later, the characters carefully looked at what was happening in front of them. People looked at the sprouted field of wheat when the manager wondered if he was asleep now. People cut off the ears of grain as he exclaimed what had happened, talking about how many years had passed since they had last harvested the land. Claude approached the hero from behind, asking how he managed to do it. Workers were sowing the seeds when Ghislaine talked about how rye grows well even in harsh conditions. Before planting the seeds, all that remained was to fertilize the plowed soil with crushed blood python bones, because they are rich in nutrients. The seeds were illuminated with magic when the young man said that then you need to sow rye enhanced with manna. The guy touched the plant, noticing that with this method of sowing, they grow very quickly, which allows you to harvest more often. Alpha gritted his teeth, wondering why he had ordered the mages to collect manna. Vanessa's eyes widened, wondering how amazing it was, and how he had come up with the idea of using concentrated manna on seeds, and it usually only works on humans. Ghislaine closed his eyes, realizing that he had not invented it himself. The stones were collected in an energy ball when it was said about accelerated mana collection. This is a magic spell that, using the power of the runestone, allows you to speed up the accumulation of mana. A plant in the field was shown when it was said that many doubted that this method could be used on wheat, but the results speak for themselves, because this technology has already been tested by magicians and scientists of the future. The hero looked forward with concentration, realizing that how and why he was working was not his business. The people raised their hands, shouting that from now on they would follow him unquestioningly, for now they would no longer starve. Speaking of glory to Baron Fenris, Claude and Alpha tried to quickly leave. They were tense when they were spotted. Ghislaine put his hands in his pockets, clarified where they were going, because you need to be responsible for your words. They turned in unison, asking what words they had. The guy straightened his coat, saying that if they won, he would give them 5,000 gold pieces. The young man held a bundle in his hands, adding that since he had won, they would work for him for 10 years for free. The young people were dumbfounded when the question followed as to whether this was the dispute. The two began to laugh nervously. They understood that they were finished. A field near the castle is depicted. When the hero talked about how their first harvest was harvested, now they have a stable supply of food, and they no longer depend on the sale of runestones. Hubert was dumbfounded, wondering if he wanted to build a magic tower on his lands. The characters were sitting in nature, and Ghislaine confirmed. The man asked the question that he had only come to tell his younger brother, from which he suddenly started talking about it. The young man closed his eyes, telling him that during the battle against the Degrads, they had barely won by blowing up the runestone, as well as with the help of the magic tower. Hubert was surprised, wondering if they had blown up that jeweled the runestone, and that he hadn't even heard of their victory over the Degrads. The young man lowered his head, saying that if the recovering lands of Fenris were threatened, they would have no choice but to blow up the runestone. Just like last time, the man asked why they would immediately resort to such drastic measures. Ghislaine looked at his interlocutor attentively, asking him to send him more mages. The guy was holding a sheet of paper in his hands, telling that magicians had shown themselves to be excellent in various kinds of construction of residential areas, water channels, churches, the Crimson Flame Towers in Fenris. The hero reasoned that thanks to the help of the mages from the tower, they were able to quickly complete a large-scale construction. The Duke watched as the people raised their spears, exclaiming what this heartless bastard had done to them, the mages. He reflected on the fact that, of course, there were some minor difficulties with their new friends, who were not able to adapt to their lands immediately, but an agreement was soon reached. Ghislaine put his hands in his pockets, asking Alfoy to bring him a sample of the contract, who thought that he would not be the only slave at last. From a bird's eye view, the possessions stretched out, when it was said that the lands continued to be rapidly restored. Claude showed up in the office, shouting that trouble was in trouble. Amelia put her hand to her mouth when it became known that a coup had taken place in Rayfold. The Duke frowned, wondering what had happened earlier than in the past, and if it was because of his actions. The character's eyes lit up when it was said that Desmond and Amelia were puppets acting at the behest of Duke Delphine. The young man thought that since he had failed to overthrow Bertium with the help of the Degrads, he had to take action. Ghislaine was angry when he realized that he had not yet stopped his struggle. The old man stood at the table, asking what he would do, and the girl said that if Amelia got here, they would. The guy knew that even if he was put in a vice, he wouldn't stop, noting that they would be going to the kingdom. A large castle city is depicted, and the capital of the Ledanian kingdom, Gardenia, was mentioned. Sunlight fell from the roof. In the shadow was a woman's hand. The rays of the sun began to fall on my hand, burning it. The armored man stared at his hand covered in blood. The girl stood in the middle of the room in the sunlight, thinking that she wanted to die. The eagle flew swiftly down. The carriage with the horse drove up to the house. The knights stood in formation. A large kingdom was depicted. Beyond it you could see the mountains. A young man and his friends rode up on horseback. He said that here was Gardenia. Kaher turned around as he heard the warriors talking about how all the noble possessions they had seen so far were childish babble compared to this, and even their lands were not up to par. The man asked to stop, calling them to come with him. Vanessa looked out the window, showing Alpha that they even sold things that you wouldn't find in magic towers, or that their tower wasn't trying hard enough. The hero lowered his head, saying what he did not like. He looked ahead, saying that he wanted to wipe this place off the face of the earth if everything was so flaunted here. Claude, bending over, whispered to Wendy inquiringly what was the matter with him, and she replied that only a gentleman knew it. The manager looked to the side, wondering if someone had crossed his path here. The guy frowned when he heard that there might be some resentment from his past life. Ghislaine looked towards the castle, talking about an impregnable, invincible fortress. Gardenia is a capital city under the protection of a goddess. The young man held a sword in his hand, standing over the burning city, banishing in his thoughts what he had once tried to defeat him. His sword was stuck in the ground when he added that he had been killed here. His fist was clenched tightly as he told him that he had attacked the capital to kill Duke Delphin, who had seized the throne, but he wasn't there. His eyes clouded with revenge, and he had made the mistake of making enemies. Ghislaine put his fist to his chest, reasoning that he had not been able to achieve anything alone. Recently at Berdium Castle, Zwalter looked ahead with interest, asking if he was going to the capital. The main character was on a horse, answering his father that he had business there. The man clarified in response, about the possessions of Fenris, how to deal with them. The young man put his hand to his chest, saying that he would provide the Berdium possessions with the necessary food for a year in advance. So during the boy's absence, he would like to be looked after by the manager Homern and the commander Randolph to look after the lands of Fenris. The men looked at him, laughing and clarifying about the food supplies for the whole year. Zwalter looked at his son sternly, saying that this was not the most important thing, asking that the boy had not said that the Wraitholds were watching his every move, instructing him that he should understand what the absence of a hero could lead to, especially now that a rebellion had broken out there. Ghislaine aimed his bow at the bird, replying that his father was quite right. If the Desmonds and Wraitholds attacked them in his absence, they would not be able to withstand their onslaught. However, the hero shot an arrow upwards. The sharp tip pierced the raven in the air. The young man looked up, continuing to say that as long as Wraithold was under Amelia's control, they still had time to organize everything properly, and in that time they should have time to build up their strength. A drop of sweat appeared on the man's face as he muttered that he meant to build up strength. A large castle stood under the sun when the hero declared that they should win over the kingdom. Crows sat on the branches of trees. The unknown old man stretched out his palms, saying that this was how they asked. The heroes stood at the entrance to the estate, which was said to be a large, beautiful, inexpensive and spacious mansion with a garden. The guy looked at Valinda, asking how she was. She replied that she really looked spacious. Two guys were angry, asking their grandfather why he was in such a state, to which he replied that no one had taken care of him for quite a long time. The big warrior made his way through the forest, frightened. The knight looked at him with displeasure, reprimanding what a coward he was, wondering how he became a mercenary in the first place. The fighter turned to Vanessa, asking if it seemed to be cool here. The girl thought that she could have worn clothes. The old man cleared his throat, adding that there were also rumors that there were ghosts and spirits in this mansion. So, this was all blatant slander. He guaranteed the guests that everything was in order with this mansion. The Duke put his hands in his pockets, asking how much he would pay, because then everything was decided. The manager shouted to stop. He grabbed him, hugged his grandfather, remarked that at least they looked at his face. It was clear that it was still that headache, so he was glad to finally get rid of it, asking the guy if he thought feng shui was just invented like that. Ghislaine looked away, saying that no one had ever died from ghosts, wondering what he would grab him by the leg, and so what? The old man grabbed the guy's hand, saying that it was a great decision. Originally this mansion along with the land was worth more than 1,000 gold coins, but since he didn't keep track of it, he would give it away for 500. The hero looked into his eyes, announced 200 gold. He was surprised. The young man closed his eyes, noting that he was very afraid of ghosts, so if he did not give in, they would look somewhere else. The grandfather replied that they did not need to. They would definitely not find a mansion in the capital for less than 500 gold. The old man's face was covered with sweat as he listened to the fact that if he started taking care of the house, he would spend much more, and it was not yet for sale, and his grandfather would have to pay the land tax. The guy frowned, clarifying who else besides him would buy it. The girl looked down on what was happening at the gate. She went into the darkness, hiding. Valinda put her hands on her waist, ordering her to get to work. The mercenaries cleaned the floors, to her words that it was necessary to clean out all the gloom from here. The guy turned around when someone called out to him. Claude held a broom in his hands, asking about what he had said that he wanted to find allies in the kingdom, how the guy was going to do it, suggesting that it would be better to get closer to some stupid aristocrat from the village. Ghislaine closed his eyes, confirming that he was right. It was useless to meet with the aristocrats of the kingdom. The manager objected that then. The guy looked at him with a smirk, saying that it would take them to want to meet him. There was a table near two cauldrons. The characters gathered around them, asking what it was all and what the Duke was going to do alchemy, to which he replied that in a way he did. The hero closed his eyes, saying that they would create cosmetics. Alfoy asked again. A street in the kingdom was shown. When the guy was talking about the fact that they would make test samples and distribute them to the aristocrats of the capital, he was asked if he planned to establish connections in the capital like this, and whether it would work out. It was just a small gift for everyone. The young man quickly glanced at him, answering that they would understand everything themselves. As soon as they tried, they simply could not help but come to him. A man and a woman in robes were depicted. The hero reasoned that among the nobility, a bright appearance is a symbol of power and dignity. Aristocrats will do everything to look flawless. In the future it will become known that cosmetics containing pigments that were so popular at that time, such as lead, mercury and lead white, are extremely harmful to the skin. A dark silhouette rubbed his face with cream as he added that the dolphin family had become rich by producing improved cosmetics based on these substances. In the flowers there was an object, when it was said that the method of manufacture was obtained by them. Like everything else illegally, perfect cosmetics, devoid of the shortcomings of all previous means, was called deneb. Vanessa put the measuring cups on the table as Alfoy read the book, explaining that the zinc must first be oxidized by magic, turning it into powder. The guy stirred with a spoon in a large container, while the plot told that you need to put beeswax in a heated water bath and melt it, separately mix primrose oil and shea butter extract. He poured the powder into a measuring cup. It was said that then you need to remove everything from the heat and add zinc oxide powder, prepared in advance. The young man was holding a test tube in his hands, and at the end it was said that he needed to add fairy oils and incense to all this. The characters watched the cooking carefully, standing around the guy. Vanessa looked into the vat, noticing a pleasant aroma. Alpha was interested in the fact that it was e-cosmetics. Claude looked attentively at the whole picture, reasoning that how a nobleman knew how to prepare all this. The main character mixed everything in a glass, saying that it remained to insist the mixture for a day so that it thickened to cream. He said that after the first use, deneb would outshine all other means. His hands reached for the object when the guy said that it would become a necessity for aristocrats. Ghislaine stared at the liquid, wondering if it would put deneb to good use when he addressed Duke Delphin. The young Duke asked Claude to pack it up as soon as the cream thickened and distribute it to the nobles as a gift, and the steward asked if he was going to test it. Someone with red eyes was watching the characters outside the window when the young man replied that there was no need, it was not that important. Red eyes shone as they scanned. A thunderstorm broke out over the mansion. Warriors, mercenaries, and heroes slept in separate beds. The hall was depicted in the dark. When lightning flashed, a silhouette appeared near the windows. The unman in armor looked around. The girl passed by the cream. She grabbed one jar in her hands. Opening it, the lady looked at what was inside. The unknown woman carefully looked at the thick substance. Ghislaine appeared behind him and asked if she was the ghost of the rumors. Someone turned sharply. The young man looked attentively, saying that he vouched for the effect of the remedy. Lightning appeared over the mansion in the rain. In the dark, the main character looked at the guest. The enemy grabbed their weapons, carrying out an attack. Ghislaine's eyes flashed brightly as he took up his sword. The enemy struck a blow, which the hero dodged without any problems. He took a step back, defending himself from the opponent's attacks. The hero over and over again technically fought off the attack. The unknown woman swung her sword. The young man protected the back of his head from the sweeping blow. Having repulsed another attack, the guy stepped aside. He silently stared into the eyes of the enemy. A lady in a helmet raised her weapon when he talked about the skill of swordsmanship. A fight from above the opponents was shown. Ghislaine continued to defend himself against the attack. He pulled his opponent's weapon aside with a powerful blow, thinking that control was a rose spiral. The opponents continued the battle. The girl swung her sword, and the guy thought that each of her movements drew a graceful arc. The Duke blocked a powerful blow from above. The young man grabbed her hand, reasoning that if memory does not change. Ghislaine skillfully pulled his opponent towards him, putting the weapon to his throat. His sword shone with magic at his opponent's throat. The guy wondered why such a lady would pretend to be a ghost. He looked intensely into her eyes, asking if it was true that she was of the Brantford family. A bright energy lit up the mansion in the night. Valinda and Gillian approached, shouting about the noise. The Duke stared silently out of the window when he was called. He looked attentively at the street, saying that the guys should return to their beds. The young man looked at the moon, saying that he had everything seized. A statue of an angel stood near the building. Someone smeared the girl's hands with cream. Her lips were painted with lipstick. The lady was standing in front of the mirror when the servant noticed that she was as magnificent as ever. It was the Countess Muriel of the Aylesbury family. The girl stared sternly at her reflections, thinking that no, it's not like that, just bloated features, softened by a tone of makeup. The silhouette of the young lady was shown when she reasoned that in her youth she set the fashion for the whole capital. Every aristocrat imitated her makeup and outfits. But over the years her fame faded. Muriel's face was split into two halves as she thought about how makeup was just a veil to hide her age, wondering if it was impossible to bring back those days. The subject stood behind her, reminding her that it was time for Milady to go to the salon, and he replied that she was already coming. The girl opened her eyes wide. The girl looked back inquiringly. The woman grabbed her face, squeezing it. She ran over her cheeks, shouting softness and firmness. Muriel was angry, asking how she took care of her face. Let her lay it all out. The maid told her that the Earl of Aylesbury had given her a remedy, which he did not need, and that he was giving it to the maids. A mansion with knights at the gate was shown, when the girl continued the story that she had said that she had received it as a gift from some representative of the new aristocracy, as a greeting. The guys with the mercenary behind them were excited by what they saw. A carriage with knights drove up to them when they wondered how to understand it, and the queen herself granted or how. Claude's face was beaded with sweat as he realized that this was definitely some kind of big shot. Muriel climbed out of the carriage when he wondered if the makeup plan really worked. Milady had a large dress. Wendy nudged the manager at her feet, asking what he was doing. Let him welcome the visitor. Clouds were gathering over the forest as Claude asked if the visitor would like to go inside and talk. The steward led the woman to the young duke. Ghislaine was sitting in a chair when Claude announced that the Countess Muriel wished to see him. The guy silently continued to feed the raven. The woman covered her face, wondering if he was Baron Fenris. She held out her hand, hearing that it was an honor for him to meet him. The young man kissed her hand, introducing himself as Ghislaine Fenris, Lord of the Northern Lands of Fenris, noting that he was flattered that she had come all the way to their remote home. The lady looked through the feathers, noticing that it was funny, but she did not receive a separate welcome gift, saying that the hero sent it only to her husband, inquiring that maybe rumors of her greatness did not reach his remote refuge. The hero smirked, answering that not at all. He just thought that it would be offensive for a lady who set fashion in the capital to receive imperfect cosmetics as a gift. Muriel closed her eyes, noting that he did understand something. The woman asked to leave the pleasantries. They sat down opposite each other when the lady said that she wanted him to give her the remedy. The hero looked at her attentively, asking if she had tried it. The woman replied that it was flawless, so much so that now she did not need tons of makeup like before. Muriel's eyes were calm. When she said that she wanted an exclusive for its supply, he would only have to supply her with this tool and bring the formula to perfection. Ghislaine smiled, calling the deal good, and agreed. The lady closed her eyes in happiness. She continued to cover her face, saying that it was extremely difficult to do business in the capital without patronage. Even the best goods were not easy to push into the market, where everything was already divided, and the very fact that they settled in such a dilapidated estate spoke of their financial constraints. The young man imagined his mansion from the outside. Valinda looked sternly, reasoning that she dared to belittle the master. The manager noticed that this was not the case. It was just that the master was too stubborn. The hero sat opposite, saying that the cost of supplies would be quite high, asking after all, it was nothing. The lady grinned, saying that the Aylesbury family was one of the richest in the capital. The guy directed his gaze forward, talking about 100 gold coins for a jar. The woman looked up, surprised. The characters were sitting at the table. When she asked if he was joking, the hero answered in the negative. The young man narrowed his eyes, saying that she was the queen of high society after all, and if the Countess of Aylesbury herself was interested in the product, then it was worth it. The lady stared silently, not knowing what to add. She frowned, reasoning that he was a cunning fox. Jewelry or luxury goods were okay, but 100 gold for a cosmetic product was absurd, wondering that if she wanted income, she would have to put the price higher than the purchase price. This was the exclusive price. Muriel knew he was playing with her. Ghislaine watched her reaction in silence. The woman's face changed when he said that he could offer another option. Valinda approached with the chest when the hero declared that he would not give an exclusive, but he could honor her with it. Muriel stared in surprise, asking again. There were many jars of cream in the box. She was stunned by what she saw. The guy put the chest on the table, saying that this is his recent personal development, which is called the nib, and it is a gift as a sign of respect for their bond. He handed the jar, noting that there were still too many nobles who did not know about its effectiveness, and this tool would change the market. Ghislaine held out to Deneb, saying that she would be at the forefront of this process. The woman's eyes smiled after those words. She lowered her feathers, clarifying how the guy manages to choose his words so deftly. Muriel closed the chest, announcing that they had agreed. The girl pointed the fan to the hero's face, saying that he takes over production and supplies. The lady stood next to him, saying that she was the creator of the trend. The young man closed his eyes, noting that it was excellent. Milady was at the carriage when she said that it was time for her to say that if he needed anything, she would help if it was within her means. Muriel opened the door, and when Ghislaine told her to ask for a favor, the lady asked. The Duke looked ahead with a serious face, telling her to tell the Marquis of Brantford that Baron Ghislaine Fenris was capable of solving his daughter's problem. On the hill I could see the castle at sunset. It was the estate of the Marquis of Brantford. Behind the man stood a servant. The face of a man with hair was shown. He looked sternly away, asking about Ghislaine Fenris. Claude threw his hands up, shouting that this was incredible and amazing. The hero scattered gold coins from the boxes, exclaiming that the reputation of this countess, apparently, was really not weak. Cosmetics simply flew away. Alfoy noted that it meant that if there were enough ingredients, he could bet even until the end of time. The steward gave a thumbs up, asking the master that he could leave the lands of Fenris and do business here. The girl reasoned that it was not even his money. Why would he be so excited? Gillian frowned as he wondered how he had managed to create such a tremendous force that could unite the entire kingdom. The young man closed his eyes, saying that this was not the end. His eyes lit up with magic as he thought of what he wanted most. The Duke was walking along the dark street. He tensed, seeing something in front of him. A knight in a helmet stood in front of him. The warrior asked if he was Baron Fenris. The knight reported that he had been summoned by the Marquis of Brantford. The young man was heading towards the gate of the large manor. There were guards at the entrance. They slowly opened the doors in front of the guy. A man was sitting at the table, and a knight was standing in front of him. Ghislaine and his friends stood opposite. The main character looked attentively in front of him. The Marquis looked down. The boys bowed when the Duke declared that it was an honor to meet him, introducing himself as Baron Ghislaine Fenris. The man, frowning, looked down. He looked up, paying attention to them. The young man listened in silence to the fact that he was the son of Count Walter Bertium, the heir to the county of Bertium, an arrogant scoundrel who had won the war with de Grad, killed the count, and taken his place. The Marquis took a pen in his hand and called it Ghislaine Bertium. The man clenched his teeth, saying that he did not look like his father at all. The hero tensed, realizing that he was still watching what was happening at the border. It was said that the Marquis was the head of the royal court, the most powerful man in the kingdom, and it was he who led the faction supporting the prince and opposing Duke Delphin. Ghislaine lowered his head, reflecting on the fact that all the affairs of the kingdom, large and small, passed through the hands of the Marquis. If Madame Muriel, a member of the same hereditary family, had not supported him, their meeting would not have taken place so soon. The servant pulled up a chair, inviting him to sit down. The young man saw his cream on the table. The guy sat down opposite the man. The Marquis lowered his head, asking if he could solve the problem of his daughter Rosalind. The guy confirmed with confidence in his eyes, saying that he was able to cure the young mistress's illness. The man, listening, exhaled. He put his hand on the book, saying that Ghislaine had not even seen her. The man crossed his fingers, wondering that he claimed to be familiar with the symptoms and could heal her, even though no one had been able to do so for so many years. The hero smiled, answering that he learned about everything from rumors while he was collecting information about the capital. In addition, he already had experience in treating diseases. The Marquis looked into the guy's eyes, noting that his self-confidence was simply amazing, to which he replied that he was exaggerating. The Duke lowered his gaze as he heard that he had to go. The man explained that he was not the first who dared to try to cure Rosalind's illness, and so far no one has coped. The girl was sitting in the attic. The Marquis said that those who could not answer for their words had to pay with their lives. He held the cream in his hands, saying that he only hoped that promising young people would no longer waste their lives. The boy stared intensely, thinking about how indifferent the care was, and judging by his words, all sorts of treatments had already been taken to treat Rosalind's illness. The young man sat opposite, asked if the Marquis believed that he could cure the mistress. The man replied that it was not so important, she only had skin problems, it was not fatal. The hero gritted his teeth, saying that he did not think that the mistress herself was of the same opinion. The Marquis closed his eyes, noting that he had called him only to look at his face with his own eyes and make sure. The man looked menacingly, asking how confident he was. Ghislaine put his hand on his chest, claiming that he was not like the others. The characters looked at each other in silence. The Marquis began to talk about what if he did not feel sorry for his life. The young man smiled when he heard that he could try. The man lowered his head, asking the servant to help the master. If everything worked out, he would reward everyone generously. The subject said that he would obey. The Duke glanced at the two of them, remarking that the reward would not be enough. Ghislaine looked sternly in front of him, asking to listen to his most cherished desire. The man narrowed his eyes. He looked at the young man attentively, telling him to keep talking. The guy stretched out his palm and explained that the Marquis was a pillar for the kingdom, wondering if he could listen to his little wish. A huge castle was shown when the guy clarified that he was going to reward him for the treatment of his daughter, and he believed that he had enough funds for this. The man got angry, his face changing when he listened to the question of how only someone who is not able to protect even his family can be a pillar of the state, the supreme authority. Ghislaine leaned forward, asking what the use of this power was. Valinda listened attentively, and Claude bit his nails, wondering how this man could say such a thing to the Marquis himself. The man replied that no matter what he asked him for, the price was clearly not small. Behind the young man were many of his friends, characters and relatives. When the head said that if he wanted to get it, he himself would have to invest. The Marquis held out his hand, asking if the hero was ready for this. The guy silently looked at his palm. He didn't make a sound. The young man shook his hand sharply. The man proudly looked at the hero. Ghislaine squeezed his hand, saying that he was ready. The Marquis's eyes glowed red. The young man looked him sternly in the eyes. The servant and the knight listened quietly to the man's order to convey to the royal treasurer so that he would be ready to suspend support for Bertium, and the commander-in-chief should encircle Baron Fenris's mansion in the capital. From that moment on, all outsiders were forbidden to go there. The Marquis warned that he was giving the hero a week. Ghislaine sat behind the head, listening to the idea of bringing Rosalind back without a single flaw. The young man closed his eyes, saying that he would do so. Claude clutched his head, saying that they didn't have enough worries about money, and now that. Valinda silently watched, thinking that the Marquis would only have to wave his hand and the end of Bertium and Fenris would be only a matter of time. The Duke stood with his back as he thought of his master. He got up from his chair, thinking that the Marquis would not tolerate anyone who dared to challenge his authority, and besides, the question was the illness of his daughter Rosalind. The head held his hands behind his back as the young man reasoned that even he, a representative of the most powerful force in the kingdom, had long since resigned himself and given up, unable to cope with this task. Ghislaine walked thoughtfully forward, realizing that they simply had to succeed. The man looked forward, claiming that now he had no way back. A staircase was shown when talking about Ghislaine Bertium. The man's daughter was sitting in front of a brick wall. The girl in the helmet looked up, wondering to her father, these people were trying to help, so why was he taking their lives? A man and a girl were facing the stained glass windows. The Marquis looked at the statue, saying that the attempt to help on the part of the weak was only a pathetic pretense. He reasoned that if you really want to help someone. The girl stood with her back when the Marquis continued to talk about making sure that he had the strength to do it first. A sword with a pile of books lay on the floor, when the daughter reasoned that, as her father had said, she should strive to become strong. She stared at her injured hands, knowing that if the result was only this disgusting sight, it would be her. Ghislaine came to her from behind, saying that he knew it was her. Tears came to the girl's eyes when he named her the daughter of the Marquis of Brantford, Rosalind Brantford. The young man put his hand on his chest, introducing himself. He held out his hand, calling himself Ghislaine Fenris. The girl in the helmet, without turning, clarified why he had come. The hero stretched out his hand, claiming that he was here to cure her, clarifying whether the cosmetics helped, which he sent. A jar of cream flew into his head. The guy calmly dodged, and she smashed against the wall behind her. The girl stretched out her hand, interested in what he thought, the first one who was trying to cure her. Rosalind trembled, hugging herself, telling her that no matter what medication she took, whatever treatment she tried, just let her leave her alone, because everything was useless. The young man stared without taking his eyes off and replied that he was different from the others because he was willing to risk his life to heal her. The girl turned around, stretching out her hand, shouting that all of them, who come for their own benefit, say the same thing, that they are not like everyone else, and are ready to risk their lives. She asked if the guy thinks that he is special only because cosmetics helped a little. The hero lowered his head, declaring that he knew what she had to go through. The daughter sat on a chair next to her father and mother. The plot said that she was the heir of the blood of her father, the head of the faction, and her mother, the daughter of the royal chancellor. The girl had a dark face when it was said that after the death of her mother, she had become the hope of the Marquis family. A girl in armor held a sword in her hand. The plot told that this was a true talent. She wielded both a sword and magic, and became the main patron of various industries of Gardenia. The bird lost its feathers in the air, it was said that, but a mysterious skin disease completely turned its life upside down. The Marquis stood with his back to her, the plot telling that when all the man's remedies could not cure Rosalind, her father tried to solve the problem through political marriage, and even if she could not live as before, the name of the Brantfords would protect her. A sketch of a person is depicted, when it was explained that the cause of her illness is an irreversible spontaneous skin rash due to improper practice of manipulating mana. This is a rare reaction of rejection that occurs due to an imbalance between yin and yang, one of the principles of mana. It was said that the problem was with the mana channels. Rosalind raised her sword above her head, shouting for him to get out of the way before she killed him, explaining that the more mana she released, the harder it would be to heal her. The hero calmly looked at her, apologizing. Ghislaine ran to the attack, saying that he would treat her forcibly. Rosalind's eyes turned red. The guy blocked the girl's sweeping blow. He pulled her weapon away, grabbing her by the arm. The main character sent her to the floor. He pressed her head to the ground. The young man raised his head, seeing the girls, called to him. Rosalind was hysterical as she was tied to the bed, asking what they were doing and asking them to let her go immediately. Ghislaine took off his coat, saying that he had to take off his mask first. He grabbed his helmet, noticing that before starting treatment, it was necessary to assess the condition. The daughter of the head shouted that it was not necessary. The knight's mask flew to the side. On the faces of the heroes there were different emotions from what they saw. The hero twisted the test tube, saying that in any case, let him be patient for a week, and if he had the will, he would cope. The girl clenched her teeth with anger, asking that he was tired of living, and thought he could really cure. Ghislaine held something to her face, saying that if he could not cure, he would die. He looked at Rosalind menacingly, saying that she too would soon die. The girl's eyes filled with tears. The guy raised his hand, shrouded in magic, reasoned that she should not worry, he would definitely succeed. A bright light came out of his hand as he speculated that this treatment was from the future, and Rosalind had come up with it. The room lit up with a bright blue light. Powerful energy went through the body of the head's daughter. She understood, opening her eyes wide, that it hurt. The girl asked herself that this should be endured for a whole week. Rosalind fell into the abyss, wondering why she, of all people, why she should suffer so much. The guy's face was thoughtful when they reasoned that if they did not cure, the mistress would also die soon. The girl's teeth cracked from the pressure. The guy looked with contempt, realizing that if he died in any case, he would do everything properly to the end. She opened her eyes wide, exclaiming that if she did something bad, she would kill her. In front of the mansion stood the guards in the thunderstorm and pouring rain. Alfred clenched his fist when he heard questions about who these people surrounded the mansion were, who had arrived in the capital, and had not even had time to look around in the trap. He said that it must have been something done by that fool lord again. The guy clarified that maybe they shouldn't sit here, but go look for the commander. Jillian and Koa descended with barrels, saying that there was no need for this. The warrior smiled, suggesting that it would be better to drink in peace. Kahir remarked that this man never acted rashly. A week later, at sunset, the kingdom was shown. The Marquis and his guards went up in the tower. The man, putting his hands behind his back, entered the room. He frowned, looking in front of him. The young man was standing next to the lying girl. Everything around was covered in blood. A bag was put over her face. Ghislaine stood with his back, stained with blood. He realized that someone had come. The Marquis frowned, silent with anger. The hero pulled the package from the girl's face. The man's pupils became small from what he saw. He looked at the picture in front of him in surprise. A village near the castle was shown, where people were discussing what they were saying. Branford's daughter had recovered, and didn't they say that the disease was incurable? The Marquis would soon arrange a party. Could it be? The young man strode forward. Valinda and Claude walked behind him. The guys bowed to the head after they entered his reception room. The man looked at me with respect, saying that he was not a simple idle talker. Ghislaine closed his eyes, replying that it was all thanks to the chance that the Marquis had given. The man said that an agreement is an agreement. He folded his hands on the table, noting to say what he wanted. The girl and the manager listened attentively to the conversation. A servant and a knight were also present. The hero lowered his head. The guy stretched out his hand, offering to become his patron. The servant and the knight looked inquiringly. Valinda rubbed her hands together, saying what was expected of a young master. Claude smiled, reasoning that if a man became a patron, he would be responsible for all the actions of their master along with him, to create influence in the kingdom. The Marquis looked sternly at his interlocutor, noticing that he was talking about a small desire, asking the question that it was not in vain that he had come to him. The guy smiled. The man looked at the table, saying that he already had something in mind in the north. The hero interrupted and asked what he was saying about Count Brivant. The Marquis looked up in surprise. Ghislaine listened attentively to the fact that there were also great lords Rayfold and Desmond in the north, asking why he was so sure. Opponents were shown when he explained that although Desmond seemed neutral, his true intentions were unclear, and Rayfold was now in turmoil due to intrafamily conflicts, while the rest were either too greedy or incompetent rulers. There was a tall tower in the background of the guy when he said that Count Brivant was close to the royalists and rich. Moreover, he had the military power of a crimson magic tower, and in the north only Brivant's possessions could attract his attention. The Marquis lowered his stern gaze and asked if he meant to say that as a protégé he was more valuable than Brivant. Ghislaine looked at him gravely and asked him to be honest if he liked the Count of Brivant, didn't he? The Marquis said nothing in reply. He leaned back in his chair, laughing, saying that the interlocutor was right. He was a good person, but lazy, indecisive and too trusting. The guy said that because of this character, he must be greatly influenced by the Duke of Delphine, the enemy of the royalists. The hero added, asking that if you are going to fulfill a wish, isn't it better to support someone who is really worth it? The guy put his hand on his chest with a request to represent the north. The Marquis lowered his head, thinking. He lowered his hand, beginning to understand why the young man had put his life on the line. The man rose to his feet, saying that it was good. The head put his hands behind his back, exclaiming that all the witnesses present were witnesses, declaring that he would support Baron Ghislaine Fenris as his patron. The man pressed his hand to his chest, shouting that the Baron's enemies were his enemies. Let everyone remember that he was behind him. The head perched over the young man, stretching out his hand, asked him to swear that he would take his honor into account in all his affairs. The sword stuck in the ground. Ghislaine knelt down, sword in hand, and swore. The Marquis congratulated the Baron. A girl appeared behind the hero's back, who apologized for not greeting him properly because of the commotion. A fan was shown when Rosalind stated that although her father had paid, she was the one who owed him a debt. The fan collapsed in the face of the head's daughter. The girl crossed her arms, asking to be allowed to support the hero. A large chandelier hung on the ceiling when someone asked if the rumors had reached them. People talked about the fact that one of the new aristocrats had cured Lady Rosalind's illness with makeup, hadn't it? The Deneb that Lady Muriel had praised her. The man held a glass in his hand, wondering if cosmetics could cure what the best doctors could not, and heard that the Marquis of Brantford would not throw a banquet for no reason, and it was rumored that it was in honor of a new ward, and for sure it was him. The young man went forward when they talked about not believing every rumor, because it was a tedious task. The guests noticed by looking in one direction. A hero was heading in their direction. They wondered if it was Baron Fenris. Valinda grabbed the guy's hand, telling him to take his hand out of his pockets, and asked him to smile. The young man turned to the girl, asking if she was taking the situation too seriously. Valinda smiled, clarifying that when there was another chance to get to such a reception, the most influential aristocrat of the capital gathered everyone for him, there was no need to be frivolous. Ghislaine looked away, saying that he still doubted that this was arranged in his honor. As the doors opened, they shouted to greet the Marquis of Brantford. People looked at the door with excitement. The man was walking with his daughter by the hand. A small leg could be seen from the voluminous dress. The girl put the fan away. Rosalind greeted her dear guests without excitement. The crowd of people began to applaud, shouting that it was true, she had indeed healed, and now she was even more beautiful than before. Belinda looked carefully, saying that she was unrecognizable, clarifying that this was exactly the same girl who had recently thrown herself at people. Rosalind stared at the audience without emotion. She turned her gaze sharply to the side. Ghislaine stared at her in silence. The head stretched out his hand to the side and, thanking everyone for coming, added that tonight was dedicated not only to the full recovery of his daughter. The Marquis was serious when he said that it was also in honor of the recognition of their new patronage to her new patron. The guests were surprised, asking again, and realizing that the rumors were true. The man raised his palm, continuing the story of what someone already knew, and for someone it would be news. The disease that had tormented his daughter for many years receded thanks to one person. The guy and the girl stood at attention when the name of the hero was called. The Marquis lowered his head, saying that the Brantford family would support him in everything, and asked everyone to treat him the same way they treat the head. The man looked sternly ahead, announcing the banquet. The eyes of the people looking at Gilson glowed red. The protagonist frowned, reasoning that the Marquis of Brantford is cautious in his decisions, but acts without delay. The hero remembered their conversation, where the man, sitting at the table, notified that they would arrange a banquet. Since he was now his patron, the guy should get acquainted with all the noble representatives of their faction. Only in this way he could count on their support in the future. The young man looked around, realizing that it seemed that almost all the most influential people in the capital had gathered here today. It was a little pressing, but such connections would definitely come in handy. The two looked around at the talk that he was not too young, and his title was not high. Even if he had revealed the impossible, his family was still not the noblest. The girl asked how they could talk without knowing anything about him. Rosalind was heading towards the Duke, calling out to him. The girl bowed, saying that she wanted to express her deepest gratitude to him. The guests parted, watching the scene. Rosalind looked at the guy attentively, telling him not to listen to trivial gossip. They all follow popularity. The hero looked calm when he said that such popularity is only a burden. These glances burned through him. Rosalind closed her eyes, noticing that today was a special day. It confirmed that she had officially returned to high society, and the fact that her father was now patronizing him clearly haunted many. The girl held out her hand, offering to say hello to everyone. The lady stretched out her hand, saying that they were already waiting. Ghislaine looked back at Belinda. My friend, shyly, waved her hand. The hero smiled, closing his eyes. The castle was depicted from a bird's eye view. When the girl began to tell that the royal faction was conditionally divided into 3 large groups, in front of them was a couple. These were Count Muriel and the Aylesbury family, responsible for the culture of the capital and social affairs. The man in the wig was smiling. It was Sir Byla Norton, the Chancellor's eldest son, the Chief Justice and her son-in-law, holding the laws and the affairs of the palace in his hands. 3 young men stood smiling, announcing that they were Marquis Maris Macquarie, the Commander-in-Chief of the Kingdom's army. Rosalind covered part of her face behind a fan, saying that they were the respected nobles who managed the finances, the army, and the Ladania itself, and that as a representative of the North, he would have to greet them, and whoever the hero spoke to first would have more prestige. The young man frowned, remembering the Marquis's words that one should not forget that the world into which he had stepped was different from the past. There were 3 families in front of Ghislaine when it was said that he should choose wisely. The young man exhaled. He looked into the eyes of all 3 representatives. The guy put his hand on his chest, introducing himself as Baron Fenris. The hero bowed to the Earl of Aylesbury. A young guy from the 3rd family bit his lip, angry. The Count put his hand on the boy's shoulder, saying that he was so grateful to him because his wife had recently blossomed so much thanks to his means, and said that if he needed anything, let him just tell him. Muriel waved her hand, saying that the hero was a truly devoted sweetheart. The guy remarked that it was better to avoid such treatments at an official reception. The lady objected, saying that it was only between them, there was no problem, and thanked him for saving her skin. Maris coughed loudly as he looked at the characters. As the guy cleared his throat, the 2 behind him were talking about how as a protege of the Marquis, he should have been the first to turn to Maris, the Commander-in-Chief of the Kingdom's army, specifying that maybe Brantford was getting old. His instinct for talented guys was no longer the same. Ghislaine turned silently to the side. He walked towards the 3 young guys. The hero silently walked past Maris. The young man approached Byler and bowed, introducing himself. The old man thanked him for helping Lady Rosalind, noting that a stone had fallen from his soul. Byler looked at the guy, saying that the Marquis said that he was saving dwarves and elves from slavery. Whether this was true, he offered to settle all issues with slavers and import duties. Let him not worry. The hero thanked in return. Ghislaine bowed to Maris. The man gritted his teeth, telling him not to be conceited just because Brantford had taken him under his wing, saying that any moment, he could be left with nothing. The main character closed his eyes, saying that he still had a lot to comprehend, and hoped that he would continue to guide him with his wisdom. The man was watching what was happening, hearing talk that Brantford had picked up such a hillbilly. Probably it was all about ties with Aylesbury, and Norton was a relative of the Marquis. When the young man returned to Rosalind, she clarified that he had chosen wisely, hadn't he? To which he replied that he was only following the call of his heart. The two turned when they heard someone call out to the Baron. The guests watched as the crowd talked about taking a look and accepting as a gift, and he heard rumors that he had recently won a territorial war by inviting him to visit. Representatives of noble families were standing next to each other when her husband Muriel noticed that it seemed that Maris was holding a grudge. His wife noticed that they should not worry, because he was a simple man. Bylan noted that even if he was jealous, the Baron's merits could not be denied. The Marquis approached the guests, saying that of course he could cure Lady Rosalind herself, which no one had done before. Bylan touched his chin, telling the man that, as expected of his brother, he had found a real treasure. The head closed his eyes, answering that in reality his merit here was not great. The main character was depicted, who held the handle behind his back. The Marquis talked about the fact that all that the guy achieved was the fruit of his own efforts, the strength that allowed him to win where the circumstances were against him, and the ability to see the essence of what was happening, to predict the steps of the future. The man turned to the side, assuming that such a person was worthy of his protection, but the brighter the light, the darker the night, he only hoped that his shadow would not be too gloomy. The tip of the cane rose above the floor. The young man opened his eyes wide. The silhouette of a man could be seen in the open doors. The guests and the Marquis paid attention to the guest. Ghislaine hadn't expected to see him. The man hit the floor with his cane. The stranger lowered his head. The hero clenched his teeth, thinking that here he had finally appeared. The young man plunged into memories, talking about the enemy of the people, the companion of their sworn enemy, the Duke of Delphin. The guy frowned, thinking that this was his closest advisor and strategist. The man put his other hand on the cane. It was Raoul Joseph. On his neck was a sign in the shape of a star. The villain's eyes burned red. When a large warrior appeared behind him, it was said that and more. People surrounded the new guests, discussing among themselves that this man was from the Duke of Dolphin's house, and it was better not to mess with him, not even to look in their direction, and that at the most inopportune moment. Raoul went up to the Marquis, exclaiming that they had not seen each other for a long time. The head looked sternly at the guests, saying that he did not think that they were interested in such events. Raoul closed his eyes, saying that he had come to pay his respects, heard that he had sheltered a young lion. Ghislaine frowned as he watched their conversation. The Marquis lowered his gaze, protesting that this was not something that should interest the ducal house. The owner paid attention to the warrior, asking who was behind him. Raoul opened his eyes, replying that this was his knight bodyguard, and it was not worth paying attention to him. The knight approached the men, and made a remark that even this is a knight of the Viscount, the rules of etiquette require him to introduce himself, let him show his face. The warrior silently continued to stand quietly. The knight reached for his sword, asking what he did not hear. The Marquis raised his hand, asking Talio to stop. The man narrowed his eyes, and told them to rest from the road, and also not to disgrace the name of Duke Delphin. The guests smiled, thanking him for his care. The head looked after them, thinking that Raoul, an important person of the ducal house, had arrived in the capital, and there were no reports of it. He was hiding from his eyes and ears. New guests walked towards the protagonist when he wondered if the influence of the ducal house had already reached the capital. Ghislaine looked him in the eye. Raoul fixed his gaze on the young man. The guy squinted silently. The Duke was unperturbed. They were standing close to each other when Raoul asked if he knew him. The hero was silent without taking his eyes off. He closed his eyes, saying that yes, he had heard a lot about him in the capital, Viscount. Raoul raised his hand, saying that he had also heard a lot about him. Wondering what they said, the guy showed himself well in the north. The young man was shown from the back of his head, when he thought that he was well aware of this. His eye lit up with a bright light when the hero reasoned that all the intrigues to destroy Bertium were his doing. The Duke grinned, telling Ghislaine that since the greetings were over, he offered a change of scenery. The characters were sitting at a table when Raoul revealed that there was an important conversation. He rolled his eyes, saying that it would be brief. They were interested in the young man's cosmetic products. The hero listened attentively to the fact that they had arrived in the capital after hearing about the remedy that had so effectively restored Lady Rosalind's skin, and in fact, they were also developing something similar. The bodyguard listened attentively. The guy closed his eyes, saying that if we are talking about an exclusive contract or technology exchange, he will immediately refuse. The man objected that he was not talking about these boring things. Raoul stretched out his hands on his cane in front of him, explaining that the point was that such a talented young man had no place in the remote northern province. The former hooligan had suddenly shown himself, led the possessions to victory in the war and achieved success in the capital. His eyes lit up when he clarified that it was an accident, or a talent. Ghislaine stared at his interlocutor, answering that he was just studying a little. The bodyguard crossed his arms behind the Duke's back. Raoul finished listening, closed his eyes and invited him to go to the house of Duke Delphine. The young man silently did not look away. The man sat across from him, saying that talent and ability had an expiration date. In a harsh place like the North, he would waste his talent dealing with barbarians and wars. The Duke had seen such capable young men disappear more than once. Raoul held out his hand, explaining that in the Duke's house he would not have to worry about it. The bodyguard watched quietly, hearing that they had the power to ensure this. The hero put his hands under the table, noticing that he was already a member of the royalist faction. The man replied that it could hardly be considered that he was completely connected with them. He would give him good lands in the south, and his father too. The Duke closed his eyes, asking that Count Bertium was so exhausted from defending the kingdom from the northern barbarians, and that it was time for him to rest forever. Ghislaine narrowed his eyes, thinking that he knew what would come to this. A man sat in front of him with his hand outstretched as he reasoned that even in spite of his alliance with the opposing faction of the royalists, they were trying to lure him away, trying to convince him with sweet words that all his needs would be met in the ducal house. The young man was thinking that they only wanted to keep an uncontrollable variable at hand. The guy clenched his teeth, saying that the north was better than he thought. Raoul replied without opening his eyes that he did not require an immediate answer, because he would still be in the capital, so let him think carefully. The man opened one eye when he heard the request for an offer. The hero looked thoughtfully at the interlocutor, wondering if he wanted to go over to their side. Raoul's eyes lit up. The carriage with the knight was leaving the kingdom. A man with a bodyguard was inside. The knight looked at him, asking what his impressions of his first meeting with this Ghislaine were. Raoul crossed his arms silently. The man, looking up, noticed that he had strange eyes, so he wanted to tear them out. Raoul clutched his cane as he heard that the bastard wanted to kill him. The bodyguard crossed his arms, noticing that he felt his bloodlust. He remembered their conversation in the kingdom, saying that the guy was constantly assessing his abilities. The knight remembered him, the glowing eyes, noting that he was thinking about how to fight his way through it to get to the Duke. The young man's eye shone bright blue. The bodyguard could see Ghislaine's red eyes. He imagined a situation where he blocked the blow inflicted on Raoul. The young guy attacked the knight bodyguard. The guy was standing on two swords. He brandished his weapon in different directions. Blood splatters flew to the floor in front of the knight. The hero's eyes looked deep into the soul. He closed his eyes. The battle between Ghislaine and the knight lasted a long time. He carried out attack after attack. The young man blocked the warrior's blow. The hero knocked his sword aside. The guy dealt a crushing blow to the bodyguard. They were sitting at a table in the kingdom. The hero stared at the knight. The bodyguard remembered him asking if he wanted to go over to their side. Raoul's face looked imperturbable as he leaned on his cane. The Duke grinned, saying that the Marquis liked it. The young man said after the departing that he was glad to meet him, to which Raoul replied that he hoped to see each other again when they met. Ghislaine frowned, answering that he would wait for their next meeting. The bodyguard clenched his fist as he looked at the hero. A green eye could be seen through the helmet. The young man stared intently, exclaiming that he was the greatest swordsman in the kingdom, Kian Balzac. The two were moving around in the carriage when Raoul remarked that since he was saying that, it seemed that the rumors about his abilities were not exaggerated. But even if the capture of the northern territories was delayed a little, it didn't mean that the plan had failed. They had many other ways. Raoul closed his eyes, declaring that it was necessary to warn Desmond, ordered the knight to tell him that when he met Ghislaine, he should count on at least the level of the commander of the knights of an entire province. The man opened his eyes when he heard about the best swordsman in the north. The bodyguard looked at Raoul, explaining that he should count on a fight with the best swordsman in the north, and not with a simple commander of knights. In the pitch-black night, the mansion was shown. The guys collected everything in boxes, to the exclamations that they should not miss a single coin. If at least one was stolen, they would receive from him. Mercenaries unloaded carriages when someone asked that this was all that was sent to them as humanitarian aid. Let all military supplies be transported here. Rosalind looked at the hero attentively when he said that it was time to get ready for home. The girl and the guy were standing at the fountain when she asked again about the fact that he, having already confirmed, said that there was still a lot to do. Ghislaine looked at the head's daughter, telling her that then, as they had said before, the capital would be engaged in the sale of Deneb, so those promised 300,000 gold pieces. His eyes shone brightly. Rosalind put her hand to her chin, wondering if he had nothing to talk to her about except money. The castle was shown from afar, when the girl noticed that they were in the relationship of patron and ward, asking why he was so cold. The lady closed her eyes, saying that she needed to know the Baron well in order to understand him more deeply as a patron. The hero did not take his eyes off, listening to questions about what his goals were, and why he worked all the time and lived only by work. Ghislaine closed his eyes, answering that there were no special goals, he just wanted to eat and live well, that was his whole goal. Rosalind touched his chin, remarking that it was somehow too frivolous, and if that was really his goal, the guy would have followed the suggestion of Councillor Joseph and joined not the royalist faction, but the house of Duke Delphine. The young man said nothing. The hero clenched his fists, explaining that he, as the heir of Bertium and the Baron of Fenris, had set a specific goal for himself. Their reflection could be seen in the water when he said that her help was needed for this, but the young man was not going to share this burden with them. The lady was angry, wondering why not, because it was easier to carry the load together. Ghislaine took Rosalind's hand. The fan fell to the ground. The main character kissed the girl's hand. She blushed, silently watching what was happening. He slowly pulled her hand aside. The young man walked away into the distance, saying that he just wanted the lady to be happy. Rosalind's cheeks turned pink as she followed the guy with her eyes. Ghislaine walked confidently forward. He looked sternly ahead, realizing that the ball ended in a favorable atmosphere. The head stood with his back to him. The guy reasoned that by refusing Raoul, he had preserved the honor of the Marquess of Branford. A number of carriages with boxes are depicted. It was explained that the supply of provisions for the possessions of Brivant went to Fenris and Bertium, and under the name of Branford, the inhabitants received various tax benefits and preferences. The crowd of people followed the crowd of prisoners. It was said that they had ensured the relocation of 50,000 inhabitants of the royal lands to their possessions, and the valuable labor of the elven slaves had already gone to Fenris. Raoul was shown with a bodyguard on his back. It was told that now their possessions could no longer be considered small and poor, and they were treated with disdain. But the fact that they had come to him personally meant that they already had another plan. The eyes of the main character shone with a bright light when he reasoned that if he hesitated, he would lose. The young man walked forward, introducing the Duke, addressing the Dolphin, saying that he would kill him and erase all traces of his existence from the face of the earth. In the valley, the sun shone on the kingdom. The prisoner walked in handcuffs on his hands. Bare feet were shackled. The knights led the imprisoned warriors forward. The man tensed when he heard that he was called out. The character behind his back asked a question about the fact that it looks like the owner has returned. Ghislaine rode on horseback to the stormy shouts of the crowd. Valinda and Claude followed, surprised that they all got out. Cower and Gillian looked around, saying that this was how they should meet their master. The prisoner turned his head to the young man. The slaves discussed the fact that everyone was completely delighted, and admitted that they had never seen such possessions. They said that the Baron even built new houses for people here and never allowed them to starve. The man exhaled when he heard that the peasants simply idolized their master. Galvaric turned his head, asking if they had fallen for the bait in one or two tricks, explaining that aristocrats were still aristocrats. The young man looked away with pride when they talked about the fact that they would always be fed at someone else's expense, non-entities. His friends behind his back asked Galvaric if he was serious about acting according to the plan. The man looked ahead, saying that everything would be completed on time. Ghislaine turned his head to see the prisoner. His eyes shone brightly. Valinda elbowed him, clarifying what he was doing, indicating that he needed to wave his hand at least once. The guy raised his palm. Claude smiled with all his teeth, exclaiming what happiness it was to return home. Now the money would flow like a river, he could relax a little. The hero looked away, telling the manager to make Raoul collect the materials he ordered and let him bring them to his office. The guy asked again. Claude was indignant, asking how it was that they had just returned and another errand, maybe at least a little rest. The young man replied that slaves were not entitled to rest, saying that he had already had enough rest in the capital. The heroes gathered in the hall at the Baron's, after the order that they should immediately convene a meeting. The guy flipped through the documents, asking Raoul if everything was all right with Viceroy Homer, who replied that yes. The young man added, let him tell him that he would come later. The hero glanced around, ordering to report on what had happened. The young guy held a notebook in his hands, talking about how the property was managed as he had disposed of before leaving. Ghislaine clarified how construction work was progressing at key facilities. Alfred picked his nose, telling him that while they were driving, it seemed that in their absence the roads and canals had already been completely put in order. Vanessa hit him on the head with a stick, asking him to speak politely. Wright towered over the buildings when it was added that, in addition, the workshops and granaries were almost ready. As soon as the elven slaves brought from the capital were put into operation, everything would be quickly completed, and especially the harvest. It was so large that they would no longer have to buy grain from the merchant guilds. Valinda opened her eyes wide, asking how big it was. Claude sprawled in his chair, replying that in terms of total volume they could be compared to Rayfold, and in terms of production per unit area they were the best in the kingdom. Wendy thought behind her that he had said that agriculture would never burn out here. The girl beamed with joy, saying that if it continued like this, their young master would become a great lord, and even the support of the crown prince's side. The old man clarified, what they were saying about saving the domain was really beginning to come true. Ghislaine sat silently, thinking that the situation had certainly improved. He looked up, realizing that this was not enough. The main character looked at the manager, saying that they should buy more grain until he says to stop. It is necessary to expand the living space, to buy the land in advance. The young man crossed his arms, announcing that from now on they were preparing for war. The lock was shown from the side when someone asked. Claude was displeased, asking what this meant. Who would dare to attack a gentleman who had joined the party of the prince's supporters? The hero was calm, answering that it was Desmond or Rayfold. Raoul approached the manager, after being offered to read these materials. Claude was dumbfounded, holding the bundle in his hands. Knights with weapons were depicted when he talked about the mass recruitment and training at Desmond's estate, and the recruitment of mercenary knights. Large purchases of various weapons and iron ore. A pile of folded swords lay on the ground. Ghislaine crossed his arms, explaining that this was a report on the activity of the Earl of Desmond's house, which had been prepared before leaving for the capital, the key point being that they were buying a large amount of quality, ore from County Cavaldi. Gillian scratched his beard, saying that the most important resources for waging war are food, manpower and weapons. Iron ore is necessary for the manufacture and repair of weapons, but there should not be such volumes for peacetime. Kaur smiled, clarifying what it meant that war was indeed possible. Alpha clutched his head, cursing that this damn war was going on again. The manager looked at the notes, saying that if Desmond monopolized the markets like this, they would not be able to do so. They needed iron ore to develop their holdings, and it was unlikely that Cavaldi would sell it to them in such quantities. The young man was looking to the side, saying that yes, at this stage, Count Cavaldi was probably on the side of Duke Delphin's house. As long as they were hesitating in search of ore, they might have already completed their preparations for an attack. The characters surrounded the guy when he declared, addressing everyone, that they seemed uncomfortable with what they heard. Ghislaine was shown from the back when he spoke about what he would set out next. Claude, Wendy, Alfoy, Vanessa listened attentively to the hero. The old man, Kaur, and Belinda fixed their eyes on the young man. The Baron looked ahead, declaring that they would strike first at the possessions of Count Cavaldi. The heroes reacted inquiringly to the words of the young man.